Good morning and welcome out into the middle on this glorious day in Derby for the Charlotte Edwards Cup Finals Day. It's a special day at the County Ground. We've got Central Sparks versus the Blades in the first semi-final getting underway at 11 a.m. Delighted to say the captains are out here in the middle. Kirsty Gordon has the coin. Eve Jones is going to call. Heads is the call. It is a tails, so the Blades have won the toss. Kirsty, what have you decided to do?
We're going to have a bowl this morning. Obviously the pitch is a little bit green, first use of it, so we want to get out there as a group first up.
And you're hoping to bring the trophy back again? I mean, you've had a fantastic run in this competition.
Yeah, we have. Obviously we fell at the last hurdle last year, so yeah, we want to go one better this year.
Good stuff. Go well today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Eve, you've been asked to bat first. What would you have done?
We were going to actually have a bat, so not to first be losing the toss there.
Good stuff. How are you looking ahead of this one, team news-wise?
Yeah, we've got one change. Amy Jones is out and Amy Campbell's in.
Just finally, special day for everyone involved?
Yeah, absolutely. These days don't come around too often, so yeah, we want to try and just enjoy the day and hopefully come back with a trophy tonight.
Good stuff. Go well today. Thanks for your time. So news from the middle is that the Blades have won the toss and they've elected to field first. We'll confirm the team news very shortly.
Well, a very warm welcome to the county ground in Derby. And this is the finals day for the Charlotte Edwards Cup 2024, the first domestic silverware for either men or women in the 2024 season. I'm Charles Dagnall. Welcome to all of you viewing on the ECB YouTube channel or wherever you are listening to us. And this is the first semi-final between the Central Sparks and the Blaze. The news from the middle is that the Blaze won the toss. They elected to bowl first. And this is a replay of the game that was in the last round of fixtures in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, where the Blaze overcame the Sparks by 5 wickets. They did meet earlier on in the season as well. The Blaze winning that one too by 10 runs. We'll go through the teams in just a few moments' time. Almost ready to get underway. Grace Ballinger it is with ball in hand. Left arm seamer from the racecourse end. Amy Campbell, Abby Freeborn Davina Perrin and Amy Campbell opening things up for the Central Sparks. Decent looking surface, bit of green in it. It's going to last the entire day. Remember, this is the first time that we've had 2 proper semi-finals and a final as well. Last season, when the Charlotte Edwards Cup was played at New Road in Worcester, there was just an eliminator. The second and third place sides in the table went head-to-head. Southern Vipers winning that one over the Thunder and then winning the final over the Blaze last year. So the Blaze hoping that their form in the league, where they were top of the table, can see them through to the final this afternoon. Slight delay in proceedings, which is a perfect opportunity to welcome one of our co-commentators, Sunrisers batter Joe Gardner, who's had a wonderful season in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, albeit the Sunrisers holding everybody else up in the rest of the table. Good morning to you. Great to have you. Looking forward to what should be an excellent day's cricket.
Yep, morning Daggers. Yep, great to be here, as it was last year at New Road. Unfortunately, not out there playing because we finished rock bottom of the table in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. But yeah, it just looks like they had a bit of a sight screen issue down there.
Well, all seems to be in order now after a little bit of shifting to and fro. One slip in place for Ballinger. That's good areas. Be intrigued to see how this surface plays here in Derby. Usually very good white ball wickets. Allows batters to play the shots. Bowlers get a little bit interested as well. Just something in it. Good cricket wicket usually here at the county ground. And it's nice to see quite a few people dotted around. We're over towards where the hotel side of the ground is. And the Blaze opening their account. Little bit of movement away from the left-hander. Campbell underway. What are you expecting, Joe Gardner, from these? So the Blaze have had the wood over Central Sparks a couple of times this season.
Yeah, they have. Sparks they've gone about their cricket this year in certainly trying to put their mark on the game early in the power play. Davina Perrin has particularly done well alongside Abby Freeborn and Amy Jones when she was obviously in the team, not playing today. They've really put their marker down of how they want to be aggressive in the power play. So you'd like to hope that they'll want to transfer that onto the Blaze attack.
Yeah, Davina Perrin has had a pretty good year. 213 runs. She's played every game. Nice to see the youngster given the responsibility at the top of the order. Top scorer is 79 not out. She got that early on in the competition.
Yeah, that came against us. We were on the receiving end of Perrin that day. She had a bit of a day out at New Road. Batted really well, the youngster.
Always happy to bring back happy memories for you. Where was she so strong?
particularly down the ground. Whether that was off the seamers or the spinners, just felt like we couldn't really bowl anywhere to her, to be fair. Was able to clear the ropes with relative ease and struck them really nicely.
Yeah, and I first came across her in the under-19s World T20 over in South Africa. Width on offer and crashed away by Davina Perrin. And you can't afford to let the youngster free her arms. The pace was there, and she committed to the shot over the infield. First boundary for the Central Sparks.
Yeah, just a bit full and wide there from Ballinger to finish that first over, and Perrin, she wasn't going to miss out on that. Width absolutely flew off the bat, raced across the surface.
Well, let's just take you through the teams as well. Starting with the Central Sparks, they've had to make an enforced change. Amy Jones, who we were looking forward to seeing, she injured herself in the previous match against the Blaze. One hopes that she's still going to be fit enough to play for England in the upcoming games against New Zealand, the 3 one-day internationals and the 5 T20. So Amy Campbell comes in for Amy Jones at the top of the order. Davina Perrin, Abby Freeborn will take the gloves. Captain Eve Jones, Courtney Webb, Katie George, Karis Pavley, Em Arlott, right arm seamer, Georgia Davis, Grace Potts and Hannah Baker, the leg spinner. We have off spin in the form of Lucy Hyam kicking things off from the City end. Former Leicester Grammar girl. As for the Blaze, Tammy Beaumont comes in place of Teresa Graves. Not a bad replacement. Good morning to you all as you join us in the commentary box here in Derby. Short and pulled away. Perrin's going to pick up her second boundary. That is a gift. Lucy Hyam just dragging it down ever so slightly. And early issues lengthwise for the off spinner.
Yeah, first ball to Amy Campbell was a little bit of a drag down as well, and I'm sure Campbell would have felt like she missed out on a potential boundary scoring opportunity, but not for Davina Perrin. Second boundary of the day for her.
That's better. That's better from Lucy Hyam. A little bit more flight. Got a long on and a deep mid wicket as the two fielders outside of the circle in these power play overs. Difficult to run through a team while a spinner's on, Joe. Get through it so quickly. Down the track. Oh, committed to it. This could go all the way. Saying could. It's gone 20 yards over the boundary edge. Wonderful shot from Davina Perrin. And now you're getting to see and witness what all that potential was about.
Yeah, fearless, brave, taking it on early in the power play from Perrin, as we have seen throughout the course of this competition this year. A little bit of turn on offer as well for Lucy Hyam early on.
Little flatter, understandably so. After getting hoyed for a big six down the ground. So yeah, just to go through, Tammy Beaumont in for Teresa Graves, Marie Kelly is a fierce striker of the ball at the top of the order. Catherine Bryce, who's having a magnificent 12 months or so, as Scotland captain. And I think Hyam will prefer bowling to the left-hander. End of the second over. A good one for the Central Sparks, 17 without loss. So yes, Tammy Beaumont, Marie Kelly, Catherine Bryce, sister Sarah Bryce, the keeper, Heather Graham, the Australian overseas player, Ella Claridge, and then there's no Sarah Glenn from the last game for the Blaze. Michaela Kirk, the off-spinner, comes in for her. There is leg spin in the form of Josie Groves. Kirsty Gordon, who's having an epic season with the ball for the Blaze. Lucy Hyam and Grace Ballinger. So they're the two sides, with the Blaze winning the toss and electing to bowl on this lovely East Midlands morning. You ever done 3 games in a day?
Haven't. This will be a first. Going to be a big old stint, but love the game.
Energy drinks, sugary sweets around. Here's Ballinger, her second.
Yeah, we saw quite a bit of spin in that over from Lucy Hyman in terms of turn, but Ballinger, she usually gets the ball to swing back into the right-hander early on, but doesn't seem to have done too much in the way of swinging her first 7 balls, but she's taken 9 wickets in the comp this year.
Nicely stopped. Cheekily taken run as well. Good cricket all round. It's a backward point. Yeah, just to say that the Blazers have a wonderful season. The points table now with 4 qualifying rather than 3. The Blaze winning 9 from their 10 games. Central Sparks winning 6. And they were in 4th place, so first plays 4th, second play 3rd. That's the South East Stars and the Southern Vipers, who go head-to-head at 2:30 this afternoon. Carved away. Short, and it's width again, and if you allow batters to free their arms, they're going to cash in. Beautiful strike from Campbell, her first boundary.
Yeah, very welcome boundary to kick off Amy Campbell's innings. She'll feel a lot better after she got that one away, I'm sure. But yeah, it was just short, wasn't it, from Ballinger? A bit of hit me written all over it, and Amy Campbell was equal to the task.
What's the Ballinger response? Goodness me, absolutely climbed it. Could have been trouble. Davina Perrin came racing down from the non-strikers. And that was dangerous times. Straight to Heather Graham. And just a little...
She would have been out by some way there.
Yeah, she would.
Had Graham have hit. Just a bit of clarification between the 2 batters after that one.
Just a little eager, I think, the youngster. Exuberance of youth. Running on the shot more than the situation. This one's straight to Gordon. Direct hit again. Could have been struggling. And there's all for the Sparks being aggressive with their running. But you know, as a top order batter, it's decisions have to be very clear. You've got to know which fielders you're running to. And one false move and you could be back in the way to the pavilion.
Yeah, I always like to see batters taking it on early in their innings to mid-on and mid-off and putting the pressure back on the fielders. Get yourself into your innings. Make them hit the stumps and execute their bit of skill in the field.
Deep third and deep square for Ballinger. That's a better length. Just trying to tuck Perrin up a little bit. End of the 3rd over. A good start from the Central Sparks. 23 without loss. So it's Charles Dagnall with you alongside Joe Gardner, Sam Dalling, Michael McCann, also part of our commentary team today, as well as Sophie Luff and Fee Morris as well. We'll be with you all day and looking forward to it immensely. Just going through the top run scorers in the competition this year. Catherine Bryce, 372 runs at 40. Top of the tree, Holly Armitage in 2nd. And they're in 3rd. Joe Gardner, 260 runs. Averaging 32. Been a very good year. Change of bowling, left arm spin, and has been absolutely dealt with. Well, that is a way to welcome Kirsty Gordon into attack. Gordon, who's having a wonderful year, just throws one up into the arc of Amy Campbell, and she dispatches it over the long on rope.
Yeah, it's just in the slot really from Kirsty Gordon. Her first ball, Campbell used her feet nicely, and that's some way to put the bowler under pressure, hitting their first ball of the game for 6 in a semi-final.
Getting a little bit eager, and I think Gordon will be... Well, what I do like about Gordon is that she's still not afraid to throw it up there, even though she's been dispatched over long on for 6. She's not gone into what you would traditionally say flatter trajectory, and she has fielders out at long on and deep mid wicket. This one a little flatter, and that's been slapped through the offside. Wonderfully well dismissed from the Campbell presence with great aplomb. And Central Sparks going very nicely here. Little bit of concern for the Blaze. And that's been slapped through the offside.
It almost looked like it drifted away a bit from the left-hander Campbell, and again she was just able to get her arms through that and smashed it through extra cover.
4 more. And this has been a very good morning so far for Amy Campbell and the Central Sparks. And I think it's just allowing 4 more. Campbell to free those arms. There's just enough width, and she's shuffling outside of the leg stump ever so slightly, creating that for herself. Gordon's got a bit of a problem. Once more she goes down, but this time opportunity out at long on and taken. I was saying about the fact that Kirsty Gordon doesn't mind keeping on throwing it up there, enticing the batters to come down. And this time it is she who wins, adding to her collection of 19 wickets this year, and Amy Campbell has to depart.
Yeah, just one too many, wasn't it, from Amy Campbell, but I really liked her approach in taking on Kirsty Gordon. Obviously her first over of the day, we know how much of a threat she can be. She's the leading wicket taker in this competition for a reason, been so consistent in domestic cricket over the years, but it's well pouched by Marie Kelly running round at long on. Yeah, just didn't quite get hold of it, did she, Campbell? But her highest score of the year, in fact, she struggled a little bit in the 5 games that she had played, but she's gotten the Sparks off to a decent enough start in this power play.
Yeah, end of the over as well. So Campbell departing for 21 from 14 deliveries. Gordon moves to 20 wickets in the competition. An incredible record this year, Kirsty Gordon, for the Blaze. Economy of 5.6, average of just under 12. And Abby Freeborn comes in to join Davina Perrin. One could argue that after hitting the 6 and the 4, already in the over, maybe dipping into the well one too many times.
Yeah, potentially. It's always a fine balance to be struck. I think when you've cashed in on an over already, there is that kind of mentality of, oh, do I just play it a little bit safer knowing that the damage has already been done, or do I try and go really hard and make it a really kind of massive momentum over? Campbell just still looking to throw the punches there, and obviously with the Sparks having not lost a wicket in the power play, they fancied themselves.
Catherine Bryce into the attack. I mentioned about what a 12 months, well I should say what a 6 months she's had really. She wore the orange of the Gujarat Giants in the Women's Premier League over in India. What an experience that must have been for her. Had the privilege of watching her play, and she got to play because you're allowed 4 overseas players and an associate player. So she got the opportunity in a pretty poor side, to be honest. Abby Freeborn. First delivery, trying to paddle it round. Like the shot, maybe want to have a look at her first.
Yeah, and we'll probably see something similar from Catherine Bryce at the start of her innings when she goes out to bat. These two players like to paddle and use behind square.
Davina Perrin, absolutely rapid. Has to get her skates on, does Abby Freeborn, but home quite comfortably in the end. I mentioned about the shot that Abby Freeborn played first up, and one may wonder, well, why is she doing that to an in-swing bowler? But there is no third in position, not even on the 45. The finest fielder they've got on the offside for Catherine Bryce, because she swings the ball back into the right-hander, is a backward point. So I like the idea. Down the track, down the ground, opportunity once more, just beyond the clutching grasp of Marie Kelly. And this Central Sparks power play is really bearing fruit.
Yeah, another boundary there for Davina Perrin. Used her feet nicely. Got it straight enough to the left-hand side of Marie Kelly, who was unable to complete the fielding. Moves on to 21 Perrin.
Short, hammered away. It's just going to fall short of Lucy Hyam out in the deep mid-wicket region. Hyam, who's a very good boundary rider. Quick across the turf, good pair of hands and an excellent arm. Always so important to get those fielders, Marie Kelly and Lucy Hyam, on the boundary edge. Best fielders in those positions in the power play overs. Oh, goodness gracious. Go back at your peril to a full in-swinger from Catherine Bryce. End of the Bryce over. The Sparks going nicely. Perrin on 22 from just 13 deliveries. Abby Freeborn just getting her innings underway. 5 overs gone. The Sparks 44 for 1. Joe Gardner, I shall leave you in the company of Michael McCann.
Yeah, Catherine Bryce, we're wondering how on earth she didn't get the wicket of Abby Freeborn there, looking to cut a full ball into the offside off of the stumps. So it's tidy enough over from Catherine Bryce, but Sparks have started well in the power play here, 44 for 1. Better than their other 2 power plays already when they've come up against the Blaze this year. It was 25 for none after the power play the other day and 32 for 3 earlier on in the season. So they've started much better here today at Derby, and it looks as though it's going to be Grace Ballinger for her 3rd over of the game. Only gone for 11 runs off her 2 overs so far.
Very good afternoon.
Is it afternoon yet?
Almost. Ballinger in for her 3rd up the top, so bowling all the power play overs from that end, and that's right on the button. Bowling at good pace, and with Sarah Bryce up to the stumps, trying to shackle the threat that is Davina Perrin, who can be so destructive on her day. Part of that squad that were in Sri Lanka not too long ago for the Under-19 Tri-Series. And it feels like she's been around a long time for someone who's still only 17. Just guides that away, uses the pace that was already on it, heads out to deep 3rd. Will be just about kept in play down there. Good work from Josie Groves. More runs to Perrin, who is looking quite ominous here.
I thought that was 4 for all money. She placed that nicely. It was width on offer from Ballinger that she capitalised in one of her previous overs. 4, and she was able to just split the backward point and short 3rd man that were in the circle. Just got 2 for it, but it was well played from Perrin. She's going nicely here.
Slow ball, full toss, and gets the treatment it deserves. Down the ground from Perrin, and you simply can't bowl a ball like that to a player like Davina Perrin, who is in this kind of nick. It is a freebie to bring up the Sparks 50. 50 for 1 in the 6th over, and having been sent in on finals day, this is just the start they'd have wanted.
Certainly is. Her 5th boundary of the day now. Perrin brings a 50 up for the Sparks as well. 3 balls left of the power play.
And she might well get 4 more here. She does get 4 through point. 2 full and 2 wide. It gives Perrin the room to swing those arms through the ball on the offside. It's back-to-back boundaries. Ballinger's under real pressure.
Yeah, we've seen that already in this innings from Perrin, just able to get her hands through it, through the width that's on offer, through that offside. Moves into the 30s.
Perrin is absolutely flying here. She's got one of the highest dot ball percentages in the competition, interestingly, even of top order batters. But she so often deals in boundaries, and she's doing so here again. Swipe and a miss outside the off stump though that time. Has a dot ball percentage of 52%. I was chatting to the analyst Critico, who's worked a lot in the WPL. Said that was the first thing she spotted about Perrin. Do you often see her sometimes actually dotting up quite a bit, but she can make up for it so easily and so destructively. Here she's going at a great rate. Last ball of the power play. Back of a length and gone. Maybe kept a touch low from Ballinger. And the off stump of Davina Perrin is out of the ground. That is the big scout She's been dominating the scoring thus far. She'd taken 10 off that over from Ballinger, but has to depart 54 for 2. The dangerous Perrin gone for 32.
Yeah, she played well though, did Perrin, but that one from Ballinger just knocking the off stump back, as we see here on the replay. That's where you want to be bowling, isn't it? Top of off stump. Perrin swung. Ballinger strikes. Brilliant start for the Sparks in that power play though, but Blaze will be looking to just find their way back into the game here, put pressure on the two new batters.
So thanks very much to Joe Gardner, and sliding in alongside me for the first time today, Western Storm skipper Sophie Luff, a natural leader from a young age on the cricket field and a natural commentator off it. Very good morning.
Morning, Michael. How are you?
Good. I've got it right this time that it's morning rather than afternoon.
Yeah,
which is always good.
Always tricky, isn't it? Cricket day sort of just passes away from you, but yeah, still the morning, just about.
And it's a long old day, this, isn't it? What do you make of having authentic semi-finals this season? An improvement to the competition?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's something that I've been asking for the last couple of years. I think the format of having 3 qualify in the KSL days was definitely the right decision. 50% of the teams qualifying, and rightly so. We've got 4 teams qualifying here today and 2 semi-finals.
So we're out of the power play, which brings a different dynamic, of course, to the game. Kirsty Gordon continuing, looking to add to her extensive wicket tally this season, but she won't there. That's a nice looking cover drive. Didn't try and hit the ball too hard. There was a sweeper out there at cover point, but she had no chance. Beautiful first boundary from Abby Freeborn.
Yeah, touch too full there from Gordon, and that's what you want in your first couple of balls from Freeborn. Gets her hands through the ball beautifully there, and it's been a rapid outfield so far today, and I presume it will stay like that throughout the day.
Very dangerous player, Abby Freeborn. Started today the 7th highest run scorer in the competition, but she might be gone there. She survives. There was a brief thought from Jones at the non-strikers of a single. Thankfully Freeborn sent her back, so no run out there for Sparks to worry about.
Yeah, look close there. We're sort of behind mid-off, so our angle's not great. Did look very close, but I think it's a good decision watching the replay there, just sliding down the leg side.
Gordon looking for scalp number 21 in the competition this season. Comes down the track that time, Freeborn. Straight at short mid-wicket. Abby Freeborn, interestingly, not only the 7th highest run scorer in the competition, but has the best strike rate of that top 7, which illustrates how dangerous she can be in this top order hitting role for Sparks. Trying to demonstrate that here. Gets that down to long on for 1. That brings Jones on to strike for the first time. So often seen opening for Sparks, but has adopted this role of 4 more often in the T20s.
Yeah, I think it's a good decision from Eve to slot into that middle order. She's opened the batting a lot in her career, but I think just that maturity of your skipper, when they've lost a couple of wickets, as they have done now, they obviously started really well in the power play. You want someone to come in and sort of marshal the troops through that middle and back end phase.
Just tickled away. Might have come off the pad. Dot ball for Gordon, who has gone at just 5.6 and over and has a bowling average hovering around 10 or 11. He's had a quite ridiculous Charlotte Edwards Cup campaign so far. Just held that one back a touch. Pushed straight to point by Eve Jones, still settling into her work. End of the over. 2 dots to complete it from Gordon. 7 gone, 59 for 2.
Yeah, Kirsty's had a remarkable season. She's bowled a lot more in power play this year in the Charlotte Edwards Cup than she has before, and I guess that's sort of her as skipper taking on the reins a little bit more, leading from the front, which I know she's desperate to do, and she certainly does that for the Blaze.
Yeah, there's a great quote from her I loved, which she said, "I've always been pretty fired up. My disciplinary record isn't fantastic, but I've had a lot of comments this year from friends in different teams and Blaze teammates about how mellow I've been this season and last season. The supportive and caring side has come out of me a little bit more in captaincy."
Mellow would be not a word I would use to describe Kirsty
Yes,
Gordon.
Sophie Luff was was holding back the giggles alongside me as I read that quote out from Kirsty Gordon. Marshalling her troops here. So 8th over starts by being cut away. It's gone wide of the short backward point. Big chase for cover point coming round, who scoops it up and keeps it in play. That's good tag team fielding out there. Looks like it was probably going to be full. This outfield seems a touch slow. It was Heather Graham with the dive initially and then Ella Claridge with the throw in.
Yeah, great running by the Sparks batters as well to pick up 3 there. Jones was always going to come back for the 3rd.
Groves is on here for Blaze. Driven straight at mid-off.
Yeah, Jones yet to score at the moment. Feel like they, we're wanting to build a little bit of pressure on Eve. A few dot balls. Can they sneak another wicket here?
Sliced up. It's an unconvincing shot. It will bring 1 out to deep cover. Fielder's lost her footing though, so they will in fact get 2 in the end.
Yeah, I mean, not a convincing stroke there by Eve, and that's what dot balls do. Put the batter under pressure. She knows that she's got to get going. Didn't get all of that, but she's off the mark nonetheless.
Good areas from Groves again. She bowled a very nice spell. I had the pleasure of watching in person in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy final, where she just opened the door of possibilities for Blaze by picking up a few wickets before the Vipers ultimately won that one. So that's jabbed down into the ground again. Pressure's building here. You sense something's probably got to give.
Yeah, I think Sparks could just be looking to rotate the strike here and build a bit of a partnership. They don't really want to be facing too many dots in this phase of the game.
She's only picked up 4 wickets this season, but she's gone up pretty much bang on a run of ball. That's a better shot. Strong shot down the ground for 1. So the overs conceded 6, but encouraging signs there for Josie Groves and Sparks. 65 for 2 off 8.
Yeah, I mean, given the current run rate, that's a great over by Josie Groves, just going for 6. Blaze just getting a little bit more control back in the game now, which they'll be really pleased about after a strong power play from Central Sparks.
So where does Kirsty Gordon turn to now? She's used 5 bowlers already. Tends to be in vogue these days that nobody has more than a 2-over spell. That's why part of me was almost surprised to see Ballinger get 3. Seems to be almost the rule, even if somebody's bowling well, you can't give any opportunity for familiarity to become a thing for a batter.
Yeah, I definitely think bowlers just get lined up if they bowl too many in a row. I think what Blaze do with Ballinger though is, swing is her threat, her weapon, so they want to use her while that ball is still new. So I can see why Kirsty uses Grace to that effect. And actually by backing her, she picked up the wicket of Perrin, didn't she, with that last ball of the power play.
And now, as the 6th bowler in their attack, they bring on someone with one of the best strike rates in the competition this season in Heather Graham. It's down the leg side, good tape from Sarah Bryce. Graham will bowl sort of niggly wicket to wicket. We'll get it to nibble around a bit. Having a keeper of the quality of Sarah Bryce is really important for a bowler like Graham in particular. Traps a batter in their crease. Two full and smashed down the ground for 6. What a shot that is from Jones. What a way to get your first boundary of finals day as the skipper over pitch, but my goodness me, she took advantage. Yeah,
brilliant shot there by Eve. I think Graham just trying to take the pace off, which is definitely her strength as well, but on that occasion just 2 full, and Jones gets her hands through the ball beautifully and gets 6 runs, very, very well deserved.
So what's Graham's comeback like? Sparks, the Blazes' second highest wicket taker this season, with 11 coming into today, and it says a lot about their depth that having won the group stage, she comes in as their 6th bowler used on finals day, which probably reflects why they won the group stage with 9 wins from 10. What's Graham's reply like? It's a good reply. It's straight to short mid-wicket.
Yeah, she's taken 11 wickets and she's only played half the group game. She obviously came in as that replacement for de Klerk, who's gone back to play for South Africa. yeah, not a bad overseas replacement to come in and hit the ground running like she has done.
It's out towards long on for 1. She has a strike rate of 9.4, Heather Graham, which is, I think you're into the outrageous category at that point. Bowling average of 9 as well.
Yeah, Blaze just taking their time now, having a few conversations about field sets. I think that's the beauty of Central Sparks' lineup as well, with the left-right hands throughout the order. It can be really flexible, and
Yes.
yeah, speaking from personal experience, a left-right.
That was my next question.
Left-right combination at the crease is
great fun.
Is a captain's nightmare.
To deal with that for 20 overs, lefties scattered across the batting lineup like pigeons on the outfield. Played out just to the left of cover. That will be 1 more for Freeborn. He was just building her innings before having the capacity to explode into life. One thing to keep an eye on with Abby Freeborn, she has one of the best strike rates in the competition between overs 11 and 15. She strikes at 158 in that spell of the game, so if she's worked her way into her innings by then, watch out. LBW appeals looked like it was swinging down leg.
Yeah, he sneaked through for a leg by there as well. Good running from the Sparks batters. It's been a good over so far from Sparks, 9 off it with 1 ball to go. Graham will be wanting to close this out, get out of her over now.
Deep set onside field for Freeborn. Back of a length, nicely taken by Sarah Bryce. Looked like that got a little bit of extra bounce and kick up. So 9 overs gone. 75 for 2. This partnership building steadily for now.
Yeah, they had a couple of quieter overs building the partnership, but 9 off that last, and these two will be looking to accelerate going into the last 11 overs now. Looks like it's going to be spin continuing. Back to Hyam, who bowled in the power play.
Yeah, went for 12 off her 1 over. These two have added 21 off 3 so far. Blaze looking to make it 3 wins against Sparks in T20 cricket this season. They beat them by 10 runs back on the 31st of May, and then in the midweek Midlands matchup on Wednesday, won again. Just pushed back, no run. Beat them by 5 wickets with 4 balls to spare.
Yeah, I think this is a good matchup, a good decision from Kirsty Gordon. Off spin to the left-handed Eve Jones should go in the off spinner's favour here. And
it has caught a good low catch. Wasn't an easy one for Hyam. Never is when off your own bowling. It was hit hard back and quite low. She's managed to scoop that up off the ground. We had the perfect view of it. Fingers very much underneath the ball, no doubt about it. 75 for 3, and Eve Jones, so often the rock, the anchor, the person around which this batting lineup is built for Sparks, has to go for 10 off 12. Came down the track, seemed to get caught in 2 minds. The bat turned in her hand a little bit as the bottom hand came through. Big wicket.
Yeah, huge wicket. Might have put the mockers on Eve there, unfortunately. But great low catch from Lucy Hyam. She's a great outfielder for Blaze, but brilliant take off your own bowling, and every chance that comes your way in a semi-final you need to be taken, and Lucy's done that really well there.
So out comes Courtney Webb, 5 on her back and in at 5. 75 for 3 in the 10th. He's known as being a reasonably high scoring ground, this one. Pitch doesn't seem to have too many demons in it thus far. Will be interesting to see, of course, how the wicket changes as the day goes on, with potentially up to 120 overs of cricket on it.
Yeah, it looks a good one at the moment. So, yeah, like you say, Michael, it will be interesting to see whether conditions do change throughout the day, particularly going into that final later this evening.
hasn't got a 50 in the Charlotte Edwards Cup this season, but it's been a very consistent contributor where the 152 runs at a healthy strike rate and an average of 25. It's just having a look at one there as well. He's a very talented AFL player as well. I had to give up playing for Carlton 5 years ago because of pursuing cricket. Was told in no uncertain terms that if she injured herself playing AFL, then that wouldn't really be accepted. Just drops her bat on that one and gets one into the offside. Played with Tasmania from 2016 to 2020 before moving to South Australia, and it's had a very successful first season at Sparks. You think you get a lot of overseas players that come and struggle to adapt to conditions initially, I should say. It's made consistent contributions. Plenty of flight on that one. Freeborn came down and just crashed that straight at mid-off. That's a frustrating sight for a batter.
Yeah, great intent there by Freeborn though. You know, just lost the captain at the other end, but she's not changing the way that she plays.
And Freeborn has hit that one hard as well out to deep mid-wicket, but she will get just one, so it's a good comeback over from Heim, who went for 12 from her first. She picks up the important scalp of Jones, caught and bowled, and concedes just 2 from her second, 77 for 3 off 10. And after some further thoughts from Sophie Luff, she'll be joined by Sam Dorling.
Yeah, great over by Lucy Hyam there. Under pressure, having her first over go for 12, but to come back in, get the big wicket of the Sparks captain, Eve Jones, and only go for a couple of runs as well. Crucial over at the halfway stage. It's going to be Catherine Bryce to come back into the attack. Kirsty using 6 different options at the moment, predominantly pace off, with Ballinger having bowled the majority of her spell already early doors in the power play. And Sam's joining me. Good morning, Sam.
Hello, Luffy. You all right? Down the ground, there's a fielder at mid on there. Marie Kelly going to cut that off. They think about a couple. They correctly decide not to. What do you reckon, Luffy? Halfway, they got off to a pretty good start at the Blaze, and they just lost that wicket. The Sparks, sorry, they lost that wicket. The last ball of the power play. Davina Perrin was going well.
Yeah, she was going well. I felt like Sparks batted really well in the power play, put pressure on Blaze. Maybe Blaze weren't expecting Sparks to come as hard as what they did, but that's been their mantra all season, and it's got them into the semi-final. So I'm not sure they're going to change too much. But yeah, I think 160 would be a great score here.
Pace off, and Webb just works it into the leg side for a single. Tammy Beaumont has a shy at the stumps. Ella Claridge there backing up.
How have you seen the first 10 overs, Sam?
Well, I sat down in the sunshine, just with yourself actually. Just when we went down there, the sun came out. It was a lovely start, but the Blaze pulled them back. Again, pace off. Will just be one. Heather Graham is very quick out there.
Yeah, might be saying pace off quite a lot with this Blaze attack. Their seamers, Bryce and Graham, definitely look to use lots of skill, take pace off, and obviously they've got 3 spinners as well.
Just cramping for room there, gets past the infield, or a little slip means they only get 1. They were looking for a couple, but Abby Freeborn, just as she was turning for that second, lost her footing and said, sorry Courtney Webb, you just stay down the other end. Freeborn feels key in this innings, top scorer so far this year. Gives herself some room and gets past the infield. That'll be 4. It was a nice shot. Always awkward, Sophie, fielding in on the square because they're really hard and the ball just takes odd bounces, doesn't it? Ella Claridge couldn't quite get down to that one.
Yeah, just seemed to skid on a little bit off those used wickets there. It's never a great place to be fielding. Yeah, interestingly, you know, I'd probably be sitting on the ring to someone like Freeborn. You know, if she's dropping and running, you're probably winning at this stage of the game, rather than her sort of beating you.
Pace off again. This time she hits it straight at Marie Kelly. They come through for a single. It's going to be run out. It's going to be run out. Good bit of work by Heather Claridge, who is down on her knees because she realises it wasn't a great throw.
I was going to say it's better work from Catherine Bryce. Does really well. Talk about it all the time, but bowlers trying to get back to the stumps to affect run-outs, and Bryce did that brilliant there. It wasn't the best of throws from Claridge, admittedly, but they've affected a run-out, and Freeborn's gone. It's a big wicket for Blaze. You
see there, Kelly does well initially. But yes, there's going to be a run out. 4th wicket down. 85 for Freeborn, who we just said was looking key to this innings. It wasn't a great run. That I know sometimes in T20 you play tip and run. It wasn't really a tip, was it? She hit it straight at her quite hard.
No, I was just saying, you know, if Freeborn's trying to drop and run, you're probably winning, and resulted in a wicket there. Yeah, that's a big one for the Blaze. Feel like they're taking wickets at regular intervals now, which is just stemming the momentum that Sparks had gained in that power play. And looks like it's going to be Katie George in at 6 for Sparks. Lots of experience. Obviously, we'll see her bowl some left arm seam in the other innings, but she's got a job to do here with the bat first and foremost.
Yeah, and that was the end of the over. So 11 overs gone, 85 for 4. Good to see Catherine Bryce do that, because I watched the first game up at Trent Bridge between these two sides, and there was a viral clip where Catherine Bryce was about a yard away from the stumps and had an underarm throw and somehow managed to miss them. And I think she took a little bit of stick in the dressing room. So I think she's made up for it in the semi-final.
Yeah, I did see that.
Courtney Webb on strike. It's Josie Groves. Where's that? Leg spin. Field, as you would expect at this stage of the game, so deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long on. Fielder out, a deep cover too. Oh, and she's bowled it. Gave that one a little bit of flight. I always like that from a spinner at this stage of the game. Was there a little bit of bottom edge?
Yeah, I think she's dropped that one.
From Courtney Webb. I think it went straight on. She has to go for just 3. 2 wickets in the space of 3 balls, and the Sparks are reading a little bit at 85 for 4.
I think that's actually George that's gone.
Oh, sorry.
We've been done over by the you've been done over by the screen here, Sam, that says that Webb's on strike. But yeah, George goes without scoring. Does like to cut Katie George, just too full and not enough width there to be getting her hands through it. And they've taken wickets at regular intervals, and this Sparks innings is stalling at the moment.
Yeah, it really is. Big smiles on the faces of the Blaze fielders. Those are the sort of moments in a game of T20 when things can be just meandering along nicely and suddenly the game changes in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, they've still got 8 and a bit overs to go here as well, but 5 down. Really need these two to get a partnership together. Obviously, Courtney's out there. She's got a lot of experience. I think she came over here last year with Australia A. So she knows conditions, and she's had a good run of form at Sparks so far since she's been here, but they really need her to step up and get a partnership with the youngster.
It's going to be Karis Pavley out, left-hander, so a bit of work for Kirsty Gordon to think about her fields. Josie Groves is going to come around the wicket. Just taking a moment to get the field right. Long on. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, deep cover.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they're still using the 4 out here, Blaze. I'd be tempted to get long on up and put a bit more pressure. They've just lost 3 wickets in the space of 3 overs.
That one's a little bit wider, and it's one of those balls that as a batter afterwards you think, I really wish I'd left that, because you've got it wide an extra ball, and actually all she's done is squirted it out to point and it goes down as a dot.
Yeah, she did well to reach that actually.
Again, I think she's got away with one a little bit there. Josie Groves turned into the leg side. Karis Pavley wants a couple. Courtney Webb says, absolutely not. We do not want to lose another wicket now. This feels like a time where, I know it's odd because it's a T20, but there are moments where you have to rebuild a little bit.
Yeah, definitely need a partnership here. Yeah, like you say, even though it's T20, partnerships are crucial.
Webb uses her feet. Good over from Groves. She's bowled a couple of overs, 1 for 7. Sparks are reeling a little bit here. 86 for 5, 12 overs gone.
Yeah, like I said, the importance of a partnership here for Sparks is going to be crucial. They, need wickets in hand still going into the last 3-4 overs. I think that's the thing when you lose wickets continuously through your innings. Ultimately they'll want Courtney here to probably be a set batter towards the back end, and the girls coming in to try and give it a whack around her. They've still got some good ball strikers in the shed. Emily Arlett to come can hit a long ball. So yeah, if these two can bat for the next 3-4 overs, get them to 16, 17 overs, then they can probably kick on again from there.
Kirsty Gordon's turned back to Lucy Hyam, who we saw open the bowling. Spin at both ends now, around the wicket to Karis Pavli.
Yeah, Kirsty's looked to use Lucy really well actually. I think they've done a lot of scouting, matchups. She's definitely come on when there's been a left-hander on strike.
Pavli just trying to get her away, but can't. Straight to Marie Kelly at mid-wicket. She's got 7 wickets in the tournament so far, Lucy Hyam, but her economy rate is impressive, just 6.41. And she often bowls in the power play as well, up top. This time, Pavli will get one.
Yeah, great footwork there, using the depth of the crease. Enables her to get it out to deep cover, get off strike, bit of breathing space at the other end.
Courtney Webb, feels like a lot rests on her here. Uses her feet, goes over the top. That's a lovely stroke. She got right to the pitch of the ball. It's going to bounce once and just go over the rope. Kirsty Gordon, the skipper for the Blaze, just has to run down in front of the Flames, down to the left of the media centre. Nice stroke.
Yeah, brilliant shot there from Courtney Webb. Brave option, mid-off up though, and beautiful strike.
She was playing that away from her a little bit as well. This time gets it finer to Ballinger at fine leg, but they do take a single. It's almost tip and run, isn't it now? If you sweep it to a short fine leg, it's such a difficult position to field, anything square of the wicket. Do you ever find yourself at, or put yourself at square leg or short fine? I bet you don't.
I did field at short fine leg for a lot of the CEC last year when I'd come back from a broken thumb. I was trying to hide myself, but it was the worst place ever.
Around the wicket, Yorkshire. Oh, she gets it away though, Pavli. Marie Kelly down in front of us at long on. We'll keep it to just a single. End of the 13th over then. Sparks 93 for 5. Karis Pavli is unbeaten on 3. Courtney Webb has 8.
Yeah, good over from Sparks in terms of just trying to build that partnership. Really good option from Courtney Webb. Actually caused a field change from the Blaze skipper after she'd cleared mid-off. They brought cover up. I guess that's the beauty in the women's game. You can only have 4 fielders on the boundary, and yeah, you're always trying to look for that 5th option.
Groves is going to continue around the wicket, I think, to the left-handed Pavli. Into her 3rd over. Just gone for the 7 runs so far. She's been tidy. Oh, and she's missed that one, and it's a brilliant bit of work behind the stumps from Sarah Bryce into the what they call the bread basket, and the Sparks lose their 6th wicket. High fives, all smile. Sophie Luff for the Blaze, 93 for 6.
Yeah, I was just saying that they've just sort of consolidated getting that partnership going, and not sure what Pavli was trying to do there. Obviously used her feet, but ended up not getting real close enough to it in terms of the line of the delivery, and Groves has bowled brilliantly so far and gets another reward.
Yeah, routine stumping for Sarah Bryce. She isn't going to miss those. And if we go back to the ball before the end of the power play, 54 for 1 the Sparks were, and you're thinking about that. This is setting up for a really big total. You've 160, 170, maybe 180. So I think the Blaze, as they have been all season, have been really impressive, pulling it back in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. Kirsty's rotated her bowlers really well, and they've taken wickets at regular intervals, which has just stemmed the momentum that Central Sparks gained in that power play. Wickets just kill you in T20, and Blaze have been able to get themselves back into the game.
They kill you unless you're taking them. Emily Arlett out into the middle. Not batted much this season. Groves just loops that one up. I like that. Gives it a bit of flight. Just says, go on.
Yeah, it's a brave option, and why not at this stage when you've got the side 93 for 6?
Just dabbed into the offside. Big gap at extra cover. Picks up a single.
Arlett's got a lot of experience as well. Probably see her open the bowling, but yeah, her experience here with 6 and a bit overs to go is going to be crucial for the Sparks.
Courtney Webb goes inside out over extra cover. That is lovely. Sign of a real quality player, that. Just uses her feet, gets to the pitch of the ball. I don't know about you, Sophie Luff, but there's nothing I enjoy better than a shot that goes inside out over extra cover.
Yeah, absolutely. Great option to a leg spinner or a left arm orthodox. Used her feet really nicely. Groves being brave again, tossing it up, and Courtney Webb helps herself to another boundary.
I wonder if she's brought AFL into the warm-up. Put that soccer ball away. Here's a football for you. Long off is going out. Deep square leg is coming up to Courtney Webb. The deep mid wicket, long on, long off. Deep extra. Pushes it into a gap. They'll think about 2, but I don't think they'll come back, and they were right not to. Heather Graham does the fielding out there. 1 ball left in the 14th. That'll be the Central Sparks 100 up. So 14 overs gone. Sophie Luff is going to take a quick break, and Fee Morris is going to come in alongside me. If you're just joining us on the YouTube, welcome. What a day's cricket we've got here at Derby. And if you're local, why not pop down? Still a long day. 2 semi-finals and a final. Hello, Fee, how are you?
Hello, I'm all good, thank you. It's been an interesting start today, isn't it?
Hasn't it just? I thought they were going away with it, the Blaze. They were going along nicely.
Yeah.
Sorry, the Sparks.
Yeah.
The Blaze have done really well to pull it back.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, I thought Amy Campbell and Dav Perrin looked brilliant up front and really took the attack to the Blaze, but they're a team that really digs in, and they've got a wily captain in Kirsty Gordon who somehow finds a way to take a few wickets. So, yeah, they pulled it back nicely here.
Yeah, she's having a brilliant season. Kirsty Gordon brings herself back on. 20 wickets so far she's got at 12s.
I think she's become a bit of a genuine all-rounder, hasn't she, as well, Kirsty? So.
Dabs it into the offside. Does Arlett picks up a single. We've been following each other around as well, I think, since last. We were both at the same gig last night, apparently, weren't we?
We were, yeah. Green Day at Emirates Old Trafford. It's a good life, isn't it?
Well, you know.
I think it's the benefit of getting knocked out early, I think, in the tournament.
Cuts it off the back foot. That's a nice looking stroke from Courtney Webb. There's a fielder out there, Michaela Kirk, at deep cover, but she can't get around to that one. It was too square.
Yeah, it's flying across that square as well, isn't it, here? It's a little bit downhill out there as well, so I think anything into the outfield looks like you're getting real value for your shots. Yeah, it's a lovely shot from Courtney Webb.
If Courtney Webb can bat for these next 5 and a bit overs, Blaze might just be able to set a decent total. Not sure I've ever seen Kirsty Gordon take those sunglasses off.
No, she doesn't.
Fires that one in.
Yeah, she's a fiery character, Kirsty Gordon. So
hiding the rage in her eyes.
Exactly. Yeah. You get that stare. Maybe it's just hiding that from getting a few level ones. But yeah, she's a tough competitor. Kirsty. She's a great girl off the pitch, but on the pitch, I'm not sure she's my favourite person ever. But yeah, she always finds a way.
A brilliant captain. That Scottish core of this Blaze side.
Yeah, she really is. She's a great captain. Always very attacking, always thinking about taking wickets, and she does that. So yeah, doesn't spin it big, but gets the job done, definitely.
Turned into the leg side by Arlett for just a single, so 15 overs gone. 107 for 6. Fee, I'm going to leave you. Sorry, nothing you've done. It's just a rota. And Charles
and out.
Dagnall is going to come in alongside you.
Thanks for having me.
5 to go then for the Central Sparks. Lost their way after quite an impressive power play. Davina Perrin, Amy Campbell getting the Sparks off to a flyer, but well dragged back by the Blaze. And Josie Groves to bowl her last over. She's been hugely impressive, 2 for 14 so far.
She gives it a nice bit of flight, Josie Groves, and it looks like on this pitch that seems to be doing the job. I think Sparks have just struggled to come down to her and hit her straight. I think that's got to be the plan to her.
Josie Groves, I remember watching her in the... And by the way, good morning. It still is morning. Fee, great to have you alongside us on commentary. Your first time?
It is, yeah, making my debut on finals day. It's a jump in the deep end, isn't it?
Wow. Knew you'd be able to cope. No problems.
Can talk a good game, so...
Having to deal with us is the problem. Smartly taken, taking every opportunity you can just to build. Yeah, I remember watching Josie Groves in the Under-19 World Cup. Was hugely impressed with what we saw. 2 really impressive young leg spinners, her and Hannah Baker, who we're going to see in the bowling innings for the Central Sparks. Was one thing that really was noticeable about Josie Groves in that competition, Fee.
Is that her mum by any chance?
It was her mother.
I can see her up there actually. She's a bit long on at the moment, isn't she?
God, you got better eyes than I do.
Can spot that flag anywhere, can't you? The Blaze flag. Right
Trying
up at
to
the
look
top.
into the distance.
Right up at the top.
Oh,
next
there
to
she
the
is.
Yeah, yeah, dancing
We'll try
away.
and get one of the cameras to focus on Josie Groves' mum. One thing she did was basically dance throughout the entire competition.
Love that. Absolutely love that. You've got to enjoy the game, haven't you?
Fantastic support for the side. Must have been absolutely shattered come evening time. Bit more air this time.
Yeah, you'll have a few glasses of Prosecco and a little dance at the cricket. What more could you ask for, eh?
You're able to say what her intake of liquid is. I wouldn't like to guess. Missed opportunity, I fancy.
Yeah, one of those difficult ones that's just gone under the bat. Never been a keeper myself, but I reckon they're the hardest ones. You kind of lose sight of it, don't you?
Yeah, just getting a little bit shaded out by the batter going towards the ball. End of the 16th over, 109 for 6. A lovely day out in Derby as well. T-shirts, hats, not many jumpers.
Yeah. No, it's all right. I've just been sat on the stands myself.
There she is. There she is. You can see just at the back, orange top, blaze-coloured top.
It's, playing in orange is usually quite good for the crowd, isn't it? You can tell who's there. Although we've got a few Vipers fans out there today as well, so hard to guess who's Vipers fans and who's Blaze fans at this point.
It's not like I've been watching it. I've not been keeping across the Euros football much. But when Holland play, it's just that sea of orange.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Maybe one day.
England start playing in orange just for the just for the fans.
Heather Graham. Just the one over to her name, but back into the attack. Cost 9 runs. Just taking a look. What are they going to be looking at now, the Sparks? 150. What, that'd be 10 and over from here.
I think a lot rides on Courtney Webb, doesn't it? She's looked good so far. She had a pretty decent start to the year.
That's into space. Could be 4. Quick outfield here at Derby Andes.
It's a great shot. And Emma Arlott can hit a very long ball. She's got long levers, a lot of experience. Really hard to bowl, actually, Emma Arlott. And there's a bit of a height difference between the two as well, which always makes a bit of a difference. But yeah, you don't really want to bowl anything in Emma Arlott's arc. I've seen her hit a few over my head in my time. So yeah, keep it out of her arc. I think that's the way to go with her.
Yeah, long levers, Marla. Very useful in the lower middle order.
Yeah, I sometimes think she bats a bit low, actually, Amala, but she's done a really good job for them coming in kind of down the order this year, and I always think, oh, maybe she could bat a little bit higher, but I think to have someone like Amala coming in at 8 when you're 6 down and got 4 overs to go, it's not a bad place to be, really, is it, as a Central Sparks team?
Deep cover just moving a little bit straighter.
Bold.
And just taking out the deep field. Long on, long off. There's a deep mid-wicket and a boundary rider on the cover boundary as well. So paddles are potentially on. Fine leg and third are up inside the circle.
I think that's a good field to MR, that.
Uppish and straight into the waiting hands of the Blaze captain, Kirsty Gordon, at extra cover. Looking to try and get the elevation was Arlott. She got a good piece of it, but straight down the captain's throat, and Arlott has to depart.
Yeah, she struck that really nicely. That's somewhere she gets caught a little bit, is Arlott, because she just hits through the ball there. Always quite a key catching position at extra cover. And yeah, nicely taken there by Kirsty Gordon.
Receiving the congratulations from England international Tammy Beaumont. So 114 for 7, and what I'm sure the Central Sparks have to be wary of is not letting this innings capitulate. Providing support to Courtney Webb, who's playing nicely. 24 from 17 deliveries is the Melbourne Renegade. Carlton AFL footballer, although that's had to take a back seat.
I didn't know that about her, actually. That's a good one to know. Sometimes where games are won and lost, isn't it, during these last kind of 3 overs? If they can get up to 130, 140, it's a really competitive score, especially in a finals day when the pressure's on. But yeah, like you said, Daggers, if they capitulate here and go to kind of 120, then it's really on for the Blaze.
Well, talking about Courtney Webb, obviously, the depth of Australian cricket is huge. You know, Courtney Webb not yet managed to make it into international colours, and there's so many on the fringes, which shows you the sort of standard domestic cricket over in Australia and how far ahead they are of other countries. Nicely bowled from Graham. But the other thing is their availability to come over and play in this competition, strengthening it as well. And of the 17th, 114 for 7.
Yeah, definitely. I think it shows how strong they are when pretty much every overseas in the country at the moment is an Aussie. And they've all done really well. You know, you've got Amanda Jade Wellington that's been taking wickets for fun. You've got Charlie Knott that's been scoring runs for fun. It's great for us to see as well. You know, I did a few weeks over in Sydney this winter training with the New South Wales Breakers and felt like I learned a lot from that, a lot about the sort of professionalism of the game. And
how did that come about? Was that stemming from you, or did the Thunder sort of send you over there, or are there links between the clubs?
Yeah, we've basically got it's sort of like an exchange program with the Breakers. So they send 2 players over to us every summer for a few weeks, and we send 2 over to them. I think I'd rather be on our end of it. I'd rather go to Sydney than Manchester, but it was a good few. Me and Ellie Threlkow just shared a 2-bed flat and had a great time for 6 weeks. So yeah, it was really valuable for us.
Gordon back into the attack, her final over. I think that's fantastic, and getting the opportunity to go over, experience new conditions, maybe, well, just learn different things about your own game in those different Australian hard surfaces. And
definitely, it's not as much fun being a spinner, but it's definitely good to bat on them.
You say that, but I'm sure that, like I say, as a spinner, you're maybe not getting so other aspects of your game actually are heightened. Maybe a bit of control or different flights and lengths and that sort of thing that you're bowling because of maybe a lack of turn out there, that you can adapt into conditions back home.
Yeah, definitely. And I look at someone like Nathan Lyon, who in my mind is one of the best off spinners there's ever been. I absolutely love his action. He's a bit of a bowling hero of mine, and you know, he's grown up playing his cricket in Sydney, which doesn't turn big, but like you said, it's almost like overtraining. You know, you learn how to bowl on pitches that aren't conducive to spin, and then when you bowl on a pitch that is, it's even better.
Just content to knock it around here. The Sparks, it's that precarious position of wanting to attack but knowing that you've only got 3 wickets in the hutch.
Yeah, and if there's one bowler I wouldn't want to be facing in this position, it's Kirsty Gordon.
Oh, and that has been absolutely smoked straight into Grace Potts. And I think she might end up with a badge of honour on the forearm or maybe the bicep.
Yeah, I think that's hit her right in the shoulder, isn't it? She's hit that really nicely, can't you? I'd be fuming if I'd hit that for a top ball.
Well, she's just denied a single.
I haven't middled one like that all year, so I'd be raging.
I think the right bicep of Grace Potts might just... Well,
she looks brave, Potsy. She'll be all right. She put a hard face on.
There's always the old coaches. Don't show them. Don't show them the pain. No, I'm fine. Get off. The trainer's coming on.
Yeah, she's waving her off.
Waving her off. I'm absolutely fine.
I think she is fine. I think that just hit her on the arm. I think she'll be all right.
Bit of spray, something like that. So a little bit of a delay in proceedings just while Grace Potts gets a bit of treatment, the magic sponge. There we go. Isn't that nice of her just showing us exactly where it hit?
She's loving that. Potsy gets a tensor bicep. She's happy as Larry with that on camera, isn't she?
we just had a great view. There you go. Flex again.
She's been in the gym.
Good young bowler, Grace Potts. How about you and the Thunder this year?
Yeah, it's been an interesting year. Obviously, would have loved to have been here today. It's nice to be commentating, but would have loved to have been out there in the middle. Yeah, we've had some really good performances and some really positive stuff, but we've had three of the worst games that I think I've ever played in actually this year. So it's been a bit up and down. Yeah. But yeah, I think we've got a new coach in. We've got a bit of a different mindset to how we play cricket, and I think it's just going to take a little bit of time for that to settle in. But I've got full faith in us.
Yeah, the 60 all out in the last game didn't probably send the season into the sunset as you would have wanted.
Yeah, I was saying earlier, my brother actually came to watch that game with his wife, and she had never been to a game of cricket before, and I don't think she's going to be coming back, actually. I think she's one and done.
Not sold it to her. End of the 18th over. 2 remain then for the Central Sparks, and the Blaze doing a nice job of just restricting the Sparks as they want to try and open up. I think now, Fee, alongside me, Fee Morris, best ever figures in the 100 competition as well. That 5 for 7 against the Birmingham Phoenix at Old Trafford last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, thanks, Saggers. I'll give you that tenner later.
That's all right. I just can't read your handwriting in the note that you passed to me.
Yeah, it's my debut actually for Manchester Originals. It was a good start. It was
kept your place after that one.
Yeah, no, it was a good day. It was one of those days that you just had to bowl straight and then see what happened. And luckily, I managed to get a few. Yeah, a day I won't forget, actually. A day I will probably remember for the rest of my life. It was a very, very good day.
Yeah, we were there. It was great to watch as well. See your success. So, Grace Ballinger, it will be to bowl the penultimate over. Left arm seamer. 1 for 21 off her 3. Was sprayed a little bit in the power play, but has come back well. Round the wicket she's going to come. Oh, that'll be 4. You cannot bowl width. Especially at this, you can see what she's trying to do. She's trying to bowl wide Yorkers. She hasn't got the field for it. If that's the line you're going to bowl, you probably want to take one of your leg side fielders from the boundary edge and stick them over on the offside, because that is free runs for Webb.
I don't know if she's just overcomplicating it a little bit there and kind of going... I don't know if she's meant to bowl wide Yorker with the field that she's got, but I think they've just got to bowl straight at this stage.
Well, it looks like a field for full, but full and straight, as you mentioned. There's a deep extra cover, a long off, a long on, and a deep mid-wicket. She's decided to go back over the wicket this time. Yeah, and it's full. That's the plan.
Yeah, I think she's obviously missed her length there, but because she's got a line right, it's only gone for one. And that's the importance of T20 in getting your line right. It's absolutely vital. The more balls you can bowl to hit the stumps, the better. We just get a percentage every game of how many balls we've bowled hitting the stumps, and that's kind of what you measure yourself on as a bowling unit.
Slightly different now. For Grace Potts, as long off has come up. Another fielder on the leg side boundary. Has that got the distance? No, it doesn't. Straight into the hands of Catherine Bryce, who makes no mistake at mid-off. And just felt it was a little toey from Potts. She has to depart. The shot was correct. It was the right shot to play for the ball that was delivered, but just couldn't quite get the execution.
Yeah, I think she'll be a bit disappointed there, Grace Potts. It was a little bit in the slot, actually. Maybe should have gone, but it was a good catch from Catherine Bryce. They're always quite hard, those ones running back. Quite sunny out here today, so it's always adds a bit of spice to the catch. But yeah, she's taken that nicely.
Yeah, you can just see how the bat twisted in the bottom hand from Potts, and had she got a little bit more of it, that would have scooted straight over the top of Bryce and away for 4. But as it is, Ballinger picks up her second wicket. Webb still remaining, and now Georgia Davis comes to the middle, and I think the most important thing for the Central Sparks now, Fee, is to give Courtney Webb as much of the strike as possible in these remaining 9 deliveries.
Definitely. I think if they can somehow get themselves up to 140, I think that's actually a pretty competitive score on. It doesn't look like an absolute road. And I think the strength of this Sparks team is probably their bowling. So I think 140 is definitely defendable. I'd say 125 maybe isn't so much. So yeah, it's quite an important 9 balls coming up.
Ballinger, 3 balls to go for her. And that's a good start. Got to be quick, but I think Bryce is going to keep hold of it. Allow the single to be taken, and now again, Webb's just got to take a look now. 2 deliveries left. So important for her to be on strike for the start of the final over.
Should be wanting a boundary and then a 1 here. I think that's kind of the ideal outcome for Courtney Webb. If she can get a boundary off this ball, I think that'd be perfect for her.
I think she might be thinking extra cover here, Courtney Webb, or another one backward a point. Just falling short. Out at long on, the onrushing Marie Kelly. Come back for a second. Really good running from Georgia Davis at the non-strikers. Shouldn't really have been 2, and Marie Kelly was just betwixt and between. Shall I catch it? Shall I stop it? And in the end, she did manage to stop it, but it fumble allowed them to come through for that second run.
They're always horrible, those ones, aren't they? Especially a little bit down the slope here at Derby. Just bounced right in front of her and she wasn't quite able to collect it cleanly.
Oh, now potential for no ball here. Yeah, I think it's going to get called, and this is an expensive delivery from Ballinger. Once again, carved through backward point. The width allowed for Courtney Webb to hit through it, and to add insults to injury, that will be a waist-high no ball. It's also her first warning. Won't make a great deal of difference, you would have thought, because it is the final delivery of her 4 overs, but free hit now, and so it's a slightly different complexion on the situation, as Courtney Webb can try and launch, and then, rather than keeping the strike for the start of the final over, she has got license here. What's coming? Free hit. Swing and a miss. That's the worst possible result for Courtney Webb and the Central Sparks, as it is.
That's a fine in a club game, isn't it?
It is.
Isn't a free
That's
hit.
a pound into the team kitty. End of the 19th over. 132 for 8.
She's done a really good job here, Courtney Webb. She's we've played Sparks, I think, 3 times this year already, and in every game she's kind of started a little bit slowly and just kind of worked it round, and then all of a sudden has just gone, and she's been quite hard to stop. She hits over mid-off really, really nicely. I think because of the shape of her bat face, finds that a little bit easier. And yeah, on a couple of occasions that we've played against her, we've probably not adapted to that quick enough, but it looks like It looks like the Blaze have put a long off out of her quite a few times today, so they've kind of blocked that off, but she's found another way of scoring a few.
Well, it will be Heather Graham to bowl the final over for the Blaze. Third and fine up inside the circle, so a similar type of field to what we saw in the previous over. Long on and long off are out. 6 balls remain. And that is just fine. If you're a fan of the Central Sparks, gets Courtney Webb back on strike.
I'm assuming these two will have played against each other a few times over in Australia as well, so there'll be a little bit of bragging rights at the end of this over, I think.
Yeah, all Australian affair. Glorious conditions. Don't forget, it's the first of the 2 semi-finals. No eliminator this year. Proper finals day. 3 games throughout the course of the day. Swing and a miss, and that could be at least a couple for the Central Sparks. The Vipers against the South East Stars. 2:30 start. Final this evening at 6:45. Make sure you join us throughout the day here on the ECB YouTube channel.
Looks like Courtney Webb's just shaping up to go over square leg here. I wouldn't surprise me if she steps across and kind of tries to sweep her over there. I was completely wrong, but...
Welcome to commentary, Fee Morris. Now they're coming back for the second. This will be run out.
That's really good running, I think.
And sacrificing herself, Georgia Davis, so that Courtney Webb can remain on strike. Fairly confident that the batter's crossed, so the 8th wicket falls. Davis trudges off, but for the team cause, 135 for 8.
Yeah, definitely the right thing to do at this stage. I think last over you've got to be going for those 2s, and you never know. A little bit of a fumble, but yeah, it was good fielding out there. It was a good throw. Is that Hannah Baker coming in now?
Fairly simple work done out in the deep, and she was only out by, I would say, 6 or 7 yards.
They'd only just crossed actually by the time she'd taken the bails out. That would have been really unfortunate if they hadn't crossed at all, but yeah, selfless batting there from Georgia Davies. We love to see that.
Yeah, knowing the match situation. 4 balls to go. I just wonder about this. She tried a couple of hacks across the line, not connected, and I just wonder if it actually... She plays through backward of square pretty well. And rather than actually trying to blaze the ball away, if she just uses a bit of the pace of Heather Graham, she could be a little bit more productive. This has been a good final over so far. Inside out. Straight down the throat of extra cover. Shelled! Josie Groves, I think it is, in that deep position. How costly that will be, oh, we shall wait and see, but a couple picked up.
Always tricky ones on the deep cover boundary. You tend to get a little bit of a slice on it, a little bit of spin, and sometimes you can feel like the ball is going away from you. But yeah, definitely should have taken that one out there.
Final ball then. Webb 43 from 30. And nicely bowled, brilliantly bowled. Oh, now could be a free run available. Bit of clouded thinking. And they might even get back for a second. They will. From what should have been no runs and an easy run out, the Central Sparks have managed to get themselves up to that 140 figure that Fee Morris was talking about. All manner of chaos going out into the middle. A very fine Yorker from Heather Graham. Fielded off herself and then decided to have a dart. She could have walked it to the stumps and taken the wicket as it is. The throw missed, allowing to come through, and then another wayward throw, or difficult one to pick up.
That was a really interesting 20 overs, wasn't it? I thought Sparks had a really good start, a really shambolic kind of middle 10 overs, and then a really good end. So, yeah, I think they're going into the break with a little bit of momentum behind them. It was a great innings from Courtney Webb.
Well, the graphic said wicket. It wasn't. They didn't collect the ball cleanly, and so they managed to come up with a couple of runs at the end. So the final over going for 7 runs, the run out in between, and the Central Sparks finish on 140 for 9. Courtney Webb 45 not out from 31 deliveries. Excellent innings after a very good power play, even though they lost a wicket on the final ball of that power play. 54 for 2. They got off to a bit of a flyer with Freeborn and Perrin, but 140 for 9. Would you say what, par?
Yeah, I think par. I think on a finals day, anything above a runner ball actually on finals day just puts a little bit of pressure on. It looked like it was a little bit easier to score early on with a bit of a harder ball, and looked like the ball was coming on nicely, and then, as is quite often the way in the women's game, spinners in the middle tied it down a little bit. You've got a brilliant bowler in Kirsty Gordon that always does a great job on those middle overs. And they've got Hannah Baker and Georgia Davies for Sparks, two really good bowlers as well.
So the Sparks innings started well, 21 from 14 from Amy Campbell, Davina Perrin as well, getting off to a good start. A couple of wickets apiece for Josie Groves and Grace Ballinger. So I thought Groves was the pick of the bowlers. 2 for 16 from her 4 overs. All pretty tidy. And so this is how the situation is at the end of the first innings in this first semi-final at the County Ground in Derby. 140 for 9 at the Central Sparks. And so the Blaze will require 141 runs to win. Well, great to have your company on the ECB YouTube channel for this finals day and a glorious sun-drenched County Ground in Derby. If you are just joining us, let's take a little bit of a look back at what happened in those first 20 overs.
Is all out action. All in right kids, even wonderful dads. That, ball, catch, roll.
All stars and all stars.
Did you know in the UK every year there are over 30,000 out-of-hospital cardiac arrests?
Emergency services, what service do you require?
Did you know only 1 in 10 people survive a cardiac arrest through to their hospital discharge?
Ambulance service, is the patient breathing?
It's going blue!
It's going blue. Right, listen to me.
Did you know over a third of UK adults do not know how to do CPR?
Can you feel the breathing now?
No, I can't. Come on, Claire.
If someone has suddenly collapsed, is unresponsive and not breathing, they are in cardiac arrest.
Would you know what to do?
Would you know what to do?
Would you know what to do?
Tap on their shoulders and ask, "Can you hear me?"
If there is no response, tip the head back and raise the chin.
Watch and listen for breathing for about 10 seconds.
If there is no sign of breathing, call for help now.
Start CPR by placing the heel of your hands in the centre of the chest with arms straight.
Press down about a third of the depth and continue at a rate of 120 compressions a minute.
If you are getting tired, swap with someone else. Keep going and don't stop until a defibrillator arrives.
Be part of the team.
Just give it a go. Just give it a go.
Just give it a go.
So welcome back to the run chase of the first semi-final. We're all ready for the resumption. Tammy Beaumont and Marie Kelly are out there. Kelly in particular will be feeling very good about facing the Sparks, having had a thumping knock against them in midweek. Emily Arlett to bowl the first ball of the reply, which is short. Pulled away out through deep backward square for 2. Was it initially misfielded out there, and a bit of luck in the sense that Katie George was rapidly following him behind to make up for Hannah Baker's error. That's where you really need your teammates, isn't it, Sophie Luff?
Yeah, you want to start really well in the field as well. Good awareness from George to get round the rope as well, but Baker probably should have done a little bit better to get that one back in.
Arlett once more back of a length. This is Niv around the corner. More work for Baker. And this time we'll keep it to 1. By all accounts, got a very impressive, particularly seam bowling unit, the Central Sparks. It has been a big part of them making it to finals day. Intriguing early battle here with Emily Arlett charging in. She has the 4th most wickets in the competition, and she has the most wickets of any bowler who's not a spin bowler in the competition this season.
And a hat-trick.
And a hat-trick against the Stars in an epic win against Canterbury. At Canterbury. It's just pushed into the offside. Yeah, that was very much sort of Emily Arlett's kind of main character era, if you want to get all Taylor Swift about it. She smashed 19 off 7 at the death to win the game, having already taken a hat-trick to keep Stars relatively quiet with the bat, taking 4 for 21.
Yeah, she's a really consistent performer on the regional circuit.
Just worked her way straight to short mid-wicket. Very consistent with her line and length, as is Grace Potts as well. Consistently provide a threat up top.
Yeah, both tall girls. Em Arlett will look to hit the pitch really hard, and Potts will try and get some lateral movement on the ball. I presume she will take the new ball from the other end. But yeah, in the meantime, Arlett trying and get some bounce and carry out of this pitch.
Kelly's first ball. She's striking that well, but straight to short mid-wicket. No run to show for it.
Yeah, Arlett's got a deep square. Katie George out there and a 3rd man. Kelly yet to score. Face 3 balls.
Full whipped away leg side, and that won't be cut off. First boundary of the reply. That's a confident shot from Marie Kelly, who against these very same opponents in midweek thrashed 89 not out in victory. And now she's off and underway in the run chase.
Yeah, great shot there from Marie. Just airing a bit leg side. Arlett there, and Blaze have started really well. 7 off the first here, and like I said, it is going to be Potts to take the new ball from the other end.
So 7 without loss after the first then, and it looks like, as predicted, it will be Grace Potts, who nearly half the competition balls she's bowled in the competition this season have been dots. That is exceptional. She's got George in a wide slip position here as she charges in. Starts with an uncharacteristic wide. That is the commentator's curse. I will take full responsibility for that delivery.
Yeah, I think Katie George has taken a couple of speckies in a similar position throughout the season so far. One for a little bit of mayo is Katie.
Is that a phrase? Is that a phrase people use?
Yeah, you put a bit of mayo on it.
Swipe and a miss outside the off stump from Beaumont.
And she won't mind me saying it because she would say it herself.
Yeah, she's an exceptional fielder. I've watched her take some brilliant catches out in the deep as well as in the ring. There's not too many fielders who are equally as good in different parts of the ground, and she's one of the few that you could say that about. Nice shape from Potts, and Beaumont is, with a bit of uncertainty, just jabbing into her pad. That's a good area to be in. So just to give you the specificity for those who love that, thanks to a friend of mine, Critica, who's an analyst in the WPL, was having a good look through some numbers for me. Grace Potts, almost 48% of her balls in the competition this season have been dots. She's extremely good at building pressure, banging away on a line and length with real consistency. That's short down the leg side, and that's gone away through fine leg for 4.
You've done it again.
Yeah, I take full responsibility for this, Sparks fans, if you're watching. But all jokes aside, it's a nice tuck away for Beaumont. A player of her class just isn't going to miss out on a ball like that.
Yeah, I think what Tammy does really well is she uses the crease well. The previous ball, she didn't get Potts away, but she walked at her, trying to put the bowler off her length and put Potts under pressure. And yeah, like you say, a player of Tammy's calibre is not going to miss out on a delivery like that.
I guess that's also the difference of maybe facing a top-class international. They're not going to let you settle in of bowling a consistent line and length. Test out Potts' ability to go to her variations more, you'd think. George has come into short fine leg out from that catching position. Beaumont comes down the pitch this time, just covers up.
Yeah, again there, Tammy trying to show intent with her footwork. Not getting it away, but definitely trying to change the length that Potts is looking to bowl. And I guess that's probably been the key to someone like Grace Potts' success, is her ability to hit that consistent area more often than not.
Comes down the pitch this time, gets that away through extra cover. 4 more for Tammy Beaumont, settling into her rhythm nicely. 2 boundaries from the over now.
Yeah, struck nicely there from Tammy. Created the length perfectly there, and she's going to hit that nice and hard. Use the quickness off the square here at Derby, and another boundary in this Blaze innings, and they've started pretty well.
Well, they're 5 from 5 in run chases in T20 cricket this season, Blaze. They're going to make it 6 from 6. But Beaumont is nearly edging that through to Freeborn. End of the second over. Good ball to finish it from Potts. 16 without loss after 2.
Yeah, much better length there from Potts. Over still gone for 9. 16 for 2. 16 off 2 overs here, Blaze. It's been a pretty comfortable start for both the batters. Looks like we're going to go to spin and leg spin pretty early here in the power play.
Yeah, this is something that they like to do, Sparks. I've seen them in quite a few games this season bowl 5 different bowlers in the first 5 overs. Very much variety is the spice of life for Captain Jones. Looks like she's going to go to Hannah Baker.
Yeah, personally not seen Hannah Baker bowl a lot of power play overs, but performed really well this season. She's having a good one.
Immediately onto the reverse. Not timing it at all, Kelly. Indeed, not getting bat on it. It's good keeping by Freeborn to make sure it's stopped down the leg side. Can be very awkward when you've got the batter in front of you doing all sorts. They'll really want Kelly early here after a midweek destruction against the very same opponents. Not often you have a finals day where both combinations of semi-finalists have met mere days before. Smash down the ground. Lovely shot. And Arlott coming around's got no chance. 1 bounce for. Really good strong shot from Kelly. Her second boundary, and that gives Baker something to think about.
Yeah, she set the field long on and deep mid-wicket for Kelly, but Marie just goes a touch too straight. Sight screen's always a great target and hits it beautifully and picks up another boundary.
What's Baker got in response? Down the leg side, that will be a wide. I'm frankly just delighted to see Marie Kelly's made it to finals day, because I thought she might have picked up a shoulder injury in midweek from carrying the Blaze batting single-handedly. She made 89 not out in a run chase of 139 for 5. But she's gone. She's gone today for 8. Kelly is out. That is a huge scalp for the Sparks. The gamble of bringing Baker on works. It's a simple enough catch at mid-off 21 for 1. The jubilation tells you everything you need to know about how desperately Sparks wanted and needed that wicket, and they've got it.
Yeah, good catch there by Eve Jones. Marie hit that pretty well, but just couldn't get the elevation, get underneath it, and Jones makes sure she gets enough behind it to affect the wicket.
Yeah, they can be slightly awkward, those catches that sort of come hard at you stomach height because of trying to get your hands in the right place. Can be a bit harder than they sometimes look. So it's the end of Kelly, who, having blazed away in midweek, is gone for just 8. But out to the wicket comes Catherine Bryce, who's always been known for her all-round excellence, but her T20 batting this season has gone to another level. She is the only player in the competition with 450-plus scores. She's the top run scorer in the competition. An average of above 40, a strike rate of a very healthy 118.
Yeah, I mean, she's one of the main reasons that they're in the semi-final today. She's had an exceptional competition. Seems to get runs in every game that she's played in for them.
Starts by just pushing one out to mid-off. A best of 61 against Thunder, 57 against Sparks as well. 57 not out against Sunrisers and 54 against Diamonds, those 450s. She's still not off the mark here after facing a couple of balls of Baker's leg spin. A successful over for Baker, and Blaze a 21 for 1 off 3.
Yeah, very good over there from Hannah Baker, obviously picking up the crucial wicket of Kelly, but just looked like she settled into her line and length there, those last couple of balls. Exactly where you want to be, on the money to someone like Catherine Bryce early doors. You don't want to let her get away from you too early. Loves width, so Baker's bowled a good couple of balls to get out of that over as well.
Well, I reckon we get plenty of variety here from Sparks' bowling up front, and exactly as it proves, 4th over about to be bowled, 4th bowler into the attack in Georgia Davis. Davis, who has come through the system at Warwickshire, has also played for Welsh Fire, best of 3 for 23 in the Charlotte Edwards Cup this season against the Diamonds. Starts just drifting onto the pads of Beaumont, who's such a good sweeper. No way she was going to miss out on that one. Tammy Beaumont helps it round the corner for 4 more.
Yeah, good option there from Tammy, especially with square leg up in the ring. I guess that's why it's so difficult in power play. Bowling at someone like Tammy, she's got so many different options. Sparks at the moment choosing to go with deep mid wicket and long on.
More flighted, hard through extra cover. And we'll go away for 4 from Beaumont. I'm not sure she quite timed that exactly as she wanted to, but regardless, she gets another boundary, back-to-back boundaries.
Yeah, brilliant intent here from Tammy. Just lost her partner at the other end. But she knows how crucial this power play is going to be for Blaze to try and get ahead of the game. Use the hardness of that new ball as well to try and get some momentum in this innings.
Short and just turned away. And this will be fielded by Katie George out there for 1 more. So that brings Bryce onto strike, yet 2 score. Made 57 off 47, which was the difference in a 10-run win for Blaze against Sparks in group stage play back on the 31st of May.
Just changing the field here for Catherine, deep square leg. Long on comes up.
Goes on to reverse. Great shot. Nobody behind square on the offside. Perrin will chase, but will only really fetch it. Very clever improvisation from Catherine Bryce. Manipulation of the field. It gives Sparks a headache. Lovely batting.
I think that's what she's done really well in the last couple of years. Playing against someone like Catherine is her ability to go to those paddles, reverses, and manipulate the field. Makes her someone that's really hard to bowl at, and she's been really clever and brave with those options earlier in her innings here.
Confident way to get off the mark. Coming right arm around now, and Bryce will paddle again. She hasn't got quite as much behind this, so that allows Perrin to come round and field at the expense of a comfortable trotted 2. They are going to have to do something they've struggled with this season, which is win a game when batting first here, Sparks. 1 win from 3 batting first. Blaze, meanwhile, 5 from 5 when chasing. Well, of course, with 9 wins from 10, they've been pretty handy when batting first too. It's straight at cover point. Quick throw of the head up to the heavens in frustration from Bryce. She knew that she'd timed that one well, but gets nothing for it. Good productive over though, regardless, for Blaze. They've managed to take 15 off it, 36 for 1 off 4.
Yeah, and 15 is a big over, isn't it? If you can get a couple of those during the innings, especially when you're only chasing 140, you can already see, you know, their current run rate's 9, and they've already got it to less than 7. So these two are doing a really good job so far.
They were excellent throughout the group stage. Blaze 9 wins from 10. Starts second with 7 wins, 2 losses and a washout. Karis Pavli is on. 5th bowler to be used as predicted in 5 overs thus far. And he's being turned round the corner very cleverly by Beaumont. Just using all the pace that's on it. Not trying to hit it too hard. Not trying to really hit it at all. Much more of a guide or a graze. And Perrin again is busy down there, keeping it to 2.
Yeah, it's good that they've got Perrin in that position. She's had to do a lot of legwork there, but she's incredibly fast on the ground, so makes it just a 2.
Pushes that one through Pavli, straight to short square leg. Only got into cricket because it was a lunchtime club and she wanted to get out of school early, or get out of lessons early before lunch to be precise, and you got to leave your lessons early if you were playing in lunchtime cricket club. Looks like a very good decision retrospectively. So that's got to cover point for 1 more. We're not encouraging the youngsters to do what they can to be out of lessons, but it's fair to say that in the case of Karis Pavli, it's all worked out for very much the best.
Yeah, win-win in my opinion. Getting to miss a bit of school, and then obviously she's worked really hard to get to where she is today and playing on the big stage.
She's going to come over the wicket now. Tends to often be seen as a more defensive move from a left-armer to a right-hander. And that's a short one. Not sure she's meant it to go there, but she's got a dot out of it. She's tried to push that through as her seamer. The ball's got stuck in her hand. Freeborn's having a little giggle about it, as is Catherine Bryce. The most unusual of dot balls. That will be a wide. Just losing her line there, Pavli. Short again, and this time does get the treatment. Smashed away through square leg, 4 runs. That's a gimme ball to a player of Catherine Bryce's high abilities, having the season that she is having in the Charlotte Edwards Cup.
Yeah, struggling with both her line and her length here, Pavli. That's asking to be hit, and Bryce probably felt like she missed out on the ball a couple balls ago. Doesn't miss out on that one.
So the 19-year-old's just got to recompose herself. That's a better ball to finish the over. It's just nibbled away into the onside for 1. So end of it, another expensive over. 2 good overs for the Blaze back-to-back. Pavli concedes 10. After 5 overs, Blaze is sitting pretty at 45 for 1 in the reply. And after some more thoughts from Sophie Love, it will be Sam Dorling.
Yeah, these two, Beaumont and Bryce, building a good partnership here and a good platform for Blaze to kick on from. I think we're going to see a bit more spin. I think it's going to be Baker. She's going to bowl her second in the power play. Just having a chat with Eve Jones, making sure that she gets the field right with her skipper.
Right, Soph?
I'm good, thanks, Sam. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Sunning it out properly now here, isn't it? Could do with a wicket. My Sparks? Not going to get it there though. That is a beautiful shot. And 1 bounce, 4 runs. Catherine Bryce, who is seeing the ball and hitting the ball very, very well this summer, continues to do so. 50 up.
Yeah, sign of a player in really good touch. Putting pressure straight back on the bowler. You know, when you get a boundary first ball of the over as well, should make life a lot easier for the batting team.
In fact, it wasn't the 50 up because the scoreboard was so quick. I'd assumed it was going to add another 4 on. It's outfoxed me there.
They're pretty close though.
They are. That will be the 50 up. Pulled hard. Didn't get value for that. I've got history this year though, so calling 49s and 99s on incorrectly.
Yeah, I wasn't actually listening to you that day, Sam, unfortunately, but I did see a few clips. But you know, we all get it wrong sometimes.
But I've done it twice this year. Tammy Beaumont just retaking a guard. I did it.
Just get too excited.
Ollie Pope. It wasn't my fault then. He was given 100 and the scorers had got it wrong. Uses their feet, Tammy. Could do with a wicket here. If you remember back to the power play earlier on, Blaze picked up that wicket of Davina Perrin. Last ball of the 6 over.
Yeah, they really could do with a wicket here. Haven't seen Katie George yet. I'd expect her to be an option for Sparks in the next couple of overs at least. Left arm seam, different angle, you know, gets it through as well. So yeah, they'll need to be chopping and changing here to try and get that wicket.
End of the over, so that's the power play done for the Blaze. 51 for 4. Sophie Luff is going to take a quick break. Fee Morris is going to come back in alongside me. 51 for 1, so 54 for 2 is where the Sparks had reached. What do you reckon, Fee? Pretty even?
I'd say Blaze probably a little bit ahead. Obviously Tammy Beaumont, Catherine Bryce both got quite a lot of experience. Yeah, I think probably Blaze in the driving seat at the moment, but you never know. T20's a funny game, isn't it?
You never know. We are going to see, as Sophie Luff predicted, just before she dropped the mic and wandered off, going to see a bit of Katie George. Left arm, a change of angle.
Yep, skiddy Katie George. Bowls a few change-ups as well. When she gets it right, can be a really tricky customer. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how she goes against Tammy here.
Third and final legger up. Long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg. Good bit of work from Abby Freeborn there.
Yeah, it looked like it just held up a bit in the wicket there. I don't know if that was starting with a slower ball or if it just didn't quite come on as nicely, but it looked like Tammy was through the shot a little bit there.
I know she's been back a while, but it's just great to see Katie George bowling again, isn't it? Quick bowlers and their injuries.
Yeah, especially left armers. They having a bit of a tough time at the moment. I know left armers, so. Yeah, she's a really talented cricketer, Katie George. Kind of bats, bowls, fields, which is pretty valuable, obviously. But yeah, I've had a few troubles in the past with a few back injuries and a few niggles, but I think this is the longest she's been on the park in a while, and hopefully she can kind of continue that as long as possible.
What the Sparks need from us today is a couple of wickets. What are you going to do here if you're Sparks skipper? You need wickets, really, don't you?
Yeah, I think so. It's where do you find that field from, really? You know, do you take a bit of a gamble and bring one up, or do you back your bowlers to kind of bowl a few dot balls? But yeah, they need wickets, whether that's pushing the run rate up a little bit, but it's only at 6.5 now, so you'd like to think that the Blaze could tickle on quite comfortably at that.
That's the problem. Those big gaps in the leg side. Yeah, you're protecting boundaries, but they're just going to drop and run into there. Wasp says 90% in the Blaze's favour. Didn't quite get hold of that one, Tammy Beaumont, but will just be a single. Karis Pavley out there doing the fielding.
I think knowing Tammy as I know her as well, she won't hang around.
Not going to go to a shell.
Yeah, she'll want to get the job done quickly, so I think that can shoot yourself in the foot sometimes. You know, I don't think she's going to want to take this to the 20th over. She's going to want to win it in the 15th. So we'll see how that goes for her.
It's one of those things. Eve Jones won't mind that. And she's going to give him a chance. There's no net run rate. Oh, they don't need net run rate here. We're not not trying to qualify. If you win, you're in the final.
Yeah, no
Doesn't
bonus
matter.
points in finals day. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. I think, you know, she could probably knock it around for the next 14 overs, but I don't think she will. So I think Eve Jones will be looking to capitalise on that.
Oh, Misfield out there. They're going to come back for a couple. She struck it firmly. It should really just have been one. Ever so slight. Fumble. They say don't run on a misfield, but actually they did. And they got home safely. 57 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we get a bit of a double teapot from Katie George now. She's stormed off then. I think when you're such a good fielder yourself, when you're bowling and someone misfields, it almost hits twice as hard, doesn't it?
Yeah, nothing more frustrating than that. Good crowd in here at Derby as well. I'm sure there'll be a few more later on.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's building a little bit, yeah.
I hope we're going to get away with it. I was here on, what day was I here? Tuesday. And it was a day like this, and I was parked probably around the corner. Thought, no chance of any rain. I laid my raincoat in the car. Never do that. It was biblical. As we see Emily Harlop back into the attack. We couldn't see it either. So I was looking at blue sky, and we're being told in our ears it's going to start raining. And they put it up on the screen. You're like, wow, properly black clouds. And by the time I got back round to my car, it was genuinely flooded.
Sounds like every day in Manchester, to be honest.
Yes, true. I should know. I've just moved up there relatively recently, so I'm learning. As I said last night at the gig, it was amazing. Oh, pace off, and I think a little outside edge.
Yeah, there was a double rainbow at one point, wasn't there, last night? I actually missed it. I was a little bit late. I was playing in the game yesterday, but yeah, I saw a few photos. It looked nice.
Yeah, it was. I've never been in a place where I've been getting absolutely soaked and looking up and it was blue sky. It's like only in Manchester.
Honestly, only in Manchester, yeah. I didn't realise how much it did rain until I moved up there, and I was like, yeah, all the stories were true.
I'm learning. I think we'll get away with it today, though. And we've got a cracking day's cricket ahead as the throw just goes over Abigail Freeborn's head. Tammy Beaumont is always busy, isn't it? I don't think she stays still for more than a split second.
She doesn't in normal life as well, no. She's absolutely rapid between the wickets as well. So, and Catherine Bryce, yeah, they're both pretty quick between the wickets. So I expect there to be quite a few twos over the next few overs.
Cut away. That's a nice shot. There's a couple of fielders there at backward point and at third, but it went right between the two of them. 4 more runs for Catherine Bryce.
That's bread and butter, Catherine Bryce, really. She scores so many runs through that backward point area, and it's flying down there today. It's a little bit downhill and not the longest boundary ever, so I think that's a really good option for her. Just anything outside her stump, she just waits on and leans on and just flies.
Just sat up in the pitch and she had to wait for it, as Fee said. She's been in fine form so far this summer. Gets away with that one, Arla. It looked like the ball out of the back of the hand, but it came out wrong and just stuck in the pitch. His partnership up to 39 from 29 balls now. Desperately need a wicket, Sparks.
Yeah, she's batted really well this year, Catherine Bryce, just in time for the 100, which is great. Both at Manchester Originals, so yeah, hopefully she carries it through to there.
Had a decent summer. Both Bryce sisters did. They missed part of the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy off qualifying for World Cups with Scotland. Came back.
Yeah, I think what a way to start your summer, and she's just carried on from there, really. We've got a few of the Scottish girls up at Thunder as well, and they were absolutely buzzing still when they came back into our environment.
I bet they were. Should just be one. Is just one. Katie George out there is very good, picks the ball up. End of the over, 66 for 1, 8 overs gone. Feeling a little bit ominous for the Sparks right now.
Yeah, they really need a wicket. Be interesting to see what they go to here. Looks like Pavely coming on to bowl.
She's certainly taken her cap off. Just the 1 over so far for left arm spinner. Went for 9 runs.
Yeah, she's quite hard to get away, Karis Pavely. She doesn't get much spin, kind of darts it into you. Bowl's actually quite quick. Like is a genuine pacer, I'd say. But yeah, sometimes just using the pace is the best way to face her. But they looks like they've blocked that off for Catherine Bryce now. That reverse sweep.
Left arm spinners these days seem to bowl the best Yorkers. In T20 cricket, it used to be the seamer would find at the Yorker, but left arm spinners just dart it in at the body and you can't get it away.
A spinner's Yorker is underrated, I'm telling you. I had to bowl a few yesterday at Sophie Devine, who was absolutely pongoing me everywhere, so I was like, I'm just going to go Yorkers in a 50 over game.
Lovely use of the word pongo as well.
Yeah, the Sophie Eccleston arm ball Yorker is deadly.
Good bit of running there from Tammy Beaumont. Fee Morris was saying how quick she was between the wicket. She just dropped it into the leg side. Picked up a couple. I think Karis Pavely, ended up doing the fielding off her own bowling.
She's quick as well, actually, Pavs. She's a really good athlete. Very powerful batter. And yeah, very, very quick out there on the field as well.
I think a few people have been pongoed by Sophie Devine, in fairness. So
yeah, I didn't take it personally. But she really likes facing off spin, so that's okay.
Just what you want to hear. Yeah, looking forward to that series. It'll be a good one. Starts on Wednesday up at Durham.
Yeah, she looked in outrageous form yesterday, Sophie Devine. So I think, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they go. Kind of quite a lot of pressure on her and Susie Bates and Mealy Kerr to score a lot of their runs. But they do that quite well, so.
That's lovely. That is power and placement. Sprawling dive at cover. Can't cut it off. That brings the Blaze to 73 for 1. It brings up the 50 partnership as well. 52 from 36 balls between this pair. Tammy Beaumont going along nicely.
Yeah, and that run rate's now at a runner ball. And you'd like to think in this day and age a runner ball is pretty gettable, so yeah, I think if they can get it down to below a runner ball as well, just making sure. But yeah, well in the driving seat at this point, the Blaze.
Eve Jones got a bit of thinking to do. Tammy Beaumont just saw the gap. There's no one at final leg at all there. Just trying to manufacture the stroke. Can't quite get it away.
Wouldn't surprise me if they go back to Hannah Baker at the end of this over. Kind of genuine wicket taker, leg spinner. They really, really need that wicket now.
Just a single to end the over. Imala doing the fielding down there at long on. So 9 gone. Sam Dunning alongside Fee Morris on the ECB's live stream all day. 74 for 1. We've got a wonderful day's cricket. This is the first of the 2 semi-finals in this year's Charlotte Edwards Cup final coming along this evening. So if you're local, well, even if you're not that local, I mean, I drove across this morning. It only took me an hour from just under Manchester. Get yourselves down here, and if not, stay tuned on the live stream all day.
Took you an hour from Manchester.
I'm not quite Manchester. I'm not quite Manchester. Yeah, just the easiest reference point.
Did you have Green Day pumping the whole way down as well?
You know what I did?
Yeah,
Foo Fighters.
me
I've been
too,
listening to Foo Fighters all last week.
It's got to be done, isn't it?
I can't go to a gig. I like to know the set list. I know that's a bit sad, but I like to know the songs.
It's like looking at a menu before you go to a restaurant.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. I don't like to not know stuff. I need to know. Looks like it's Courtney Webb they've turned to try and pick up that wicket, the Australian.
Yeah, I think she'll bowl a lot of pace off here. Looked like that one was a bit of a leg cutter. Just kind of bowled it into the wicket.
Required rate hovering just over on the ball. The Wasp is not pretty if you're a Central Sparks fan.
stranger things have happened, but 98% is pretty. It's yeah, very much in the Blazers' favour at the moment, especially with these two at the crease, with the amount of experience they've got and the way that Catherine Bryce especially has been going them this year. She's done a great job for them in the middle order.
Only a single, but the problem for the Central Sparks is the Blaze can win the game like that. They don't need to take any risks. They might take some risks, as you were saying. Tammy Beaumont won't settle necessarily just for singles.
Yeah, it's a really tricky position for Eve Jones, the captain here. You know, do they attack or do they defend?
The danger is you end up doing neither, and you get caught in that no person's land.
Yeah, I think in these positions you've got to find a mid wicket from somewhere, just kind of block that gap. Otherwise, it's bread and butter for both of these players just to knock it into there all day. So where can they find that mid wicket from?
It's almost dropping two. Doing a good job though, Courtney Webb, trying to hide that ball outside off stump, protecting that leg side boundary, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, long on.
Yeah, it looks quite tricky to get away, doesn't it? A little bit of pace off. Again, looks like she's bowling leg cutters and it's quite effective so far.
Helped on its way, they scurry through for the single, but they decide against taking on Katie George. End of over 10 gone, 78 for 1. The Blaze, 63 runs required to win. I'm going to step out and Charles Dagnall's going to come back in.
Looks like Katie George coming back on to bowl. I think that's a good option. She's a wicket taker. She's taken a few wickets in the 50 over competition this year. So they'll be really looking to take a couple here. If she can sneak a couple here, you never know. But yeah, it looks like Blaze are really in the driving seat at the moment.
This game is escaping from the Central Sparks, and they need a spark. It was just given to me on a platter, really.
Well, they're blazing it everywhere at the moment, aren't they?
Very
so,
good.
Yeah,
very good.
It's teed up for me, really, wasn't it?
Welcome to the 1 punathon. Katie George, round the wicket she's coming. I just saw the advancing Beaumont. I like the option from George. And
well
I think, Fee, it is now the situation where Eve Jones has to gamble. This game is running away with them. The partnership now 57 from just 45 balls. And unless you turn to your best options, wicket-taking bowlers, I think you've got to look at Em Arlott, 14 wickets in the competition. Hannah Baker, you mentioned. I think you've got to try and make something happen, or else these two are just going to take the game away from you.
Yeah, I completely agree. And again, it's where can you bring that fielder up from? Can you just bowl with 3 out and really back your skills? And again, I think they haven't got a mid-wicket in at the moment, and you've got to find one from somewhere. It's just too easy for them at the moment, especially with Tammy Beaumont, with how good she is at manipulating the ball. She'll just drop and run in there all day.
Change of pace from Katie George. Really good to see, though, after a couple of years of injury, stress fractures. You know, she made her England debut, and then not a couple of years in the wilderness as such for Katie George, but having to recover from those nasty injuries, back to bowling properly. Caught! Yeah, straight back. We'll talk about the thing that Central Sparks needed to get back into this game. Little cutter from Katie George. Excellent pair of hands as well, and difficult off your own bowling. But maybe that is the wicket of Tammy Beaumont to change the nature of this match.
That's exactly what Sparks needed, wasn't it? And it's a great catch from Katie George. They're never easy caught and bowls, especially as a seamer. And yeah, just she didn't hit it too hard, but in her delivery stride, I think that's a great catch. She looks fired up as well, Katie George.
Yeah, she does.
The battle.
And the interesting one is sometimes you can think those balls coming back at you are coming quicker than they actually do.
Yeah, I had one of those the other day. I jumped about 2 metres too early and then landed before the ball even got to me.
So, sisters out in the middle. Sarah and Catherine Bryce. Tammy walks off, trudges off really. Maybe just that change in pace. The cutter rolling the fingers over the side of the ball, playing a little bit too much out in front of the body, trying to work it through the leg side. So Beaumont departs for 39. And an opportunity now for the Central Sparks. New batter at the crease just to try and squeeze a little bit. Round the wicket she comes. Oh, absolute Jaffa. And I think that's taken the outside edge. It has. Abby Freeborn can do nothing behind the stumps. Wrong-footed. Beautiful piece of bowling. But Sarah Bryce gets off the mark, albeit not knowing a great deal about it.
I don't know if I would have been tempted to get a slip in, actually. I know hindsight's a wonderful thing, but you're just taking a wicket. They're still kind of behind the 8 ball a little bit, and you take another wicket here and game's really on.
Looks in really good rhythm, does Katie George. It's coming out of the hand nicely. Just beyond the outstretched left hand of Freeborn this time. And I like that this is a really good move. And we're saying about getting a bowler back on that can just cause 1 or 2 difficult options for the batting side. End of the over, 57 runs to win. But what we've seen cutters, we've seen pace on, we've seen bouncers there from Katie George trying to make something happen. A couple of delicious deliveries in there as well, and that is exactly what the Sparks needed.
Yeah, she's that kind of cricketer, Katie George. She just makes things happen, like you say. You know, she's brilliant in the field. She can hit a long ball, and yeah, she's got an absolute wonder ball in her as well. So I think that was a great option for Mies Jones to bring her back on there, and she's done the job for her. She looks up for the fight as well, Katie. She's not someone to shy away from a bit of a fight. So I think could be a good game for her.
Yeah, and what I'd also like to see as well is George given the opportunity with the new ball. She's bowling with good pace, and that was one aspect of her inclusion in those England squads a couple of years back.
Yeah, she's kind of gone away from that recently, hasn't she? She always used to be a genuine opening bowler, and looks like she's just coming in kind of that third change now, and that middle overall, and ball cutters and bounces and mix it up a little bit.
Just think, when you've got the ability as a left armer to swing the ball back into the right-handed batter, you're going to cause problems, especially with the new ball. Even if it's just an over, see if the ball is swinging. Because she's got that little bit of extra pace, it can cause problems.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think if you've got Grace Potts swinging it away at one end and then Katie George swinging it in at the other end, it's a bit of a nightmare as a batter. I know, I've been opening the batting this year, and that's not exactly what I'd want. You've got to change your plans over by over. So yeah, I think it would be a good option for Sparks. But again, hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it?
Need wickets. On the hunt for them. At the moment, a runner ball is going to see the Blaze home. Got themselves into an excellent position. That's one of the reasons why they won 9 out of 10 in the group stages.
Yeah, they've been brilliant chasing this year, the Blaze. Just looks really calm and composed at the crease.
More than happy to just tick it over. And I think it's all very well getting the 1 wicket of Tammy Beaumont, but you need to get into that middle order. So you still got to be hunting wickets here.
Yeah, and Sarah Bryce has been in some great form as well. So it's not looking so good at the moment for the Sparks, but like I said before, stranger things have happened.
First opportunity as well in a Charlotte Edwards Cup finals day. Well, we will see. Neatly played. We will see if there is an advantage. We've seen it in the men's game for the last 20 odd years. Playing first or playing second, then whoever whoever wins at the end of the over. 50 runs still required, 91 for 2, 12 gone. So yeah, it was always a case of, well, do you want to play first and then have a rest and then come back, or do you want to keep the momentum of victory from the second semi-final into the final?
I'd rather have the lie-in, I think. I think I'd rather play second, and you know, obviously if you're going into the final, you just want a game. So when T20 is such a game of momentum, I think playing second's got to have the advantage. But we'll see today.
Yeah, please they've opened. I like both. Actually, the fact that there was an eliminator, second and third, last year. But also opening it out into 2 semi-finals, another team qualifying. Nice bit of work down on the boundary edge. Potts it is, I think. Just saving the boundary.
Yeah, it's been a bit controversial actually, hasn't it? Whether they should have 4 teams through to finals day. Yeah,
where do you stand?
Oh,
come on.
I think they should send top 5 in, to be honest.
That'll be a really long day.
In all honesty, I think top 3. I think I understand what they're doing. Kind of, they want us playing more knockout cricket, but I think if you come 4th in out of 8, it's not great, but you're still through to finals day, and I think probably top 3 is about right. But you know, I can understand why they did it, and yeah, I can see both points of view. But I'd probably stand in top 3.
I agree. It also sort of lengthens the group stage season as well. Given Hannah Baker into the attack. Smart catch behind the stumps from Freeborn. And Sarah Bryce's short stay comes to an end. A productive 1-9 from 6. But now a couple of wickets started to tumble. Maybe the Central Sparks will hope that this is the period of the game where the tide will turn their way.
It's amazing what a couple of wickets and a little bit of pressure can do, isn't it? Especially on a finals day. So I think this is a time that Eve Jones can really put a squeeze on. A really important couple of overs coming up, but they've got a really experienced player in Heather Graham coming out to bat now, who I think will just look to knock it around a little bit at first. But yeah, another couple of wickets here, and it's interesting, isn't it?
2 for 14 from Hannah Baker. Again, another one I managed to watch in the Under-19s T20 World Cup. I was hugely impressed. Thought she bowled magnificently in the semi-finals and final. Great control, gives it a rip.
Yeah, she's a really exciting talent coming through. Looks like she's just upped her pace a little bit this year. Just bowling a little bit flatter, which I think in T20 cricket is probably about right. But I think the great thing about Hannah Baker is that she still turns it. So I think sometimes you can up your pace, kind of push it through a little bit more, and you lose a bit of that attacking threat and that turn. But she's still, like you said, giving a bit of a rip, and I think that's her point of difference, definitely.
Heather Graham, new player at the crease.
And they're invaluable in T20 cricket as well, aren't they? Yeah. Leg spinners. If I had my time again, I'd definitely be a leggy, I think. But yeah, she's doing a great job here, Baker.
Yeah, wrist spinners now, they are the hot commodity in limited overs and T20 cricket. And it is because of that. It's the wicket-taking ability. Control, really, kind of gone out the window a little bit.
Yeah, but I think she still has brilliant control, Hannah Baker, and for such a young player, I think she does.
Sorry, I should have clarified. I mean,
I know what you meant. Yeah. I just meant I think that's her point of difference to a lot of other leg spinners, is she really does have that control, and I think that's what makes her such an exciting young talent coming through. You know, especially for someone so young and a leggy, you think should be quite raw and probably not quite have that control, but she really does, and I think that's why so many people talk about her as being the next big thing, really.
13 gone, 95 for 3. Welcome up into the commentary position. Charles Dagnall, Fee Morris. You're on camera now.
Yeah, I'm leaving you.
You're leaving me? Well, it was short and sweet.
It was good to see you.
Yeah. It's always nice to know you and make you feel wanted. Welcome along. If you're watching on the ECB YouTube channel, this is the first of the semi-finals in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. The Vipers And the South East Stars going head-to-head at 2:30. Beautiful conditions here in the East Midlands as well. Sun beating down. Fee Morris has left me. Joe Gardner comes back in. And you would still, given the rate required is just around about 6.5, with Katie George continuing. Huge appeal, which is turned down, maybe just a little bit of pad. Umpire unmoved, but you would still feel that the Blaze have got this one.
Yeah, you would. This is obviously their most experienced partnership that they've kind of got remaining within the lineup. There's not too many other batters in the Blaze team that have had that much opportunity with the bat, because obviously Catherine Bryce, as we've already mentioned, has scored so many runs.
And that's actually a really good point, as well as maybe your top four do, and if they score the weight of runs within the group stages, actually when it comes to this situation, you find yourself in a knockout situation, you've not had a huge amount of time at the crease, it can just put you on the back foot a little bit. You look at Heather Graham, she only scored 27 runs this year in the 6 games that she's played, including this one. I'll tell you what, the Central Sparks managed to remove Catherine Bryce, and a completely different complexion could fall on this game.
Yeah, for sure. Make no mistake, Sparks do need a couple of wickets to well and truly be back in this game, you would imagine. But it's finals cricket at the end of the day. There's a long way to go.
Almost. She's causing problems here, Katie George. That little inside edge falling onto the pad rather than the stumps is not through a shortage of effort from KG.
Yeah, and just backing up that over that we saw previously from Hannah Baker. That's what Eve Jones will want from her bowlers, kind of working in tandem as a partnership, especially at this stage in the game.
Comfortably home, wanted one right from the off, but the angle here, Katie George just not giving any width. You can't free the arms. It's a good plan, a good line.
Yeah, it just looks as though Heather Graham's tried to take on the aggressive stance against Katie George, when in theory she could just knock it to one of the sweepers and get Catherine Bryce, who's obviously been out there for almost 30 balls now.
It's a very, very tidy over from Katie George, and then another change of pace. Very cleverly disguised. 3 overs, 1 for 15 for George. It's 98 for 3 from 14, and that rate just starting to nibble up now. It's gone above 7s. Revelling in the sunshine.
It's absolutely glorious out there. I was nipped outside after my stint earlier, and I could definitely feel myself getting a little bit burnt potentially, so I thought it'd be wise to pop back inside.
Who's the youngest on the commentary team today? Just trying to have a look round. How old's Sam? How old are you, Sam? No, just answer the question, Sam. 35. Michael's 30.
Get in.
Just thinking about ice cream runs later. You say it was always the youngest used to have to pack the kit bag in the dressing room, but we don't have a kit bag here. It could be McCann doing the ice cream run later. It's actually over on the other side of the ground, and I've got a bad knee, so it can't be me. And I'm only just over 30 years old by about 16 or 17 years.
You don't look a day over 30, Daggers. I know what you mean.
Joe Gardner, I always love commentating with you. Grace Potts, it is. Very classical, almost an old school action. Very tall, uses a height well. Quite a long delivery stride. I think maybe if she can just shorten that a little bit, it might just get an extra yard of pace. There we go, Michael McCann. That's where it is. That's, I think on more than one occasion you might be going down that. Uppish. but safe. Just falling short of long on. It just feels that at the moment it's a strong period. Failed to mention that the 100 was up before. I was talking about ice cream. But I just feel that they're trying to get away. Not seen a boundary in a little while. Trying to force the pace a little bit, and in so doing, things just feel a little bit stagnant. Finds a fielder again.
From a Blaze perspective, they'll be confident sat in the changing room or out on the balcony, wherever they are in the hutch, actually, that if Catherine Bryce is there at the end of this innings, then they'll win this game. Obviously, we've spoken so highly and how she's the leading run scorer in the competition and has done so well for Scotland this year as well.
Yeah, she has. I mentioned her stint in the WPL where I thought she was hugely impressive. And experiences like that, I think, turn you into a different kind of player. Leadership of the Scotland team, can't wait to see how they're going to go in the T20 World Cup over in Bangladesh in October. Again, another tidy over here for the Central Sparks. Can it be finished off? Oh, it's gone huge. It's an enormous blow right into the arc of Heather Graham, and all Long On could do is crick the neck and watch it sail over her head. And a good over has turned sour from the Central Sparks. 108 for 3.
What a shot that is from Heather Graham. Just uses her feet, comes down the track, strikes through the ball, lovely, straight over, Long On.
I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of our ice cream boy, who we have nominated for the day, Michael McCann.
Yeah, thanks, Daggers. First boundary and a few overs there for the Blaze. Lovely way to finish it. Heather Graham's first boundary of the afternoon, I believe. Looks as though it's going to be Courtney Webb back into the attack.
Just nerdled away by Bryce for 1. They always say when you're part of a team to find lots of different ways to contribute to it. And it's always all the more pleasing when your teammates help you do that. And that extends to the commentary box as well, I think. We've got
You
quite
need a helping
hand as well.
A helping hand up to the ice cream van then.
That's smash. Sounded good off the bat. Kind of got underneath it and it plugged it a little bit, but it does go over the rope. So Graham, who's been giving it the long handle here, gets some reward for doing so. Moves on to 16 off 12 and just brings that equation level on runs and balls. 28 off 28.
Yeah, the couple of boundaries that she struck in the past kind of 4 balls have both been full up in the area where she would have wanted to get her hands through it, that she failed to do in the previous over against Katie George.
It's a slow ball from Webb. It's gone very, very high. And it's taken coming round. That's a really good catch. Made a good 20 yards or so to her right. Emily Arlett holds on. So a wicket to follow the boundary. 113 for 3. And Graham, who'd been threatening to take this game in the Blazes' favour at a rapid rate, has to go for 16.
Yeah, she's trying to throw a couple more punches and really dent that runs required for the Blaze. But there's a change of pace again, I think, from Courtney Webb, slog swept, and it's a good catch running round from Emma at Long On. She had quite a bit of ground to make up, went very high. So after those couple of explosive boundaries from Graham, she departs. It brings Ella Claridge to the crease.
Yeah, interesting to see Webb used here, because this is her 11th game in the competition this season. She's been one of the Sparks' ever presence, but she has not been used much as a bowler at all in the campaign. 3 wicketless overs for 20 coming into finals day. Now, in the most pressurised situations, gets a chance as the 7th bowler to be used, slightly a beneficiary of the game situation in getting her opportunity, but has really made a difference here in picking up that wicket. That's away through fine leg, will be just one. Wasn't the best delivery in truth. Might be slightly pleased, Webb, that she's bowled that one to Claridge rather than an informed Catherine Bryce. Claridge's first ball. She does get off the mark though.
Yeah, Courtney Webb just standing up as the overseas player for the Sparks in this game.
More rotation here. Just one. Claridge, who has 78 runs in T20 cricket this season at 15 with a strike rate of just over a run a ball. But as is often the case when you're in the lower middle order of a team that's functioning well, you don't get many opportunities to bat that long necessarily. We'll have to re-bowl that one, Webb, to a visible frustration. Swung away. It might have bisected square leg and deep mid wicket perfectly. Instead, it's brilliantly fielded out there on the long boundary by Katie George, who zings it in and keeps it to 2. So an eventful over that. Plenty collected off it from the Blaze, but have lost that wicket. 23 to win off 4.
Yeah, and that run rate just sneaks under a runner ball that's required. It's just 23. Hannah Baker's going to be coming back into the attack as we just see the graphics there on the run rate. Blaze just slightly ahead of the point that Central Sparks were in their innings. And Eve Jones is turning to the young leg spin of Hannah Baker, who's taken 2 for 15 in this game so far. Her last over coming up.
Baker's down leg from her first ball. We'll have to re-bowl that one, just losing her radar a touch.
Bryce will be furious that she's missed out on that leg stump half volley.
That's a better ball, but it's cut away past Perrin at point for 1. Bryce will lean on all of her experience here. We'll know that there is no real reason to panic with under a runner ball needed. Should, in theory, be the Blazers game, but the reason we watch live sport is the beautiful unpredictability of what can unfold. Comes with real intent at Baker here and ends up kind of smearing it into the onside for 1, Claridge.
Yeah, all Claridge really needs to do is just get up and down the wicket and probably let Catherine Bryce do the majority of this run scoring to get the Blaze over the line convincingly.
It's down the track this time and hits it just over the head of mid-off. I think he might have got a little bit of a hand on this, Georgia Davis. It was struck very firmly. Catherine Bryce gets 4. Excellent shot, timing and power meeting with perfection as it has done so often off her blade this season. Might have been, well, it wasn't really a chance, to be honest. Truth.
Yeah, Davis was just a couple of steps in off the ring. Had she have kind of held the ring line, she might have had more of a chance.
Gets across this time, sweeps it straight to short fine leg. Good aggressive backing up from Claridge allows them to come through for the single. Well, Eve Jones is now swapped with Davis, which whenever your captain swaps you out, particularly when they say I'll field there, it always feels like a touch of a bit of disappointment for that fielder. Didn't really time this one, but Claridge will get 1 to long on, so this over's proving very productive so far. It's yielded 9 with 1 ball to go. Plenty of flight on that one. And hits straight to Jones, who takes it. So having swapped herself into mid-off, manages to hold on to that one, Eve Jones. 127 for 5. And an excellent innings from the competition's top run scorer comes to an end. Catherine Bryce gone for 44, and it maybe just keeps the door ajar and the Sparks' hopes alive.
Yeah, I think Catherine Bryce wasn't sure if that had have hit the ground before it went into the hands of Eve Jones, but it certainly didn't. She grabbed it, but the celebration was somewhat questionable. Stuck in her hand, nearly
Throw
hit
the ball
herself
behind
in the
you,
face.
then put your hands on your head.
She's laughing about it, but in the context of this game, could be a very big wicket indeed. But you'd think that the majority of the work has been done by Catherine Bryce.
Out comes Josie Groves, who will be feeling good, having bowled well, 2 for 16 with the ball. The youngster who came through the system at Northampton and has played netball for the England Academy, like a lot of elite sports people. Has played it another sport to a very good level as well. For now it will be Claridge facing, because the wicket fell off the last ball, the over of course. 14 to win off 3. Blaze looking to keep going their faultless record when chasing in T20s this season. Here's the skiddy Katie George. Starts with one down leg and it's popped off. I think it was the glove of Claridge and almost rolls back onto the stumps. Slightly peculiar one.
She's been hard to get away this afternoon, Katie George. Has bowled pretty tidily indeed. Has worked hard for 1 wicket and only gone at 5 and over. So Eve Jones turned into one of her strike bowlers.
Goes wider of the crease this time. Hit hard out into the deep. Will be 1 to deep square leg. 14 to win of 16. To continue. It's also been a record this season where it does seem like it's been a campaign more for chasing teams. This would be the 23rd successful chase. 16 wins for sides when batting first. Thanks to Hypercourse for that statistical nugget. Georgia game wide of the crease, hit hard down the ground. It's only half stop to mid-off. Ball was really travelling. Davis did well to get something behind it. More to the score.
Yeah, nice intent there from Josie Groves and her first ball using her feet. Hitting hard down the ground. It was actually a decent stop. Georgia Davis got a hand to it and just parried it. So it was only 2 as opposed to 4 if it had got through.
Slow ball from George. Struck firmly down the ground and that's gone for 4. 1 bounce 4. Really good intent here from Groves, who has come to the crease with a job to be done in finishing off this run chase and seems to be doing it in fine style.
Yeah, used her feet again real nicely there. Josie Groves straight back over Katie George's head. Probably the first time she would have been asking questions of herself at the top of her mark today. Goes short as well, and that'll be back-to-back boundaries for Josie Groves. Katie George went with the short ball option. Groves just was equal to it and helped it round the corner past fine leg. So just 3 to win now for the Blaze.
And that's the problem when you're defending such a low total. You get into a position like this where you just cannot afford even 1 over that proves remotely expensive. It's been a great effort from the Stars. It's been a great campaign from Sparks, I should say, rather than Stars. Won their first 3 games, lost 3 in a row, which put getting here in doubt, but then won 3 more in a row to secure their spot at finals day. But I have to say, probably looking back at this contest, just not enough runs with the bat. 3 to win now. No full toss, guided away through extra cover. This could well be it. It will be it. The Blaze are into a 3rd straight regional women's domestic final. Runners-up twice last season in 20 over and 50 over cricket. Determined to put it right this campaign. They have ultimately won this semi-final relatively comfortably in the end with 2 overs to spare. And it carries on their brilliant form in the Charlotte Edwards Cup this season. 10 wins from 11 now for them as they surge into the final, which will be against the South East Stars or the Southern Vipers. George ends up conceding 15 from that 18th over, but in truth, the damage was done long before that point, Jo Gardner.
Yeah, it was. Obviously, Catherine Bryce had done the bulk of the work kind of throughout those middle overs, ably helped by good partnership with Tammy Beaumont, worth 58 for the second wicket. But some handy striking there and a little cameo from Josie Groves, 14 off 4 to add to her 2 for 16 in the first innings as well. Very pleased for her after being out at the start of the season with a hand break, thumb break I think it was.
And on reflection, now we've seen both teams bat on it, maybe about 15 or 20 under par, do you reckon, with the bat today?
Yeah, I thought Sparks did well to scrap up to 140. I thought that they were in a bit of trouble after about 14 overs, and Webb managed, ably helped by Courtney Webb, getting them up to 140. But yeah, ultimately I think probably 15-20 short, and the Blaze, they weren't really in doubt. It was just a couple of wickets that potentially just knocked it slightly into a more balanced contest going into the last 3 or 4 overs.
So the Sparks runners-up in 2022, beaten semi-finalists in 2024. I think, of course, last season not qualified for finals day. I know a lot of hard work behind the scenes there from Laura McLeod and Gavin Larson to try and make the transition from being Sparks to Warwickshire as smooth as possible for next season. They'll have an opportunity to taste some silverware in this campaign, though, of course, in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, which is not even halfway through and will resume when...
Congratulations once again to the Blaze, winners of the first semi-final by 5 wickets with 12 balls to spare. The post-match presentation will follow shortly before the second semi-final between the South East Stars and the Southern Vipers, a 2:30 start. The toss and the team
second semi-final between the South East Stars and the Southern Vipers. First ball is in 45 minutes or so. That's the nature of 3 T20s in a day. It is pretty relentless finals day, and we're all here for it. It'll be interesting to see how the pitch plays as the day goes on as well, with plenty of cricket being played all on the same square, we are told to expect. For now, though, the tail of the tape is a game where Sparks fought hard to get themselves up to 140 for 9. Powered by 45 not out from Courtney Webb, but it wasn't to be enough ultimately. Blaze into the final, and we can get some pitch side reaction.
The player of the match today receives a bottle of Chapeldown sparkling wine, and for her 44 runs off 39 balls, I'm delighted to be joined by Catherine Bryce. Many congratulations, Catherine. It's some week you've had a new 3-year contract, and now this, a final in the offing. How pleased are you?
Yeah, really happy. Knew that the rest of the competition was kind of irrelevant, and we had to get the job done today to be in the final.
What was you thinking as you made your way out to the middle? Because it was quite even throughout that in terms of the scores.
Yeah, I think they got off to a brilliant start with the bat. They batted really well, but I think, again, Josie bowled brilliantly through that middle period. For us to be only chasing 140 there, I think was a fantastic effort.
And wonderful play by Tammy as well. Almost surprised to see her dismissed.
Yeah, I think she's brilliant to bat with, so it was great to have her out there in the middle, and you get great reward for playing really good shots. So yeah, it was great to have that partnership with her there.
How are the team feeling then? How are you feeling? I said it's been an incredible week. You must feel really settled. I mean, you were nominated for ICC Player of the Month last month as well. I mean, things are just absolutely flying for you.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant few months. Yeah, it's been going really well. So, yeah, hopefully we've got one more good game in us today.
Well, you're in the final. Do you want to face Southern Vipers again and get revenge for last year and deny them a third successive win?
Yeah, I think whoever it is, it'll be a good game. Obviously, it'd be great to get the win over them. But yeah, whoever it is, I think we'll be ready.
Many congratulations today. Our player of the match for today, Catherine Bryce, for her 44 runs off 39 balls. Many congratulations to Catherine and the Blaze, who have reached the final. We'll find out who they face. It'll either be the South East Stars or the Southern Vipers. The toss is at 2. We get underway at 2:30.
So I'm out in the middle ahead of the second semi-final of the Charlotte Edwards Cup, joined by the two captains. You're going to do the toss. Come on, let's see. You're going to call for it? Oh, that was close.
Tails, please.
Tails it is.
We'll have a bowl first.
And it is a tail. So the Southern Vipers, Georgia Adams, captain, are going to have a bowl first. Why did you decide to do that?
It's something that we've enjoyed doing in this format, I think, to settle ourselves in and have a look at the wicket, really. But we've been pretty confident in both disciplines, and, you know, T20 is so quick, you've got to do both well.
And how are the team feeling ahead of today's match?
Very calm, actually. Quite cool, calm and collected at the moment. I'm sure there's a few nerves lingering around. But, yeah, I think we've had the privilege of being at final stage before, so hopefully we can use that experience today.
Very best of luck to you. Well done. We'll see you in a few moments' time. Bryony, what would you have done?
I was a bit torn, really. I'm pretty happy with batting. It looks a decent pitch, so I'm happy to have a first crack at it.
And how are your team feeling ahead of today?
Yeah, we're same as Georgia, really. We're really calm. We feel really ready for today, and we're just looking to enjoy it and hope you play some good cricket.
Fantastic. Go well this afternoon. Good luck to you both. So that's the toss. We've got the Southern Vipers. Georgia Adams decided to bowl first, and we start at 2:30.
25 minutes away. Southern Vipers won the toss. They've elected to field first, so let's confirm the two starting 11s. Beginning with the Vipers, number 16, Maya Boucher. Number 28, Danny Wyatt. Number 88, Charlie Knott. Number 1, Captain Georgia Adams. Number 6, Freya Kemp. Number 22, Charlie Dean. Number 34, Georgia Elwis. Number 17, wicketkeeper Rihanna Southby. Number 50, Lindsay Smith. Number 61, Freya Davies. And number 14, Lauren Bell. Now for your South East Stars, starting 11, captain number 4, Bryony Smith. Number 47, Sophia Dunkley. Number 8, wicketkeeper Georgia Redmayne. Number 7, Paige Schofield. Number 10, Phoebe Franklin. Number 24, Alice Davidson-Richards. Number 53, Tash Farrant. Number 88, Emma Jones. Number 28, Rihanna McDonald-Gay. Number 19, Danny Gregory. And number 21, Tilly Courtine Coleman. That confirms your two teams, a reminder.
Did you know in the UK every year there are over 30,000 out-of-hospital cardiac arrests?
Emergency services, what service do you require?
Did you know only 1 in 10 people survive a cardiac arrest through to their hospital discharge?
Ambulance service, is the patient breathing?
It's going blue! It's going blue.
Right, listen to me.
Did you know over a third of UK adults do not know how to do CPR?
Can you feel the breathing now?
No, I can't. Come on, Claire.
If someone has suddenly collapsed, is unresponsive and not breathing, they are in cardiac arrest.
Would you know what to do?
Would you know what to do?
Would you know what to do?
Tap on their shoulders and ask, "Can you hear me?"
If there is no response, tip the head back and raise the chin.
Watch and listen for breathing for about 10 seconds.
If there is no sign of breathing, call for help now.
Start CPR by placing the heel of your hands in the centre of the chest with arms straight.
Press down about a third of the depth and continue at a rate of 120 compressions a minute.
If you are getting tired, swap with someone else. Keep going and don't stop until a defibrillator arrives.
Be part of the team.
Just give it a go.
Just give it a go.
Just give it a go.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. Every session is all out action. All invited, even mums and dads. That, ball, catch, go.
All stars and all stars.
So I'm out in the middle ahead of the second semi-final of the Charlotte Edwards Cup, joined by the two captains. You're going to do the toss. Come on, let's see. You're going to call for it? Oh, that was close.
Tails, please.
Tails it is.
We'll have a bowl first.
And it is a tail. So the Southern Vipers, Georgia Adams, captain, are going to have a bowl first. Why did you decide to do that?
It's something that we've enjoyed doing in this format, I think, to settle ourselves in and have a look at the wicket, really. But we've been pretty confident in both disciplines, and, you know, T20 is so quick, you've got to do both well.
And how are the team feeling ahead of today's match?
Very calm, actually, quite cool, calm and collected at the moment. I'm sure there's a few nerves lingering around, but yeah, I think we've had the privilege of being at final stage before, so hopefully we can use that experience today.
Very best of luck to you. Well done. We'll see you in a few moments' time. Bryony, what would you have done?
I was a bit torn, really. I'm pretty happy with batting. Obviously, it looks a decent pitch, so I'm happy to have a first crack at it.
And how are your team feeling ahead of today?
Yeah, we're same as Georgia, really. We're really calm. We feel really ready for today, and we're just looking to enjoy it and hope you play some good cricket.
Fantastic. Go well this afternoon. Good luck to you both. So that's the toss. We've got the Southern Vipers. Georgia Adams decided to bowl first, and we start at 2:30.
Good afternoon and welcome back, or welcome to, if it's the first time you are joining us in Derby. It's Charlotte Edwards Cup final day. And for the first time ever, we've got a couple of semi-finals. We've had one this morning, the Blaze, table-topping Blaze there through to this evening's final. And now we have an absolutely tantalising game coming up. The Southern Vipers versus the South East Stars. Sam Dalling alongside Fee Morris to start you off. We've got Charles Dagnall, Michael McCann, Joe Gardner and Sophie Luff in the commentary box with us all day. We're live on the ECB YouTube stream. I mean, might be an all-star commentary lineup, Fee, but let's talk about an all-star playing lineup. The Southern Vipers, we've just seen their team sheet. There's internationals running all the way through it, and they're going to take some beating, aren't they?
Yeah, it's hard to look past the Vipers, really. But, you know, you look at the Stars lineup and they've got some international stars as well. And, yeah, some really big hitters up top there with Bryony Smith and Sophia Dunkley opening the batting. They're two players that really go hard in the power play, so it'll be interesting to see if they can get them off to a flyer. But, yeah, both teams got unbelievable lineups, but it's quite hard to look past the Vipers.
You can just see with the quality of players that have to be left out of this game. We'll go through the teams a little bit later on, but as you can see on your bottom of your screens there, the Vipers skipper Georgia Adams won the toss. She elected to bowl first, so it will be the South East Stars batting. Any surprises there, Fee? I mean, chasing seems to be the go-to methodology these days.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, you know, on a finals day you sometimes think getting runs on the board and putting a little bit of scoreboard pressure on is quite good, but yeah, I think in general in T20s you want to be knowing what you're chasing and try and put the opposition under the pump early on with some early wickets. But yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be very interesting to see what happens.
Who would you expect to see take a starring role with the Southern Vipers? Lauren Bell is playing for them today. She might will take the new ball, I would imagine, but they've just got strength all the way through that bowling attack.
Yeah, I think Charlotte Edwards tends to go with Lindsay Smith opening the bowling, and yeah, Georgia Adams obviously goes with Lindsay Smith opening the bowling. So you've got Lauren Bell who'll look to swing it in. I know she's been working a little bit on swinging it away, but it will predominantly look to swing it in. And then I'd imagine they go Lindsay Smith the other end to have a little bit of a point of difference and just get the ball sliding on a bit. Heard from a couple of the Sparks girls then that the pitch isn't doing a lot. It's a bit of a belter, so I think it will just skid on a bit, which is actually kind of plays into Lindsay Smith's favour. Looks to hit the knee roll and get a lot of LBWs and bowls, so we'll see how she goes today.
Yeah, we will find out very shortly. As you can see, we saw a short while ago the Southern Vipers are out there gathered. They're ready to go out there. There is the Charlotte Edwards Trophy that the players have to walk past. South East Stars also, their batters ready to go. We'll run through the team sheets then. So 4 changes for the South East Stars. It was strange actually, isn't it? Because both of these semi-finals were played dress rehearsals in the week. Just a funny quirk of how the fixtures landed. So they've made 4 changes, the South East Stars. Bryony Smith, Sophia Dunkley, Georgia Redmayne, Phoebe Franklin, Alice Davison-Richards, Tash Farrant, Emma Jones, Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, Danny Gregory and Tilly Courtine-Coleman. I'm looking forward to seeing her bowl a little bit later on. Have you seen much of her?
I haven't seen her at all actually. She didn't play when we played against them. I've just heard her be likened to Sophie Eccleston, so I'm assuming she's pretty good. But yeah, I'm quite looking forward to seeing her bowl today.
Well, Charlotte Edwards picked her before anyone else, didn't she? She picked her for the Southern Brave in the 100 before she'd even made her professional debut. So she has some quite special figures, and we won't be seeing her till a little bit later on. Those you saw on screen, Bryony Smith and Sophia Dunkley, will be opening the batting for what is quite a changeable South East Stars batting lineup, isn't it? It tends to shift a fair bit.
It does a little bit, yeah, but it seems to be working pretty well for them. But I think it does shift a little bit in the middle, but you know pretty much every game that Bryony Smith's going to be opening the batting. She's going to go really hard. She's an unbelievable ball striker. And then with Sophia Dunkley the other end, who's also an unbelievable ball striker, I think they're maybe a little bit top heavy, but they're very top heavy, so they're very, very good up top. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they can get them off to a flyer. It should be a good game.
I think what you're saying is that we're going to have a little bit of fun out here. There are the Southern Vipers led by Georgia Adams. Their side is Maya Bouchier, Danny Wyatt, Charlie Knott, Georgia Adams, Freya Kemp, Charlie Dean, Georgia Elwis, Rihanna Southby, Lindsay Smith, Freya Davis, Lauren Bell. When you read it out loud, you sort of take a gasp and think, wow, don't you?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a scary batting lineup, isn't it? Yeah, I'd love to see Stars get a really big total here and then watch Maya Bouchier and Danny Wyatt go out and open the batting and try and chase it down. Make it really interesting.
So based on your conversations with some colleagues on another side. What do you reckon's par here? What do they need to set South East Stars?
Yes, I think from chatting to a couple of the girls down there, they reckon 160 was par. Obviously, it's a used pitch, but it's only had 40 overs on it. So, yeah, well, it sounded like 160 was kind of about par on there, which makes it sound like it is a bit of a belter.
Well, we're going to see Lindsay Smith take the first over. No surprises there. Left arm spinner. She's having an absolutely fantastic tournament as well. Georgia Adams turns to her first up. Starts with a dot.
Yeah, you've really got to look to play Lindsay Smith straight. She takes a lot of wickets where people try and sweep her, so they've got square leg up at the moment, so really trying to encourage people to go across the line, and gets a lot of LBWs and bowls.
Just not giving her any room. 12 wickets in the tournament, which is pretty good at 14s. It's the economy rate, 4.91. She largely bowls in the power play. Yes, exactly.
You take that in a 50 over game, let alone a T20, wouldn't you?
There's a fellow spinner. You just give a little nod there. Right, yeah, that's all right.
It's an easy life as a left-hand spinner, though, isn't it?
Can I quote you on that? Is that on the record?
No, yeah, she holds her line unbelievably well, Lindsay Smith. She barely strays from middle stump, and it's so hard to get away.
Bryony Smith does eventually get one away. First runs of this second semi-final. Derby bathed in sunshine.
Barbados at its finest today.
You're a regular visitor this week when the
I've
sun comes out.
I've never been to Derby before. It's my first time here.
3 hours is all it's taken you.
Yeah, I'll
to
come
christen
back.
it.
Yeah, if it's always like this, I'll definitely come back.
Ooh, just on the front foot there, Dunkley. Thought she was going to go up. Lindsay Smith, this is a great start though from her. See, I'm very glad on days like this that I'm up here, because me and the sun don't get on. I'm factor 50 out. As soon as the sun comes out, factor 50 comes on for me.
I'm an absolute sun worshipper, so.
Just a single.
Yeah, it's a great start from Lindsay Smith there. Like I said before, she hardly strays off the stumps. I don't think she's missed the stumps once there. It's just so difficult to get her away, and you go in with a plan every time we play against her. You think, no, I've got a bit of a plan, and then she just finds a way of tying you down again. So yeah, she's a really tricky customer.
Yeah, just the two off that first over. There's a reason why she was back in the England squad for that tour to New Zealand in March. It's the reason why Kirsty Gordon, despite taking 20 wickets, is not quite the next person in. Lindsay Smith has been outstanding.
Yeah, she's unlucky really that Sophie Ecclestone's obviously such a star, because she's been so good, but you know they're obviously both left-arm spinners, but couldn't be more different in their approach, the way that they bowl. I think there's space for two left-hand spinners actually when they're both bowling so well, but it'll be interesting to see if she does get a go in that New Zealand series.
Well, you often have 3 or 4 right-arm seamers, so why shouldn't you have 2 left-arm spinners?
Well, exactly. Put your best bowlers.
Here is one of them, Lauren Bell. A little bit wayward to start with there. Actually,
yeah, it didn't look to be too much swing. I think it just went on with the angle a little bit.
Rihanna Southby, as you would expect, she's such an outstanding keeper, made that look relatively easy, but she had to dart a couple of yards to her left, bounced just in front of her.
Yeah, she's a good mover, is Rhys Southby. She's come on a lot actually with the bat as well this year. It'll be interesting to see if she gets in today and how she goes.
Slow start then for the South East Stars. 2 fielders allowed outside that 30 yard circle for the first 6 overs. Fine leg and deep square leg.
Yeah, I think with that angle and with the swing that Lauren Bell gets, she rarely gets hit through the covers, and if she does, it's probably a bit of a poor ball, so I think it's a good field for her. Just looking to angle it in and get Bryony Smith to hit out to that square leg boundary. Like that.
It's nice. Occasionally in the commentary you say something and it just happens. Most of the time
it's good when it works, yeah.
Most of the time for me it never does. Sophie Luff has a knack. I sit next to Sophie Luff and whatever she says happens next.
It's because she's a captain. She knows what's going on, doesn't she?
She sees things. 5 without loss.
Yeah, it's a quiet start, but I'm sure they still get going at some point.
Important not to panic.
Absolutely, especially on a finals day. You don't want to lose wickets too early.
No panic there. No panic whatsoever. Sophia Dunkley just takes a little shimmy towards Lauren Bell, turns it into a half volley and fizzes it back past her head. First boundary of the innings, first boundary of the game.
I think that's when Dunkley's at her best, is when she's looking to hit as straight as possible. Obviously she's got a bit of an interesting technique, a little bit different, but she hits the ball so hard and she's got an unbelievable eye. But when she looks to hit straight, she looks unstoppable. I think that's a really good use of her feet as well against Lauren Bell. I think that's a good option against her.
What's Lauren Bell got to come back with? Just struggling with the radar a little bit. That's getting too much swing. Starting too straight.
Yeah, I think because of that angle coming into you with Lauren Bell, if you can get out to her, and when I've faced her in the past, I've quite enjoyed using my feet to her because you can kind of get outside the line and then use the pace that she's got to kind of hit straight through mid-on, mid-off. So I think Sophia Dunkley will look to do that a few times today.
There's an appeal, but Sophia Dunkley was 3 or 4 steps towards Lauren Bell by the time that ball struck her pad.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go to her. I think just look to hit as straight as possible.
A couple of 100 runs coming into this semi-final, Sophia Dunkley. 2 half-centuries.
Yeah, it's been good to see her back in some form, actually. She's obviously had a bit of a struggle with the bat in England colours, but she's such a talented player, and it's great to see her scoring some runs out there again.
I don't know if that didn't quite get up. Maybe it wasn't as short as the shot Bryony Smith played.
She does pick up length really well, Bryony Smith, but yeah, maybe a little bit full to be pulling there, but she hits that ball so hard. When she does hit it, it really, really stays hit. But yeah, that's kind of a big strength of hers, is that front foot pull. As soon as you miss your length slightly, she hits you over mid-wicket, so I'm sure we'll see her play it again.
There's just that radar slightly lacking for Lauren Bell. That's the 3rd wide in the over.
Yeah, it's just going on with the angle. I don't even think it's big swing. I think it's just going on with the angle a little bit. But yeah, maybe just needs to straighten up a little. But like I said, when she's got a fine leg and a deep square, you can't get too wide outside the off stump either, so it's fine margins.
That's a beauty. Worth the extra ball, almost. I suppose you do lose a run, don't you? So not but that was delivered. It just pitched and lifted as Bryony Smith gesticulates. 11 without loss then, the South East Stars, having been put in by Georgia Adams in this second semi-final. 2 overs gone.
It looked like that was the away swinger from Lauren Bell. I know she's been working a bit on swinging it in and away and a little bit of a wobble seam. So it looked like that was a bit of an away swinger, and yeah, it was an absolute beauty. It was a great length to Bryony Smith.
No surprise to any of us. That's pushed down the ground just for a single. The head went a little bit there, trying to hit across the line. No surprise to any of us that there's not been a change of bowling given the start.
Yeah, I don't know if she was just looking to hit over mid-off there from Sophia Dunkley, but just bottom-handed it a little bit into the leg side.
Well, Bryony Smith has hit over mid-on and over the boundary rope. That's the first 6 of the game. A big strike. Long on had just come up, actually. They just changed the field, as happens so often for a skipper. Cover had gone out. Long on had come up to mid-on. And Bryony Smith just dances down the track and lifts that one over the rope.
Yeah, I think that was going anyway. That didn't matter where long on was. No fielders in the crowd is there. But yeah, like I said before, when Bryony Smith hits it, it really stays hit.
And that means those fielders can hang back on the edge of the ring, but there's still not one because she strikes it so fiercely at them. only just cleared the rope that way, you know. I thought it had more legs than it did, the 6, yeah.
One of those scoop it back in, maybe.
Just a single.
She's so difficult to bowl, that Bryony Smith, because as soon as you drop it slightly short, she picks up length so well, but as soon as you get it in her arc, it's literally out the park. So, yeah, she's really tricky to bowl at and strikes it so nicely.
Do you practice those scoop it back in bits of fielding?
Yeah, of course. I've probably done one in my life, but I've practiced it millions of times.
Scramble. Free for a quick single, worth it for that one, though.
Absolutely, yeah. I've got it on record on my camera. Yeah, you practice them all the time, considering you probably get about one a season, but it looks good in training, doesn't it? And that's what it's all about. So.
It's only a fraction short that Bryony Smith picked up the length. One of those 2 fielders allowed outside the ring was there, so good bit of captaincy. End of the over, 3 gone.
I think that shows how good this pitch is as well, that you can trust that bounce. Like you said, that wasn't even that short, and she's gone back to it and managed to strike it really nicely out to that boundary. So yeah, a true bounce and coming on really nicely. So I think they'll look to really accelerate over the next couple of overs and really take advantage of that power play. It's so important in the women's game, that power play. So yeah, Charlie Dean coming on now will be interesting to see how Bryony Smith goes. She's usually pretty good against off spin, as I know all too well. But yeah, see how, obviously Charlie Dean's a fantastic bowler, so see how she goes this over.
How does she look to play off spin then, Bryony Smith?
She usually clears the front leg and hits it miles.
More pongoing.
A lot of pongoing, yeah.
Just dragged that one down. Charlie Dean, first ball of her spell. And Bryony Smith just helped it round the corner. Another 4. We are into the 4th over. Apologies, the scoreboard just seems to have frozen here at Derby. Maybe it's got too hot. Maybe Barbados, the heat, has got to the scoreboard.
Barbados doing its thing, yeah. Yeah, a bit of a drag down there from Charlie Dean. I think with a long on and a cow out, she'll be looking to bowl kind of full and straight and hit Bryony Smith on that front pad.
Oh, almost just like that. Although she was just trying to pull that Bryony Smith.
Yeah, that looked close. Maybe just sliding down from Charlie Dean. She does get a bit of spin, so maybe just sliding down leg side.
That's big from Bryony Smith. Just cleared that front foot. There's a fielder out there at deep mid wicket. That's her second 6 of the game. She looks in good touch. Moves to 16. Scoreboard's back. Someone's poured some cold water on it. 28. Wow, loss.
Yeah, that's exactly how Bryony Smith plays off spin. Doesn't matter where the fielders are if you're hitting it over him. Looked like an arm ball there from Charlie Dean.
It's a good test there. Even a spinner of Charlie Dean's quality. A couple of boundaries early on. I think it might have been leg buys. The first ball went for 4 leg buys. Oh, Bryony Smith. She went again. She didn't get anything on it. Crashed into the pads.
Yeah, that's well bowled from Charlie Dean. I think that pace is really key against Bryony. You've got to bowl a little bit quicker. You don't want to float anything up, especially in the power play to it. That one's gone up in the air. It's going to be caught. It's going to be the first wicket. It is the first wicket. Bryony Smith, she goes for 16, and Charlie Dean gets her revenge. 28 for 1. Just looked like she went across it a little bit there, Bryony Smith, and looked to hit 2 leg side. Just kind of squirted off the face a little bit. Oh, that was a horrible catch, isn't it? One of those duckers. Yeah. You know that everyone's expecting you to take it as well. They're always the ones that I drop, the easiest ones that are actually really hard. More time. Everyone thinks, oh yeah, they'll take that. You want it fizzed at you. Yeah. Anything that's spinning in the air is just horrible, isn't it? I definitely would have put it down. I can say that. It's one of the few things today I can say with absolute certainty. Ah, no, come on.
Safe as houses.
Yes, you're very kind. 28 for 1 then, after a slowish start. Bryony Smith had just looked to get going, hit a couple of sixes. You can see her frustration. She quite fancied the big one today. Georgie Redmayne comes to the crease, Australian overseas star for the Stars.
Yeah, I've not seen too much of Georgia Redmayne. I know she's pretty good square of the wicket. Quite a busy player. Yeah, obviously got a lot of experience playing in the Big Bash and played in the 100 a couple of years ago as well. Obviously got a gig this year, so yeah, be good to see her back for a little bit out there.
That was the end of the over, so we'll have to wait a little bit longer to see her. 32 for 1 after 4. Southby Stars having been put in. You can see Freya Davies for the first time. Southby up to the stumps.
Against her old team as well here, Freya Davies. She'll be relishing this.
Yeah, came across last summer. Wouldn't she love to do well? Redmayne then the left-hander. They wanted her to come a little bit earlier. The Stars were keen, and she said she wasn't quite match fit. And so it just shows how keen they were to get her over, that they were prepared to say, okay, give yourself some time, get ready, come over.
Yeah, she's scored bags of runs for Brisbane Heat over the last few years, so she's a brilliant signing for them.
She had that horrible injury a couple of years ago, didn't she? That clip. Well, yeah, let's not talk about it. Well, it's a big shout, though. That looks pretty good. Not given. It's one of those from the commentary box. Sometimes you will learn there's ones that you just go finger up straight away. I've learnt not to, but it looked pretty good. That's going to be close.
Yeah, I think it doesn't look like it's swinging too much out there, so maybe just pitch down or maybe just going down, but yeah, maybe a little bit too close to give.
James Treadwell just gave the signal. Sliding down, he said. His word is the gospel around here. Giving us a wide. Rihanna Southby. Quick as you like, threw it back. Missed the stumps. Hit a fellow wicketkeeper. Apologise straight away. Moving back into the left-hander, chance of a run out. Oh, direct hit. Not given. Georgia Redmayne was looking for the single. Sophia Dunkley definitely wasn't. It was her call. She was right to send her back. Both in terms of it was her decision, and she would have been out if she'd run that, I think.
She's a hell of a fielder to be fielding at 45 is Freya Kemp. I wasn't actually sure if that was a direct hit or if that was maybe Rihanna Southby's glove knocking the bail off, but she went up for it, so a little bit cheeky if it was a glove.
We'll say it was a direct hit.
Yeah, we'll give her the benefit of the doubt there.
And that just shows the strength of the Southern Vipers, isn't it? Someone who might normally be fielding in a key position. Well, they're all key positions in T20, mind you. It's a horrible position, short fine leg, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not something I volunteer for often, but yeah, I think when you've got Danny Wyatt at deep square and you've got Maya Boucher, who's another unbelievable fielder out there as well. Yeah, they're not hiding many in the field, the Vipers.
Just took a couple of steps down the wicket there. Redmayne tried to negate that swing. Picks up a single to George Adams. He's just hanging back at mid-on to the left-hander. Left-hand, right-hand combination, so something else for George Adams to think about.
She's a seasoned pro. She'll be fine, Gads. She's a great captain, got a great cricket brain. She'll be managing the troops well, I think.
Southby up to the stumps. We'll see that a lot today, I think. A big heave from Sophia Dunkley. She was looking to hit that over towards the old horse traps, I think, in the leg side. Didn't get anything on it. Scrambles through for a single. End of the over, then 5 gone. 36 for 1 for the Stars. Charlie Dagnall's going to come in alongside Fee Morris.
Yeah, I think with how much Sophia Dunkley looks to use her feet, even against the seamers, I definitely think we'll see Rihanna Southby standing up to the stumps a lot today. she's got great hands. She's a brilliant young keeper. She's worked really hard on her batting this year, actually, and that's really come on. As if the Vipers didn't need any more reserves in the batting stocks. But yeah, she's a great player, and I think she'll stand up to the stumps as much as possible, especially when Sophia Dunkley's on strike.
She's a good one. Some of the best hands in the country has Rihanna Southby. In fact, on Sky Sports last year, I think during the 100, we did a wicket-keeping clinic with her. Absolutely fabulous to watch. Bell is back. Just lapped by Dunkley. Strange kind of shock considering final leg is back.
Yeah, I felt pretty lucky over the last 2 years to have Ellie Threlkeld behind the stumps. So I still, I think Rihanna Southby's brilliant, but I still believe that Ellie's got the best hands in the country. But yeah, they've got some unbelievable keeping stocks in England at the moment. It's really great to see.
How's my mate Seren Smale getting on? I think she's a good one as well.
Seren. She'll be loving getting a bit of airtime on here.
I think she's a very fine player. One to keep your eye on, and that is one to keep the eye on as well, as Georgia Redmayne scythes that away through the offside. Not been so good with the areas bowled today from Lauren Bell.
Yeah, it just looks like she's pushing it across a little bit. Kind of a few gone down leg side against the right-hander, and then that's obviously full and wide against the lefty. Just lost the radar a little bit.
Beautiful looking punch. Will only bring a single. It was interesting. I had a good conversation with Matt Mason, one of the England bowling coaches. Came on our podcast and was discussing about Lauren Bell and the fact that given the schedule and the workloads and trying to change her technique a little bit, trying to develop that away swinger. We've seen it in operation a couple of times, but with that, whilst you're working through things, there may be a little bit of waywardness that comes with it.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. You've probably got two players here. So Sophia Dunkley, who's looked to change her technique a little bit, and then Lauren Bell, who's changing a lot of things about her bowling action. And they're kind of trying to do it as they're playing. They've both received quite a lot of a stick actually for maybe not bowling or batting as well as they should have done. But I think you can probably give a little bit of sympathy where they're trying to change a lot about their technique, but during games that are being televised and England games. So I think you can probably give them the benefit of the doubt a little bit.
I was doing the majority of them. Was that a dig at me?
Not at all. I mean, no, but more kind of social media and.
No, but I'm sort of. I agree and disagree to a certain extent. I think when you're playing international cricket, I don't think you should be working on your game. I think
completely agree. Yeah.
When it comes to that, I think you've got to treat it not as even though if it's against Pakistan recently, as it was, and you know that they're a slightly lower standard than England. As Dunkley goes big, that's one of her areas. Don't bowl into that slot. From long off down to deep backward square, that's the area for Dunkley, and she'll pick up on those easy as you like. 6 overs gone, 48 for 1. Fee Morris is leaving us for the moment as Joe Gardner comes back in, but I will maintain that it's one of the things where I think domestic cricket is genuinely where you look to try and work on the game. International cricket, maybe not the platform to do so. Anyway, and one thing that I was keen to see about Sophia Dunkley is the change in technique, and has she changed it? Because that's what saw her out of the England side. The fact that if you bowl left arm spin or leg spin against her, she only had a certain hitting arc. And I wonder if she's gone away, tried to work on that, opening up more areas, because she got found out a little bit in the international game.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's the type of character that wants to put in the work and weave her way back onto the international stage and showcase that she is equipped and has the talent to exceed even more so at that level.
I don't think it's about the talent either. It is a genuine technical deficiency that I thought that she had, as that's been guided quite gloriously by Georgia Redmayne. There will be a couple of runs as Bella's in hot pursuit. I just think that when you look at Dunkley's technique, her bat face is closed off. She goes around the ball, and if the ball is moving away from her, the right-hander, it limits her a little bit, and she can hack across the line. And I think good bowlers, you look at the great international bowlers around the world, and the amount of excellent leg spinners and away swing bowlers there are, and I think that's where she came a little unstuck. Back in the England squads now as Dean gets to scoop one through.
Yeah, Georgia Redmayne just trying to play quite square there. Obviously, I think Fee mentioned before, it's an area of hers that's pretty strong, square of the wicket. Just comes through for a single there that time. So brings Dunkley back onto strike. Redmayne, she's the 11th all-time WBBL run scorer. Just shy of 2,500 runs in that competition. So she's experienced enough. Just adding to the depth of the Stars batting lineup. Two brilliant teams.
I'll tell you what, looked at the team list and mouth was watering with these two coming together. I mean, it's night on international.
As far as domestic cricket goes, you're not going to see two more stacked lineups with international experience as these two, I would probably say.
Telegraphed it, but it was played beautifully. Really nice. As just looking at the field, seeing where you're scoring options. It's smart cricket.
Yeah, it's really, really clever there from Sophia Dunkley. It's not a shot that we would see that often from her across the course of her career, so she's done really well to execute that reverse sweep, got it fine enough, and it went all the way for 4. Yeah, brilliant from Dunkley there.
Concludes the 7th over, 58 correction, 4-1. Dunkley is 23 not out off 16. And Georgia Redmayne, who's just going at a runner ball. In this second semi-final, of course, these two sides the only ones to have won it. The South East Stars in the first edition of the Charlotte Edwards Cup, down at, as it was, the Ageas Bowl. Utilita Bowl, I think it's called now. And then the Southern Vipers winning the last two editions last season at New Road. So both will be very keen to either keep hold of it or get their hands on it again.
Looks as though it's going to be Charlie Knott, the Vipers' leading wicket taker, that's going to come into the attack to bowl against the Brisbane Heat teammate in Georgia Redmayne. So good that we now have the opportunity to get these overseas players playing in our domestic competition and just enhance that quality and calibre of the competition even more so.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And we were discussing earlier about the depth that Australia have, and it does work both ways. English players going over to play in their domestic comp, the WNCL, and also the WBBL. I think it's hugely beneficial for all concerned. It raises those standards, makes it more competitive. Also shows you how good the players are that can't get in that Australian side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just on that kind of vice versa experience, obviously Georgia Adams, Vipers captain, had the privilege of going out to play for the Adelaide Strikers and also New South Wales last year.
Won it, didn't they, Adelaide?
Yeah, she's won a few
WBBL?
trophies in the past 12 months or so, Georgia Adams. So obviously the Charlotte Edwards Cup, the Rachel Hay Flint Trophy, the 100, the WBBL. This just keep coming.
Dad won a few as well. County championships down at Sussex. Tell you what, could make an absolute fortune if you melt down all their silverware. Looking forward to seeing Freya Kemp with ball in hand. I've been told that she's available to bowl. Hasn't done so yet. Down the ground. Has she got enough of it? Yes, she has. Not quite as cleanly timed as she would have liked, but the power is there. The placement even better. Picks herself up yet another boundary.
Yeah, it was just floated outside the off stump there from Knott, wasn't it? Dunkley well into her innings now, uses her feet, comes down the track and hits it pretty straight. No great turn on offer, other than the turn straight into the middle of Sophia Dunkley's bat.
Good cricket. Really good cricket. So easy when you're blazing boundaries all over the show just to forget about the little tip and run and what's available to you. Be really intrigued as well to see how this Derby wicket plays. Usually an excellent white ball track here. The county ground in Derby. But sometimes over a course of a day can just change characteristics a little bit. Still looks an absolute belter though, and South East Stars going very nicely. 63 for 1 at the conclusion of the 8th over. This, well worth reminding that this is a replay of the final group game. South East Stars just need 4 more runs to overcome the 66 they were bowled out for against the Southern Vipers down in Hove. Vipers winning that last group game by 113 runs, but it's going to be a completely different affair today. 4 changes for the South East Stars. So in come Phoebe Franklin, Sophia Dunkley, Georgia Redmayne and Rihanna McDonald-Gay. No place for Kalia Moore, Alexa Stonehouse. I'm a little disappointed not to see Alexa Stonehouse play. I think she's a very fine young player. Chloe Hill and Maddie Blinkhorn-Jones left out. Although a little later on in the second innings, I'm hugely looking forward for the first time to see TCC, Tilly Courtine Coleman.
Yeah, she's a very exciting young prospect, just 16, teenager, burst onto the scene. Left arm spinner, very talented.
Yeah, she took 4 wickets in 4 balls, I think, Tilly Courtine Coleman. Was that against, who was that against? That was...
I think it was up at Chester Street against the Northern Diamonds.
Yeah.
5 for 19 she ended up with that day, yeah, no mean feat whatsoever.
Don't have your peaks at 16 years old.
I'm sure she's got a long career ahead of her.
She has indeed.
Picked up by a Southern Brave in the draft as well, so Charlotte Edwards has already touted her opposition coach today, mind.
Yeah, I think she takes one look at a player, does Charlotte, and goes, I'll have some of that. Be useful for me. Freya Davis has bowled really nicely. The first over, she did get a little bit of away movement. Thought that LBW was very close. James Treadwell thought otherwise. Well, he might have thought it was close, but he didn't think it was out. Got boxer tricks as Freya Davis. Back of the hand, slower balls. Yorkers pace on.
Yeah, Freya Davis is an interesting one actually. With her back of the hand slower balls, compared to some of the other bowlers around the circuit, her back of the hand slow balls actually cut in off the surface, whereas you often see other people that utilise their back of the hand slow balls tend to move away from the right hander in particular. But yeah, she's got a bag of tricks and she won't be afraid to use them. And this is what her second over, I think the first ball was at back of the hand.
movement from Dunkley. Has to be quick. The throw is good. Just the extra bounce over the top of the stumps. What is it like facing Freya Davis? Are there any little ciphers that you can see or spot that the Telegraph might, or give you any inkling as to what she might be bowling?
I think you can often tell by the field set, generally with Freya. I know certainly for myself, I faced her quite a bit in the couple of games that we played against the Vipers, and she had the 4 out of 4 straight, so kind of cover long on, long off, and a cow corner, and that allowed her to bowl multiple deliveries. To be fair, she was mixing it up quite a bit, whether that was back of the hand, pace on, or even Yorkers. She's got a very mean Yorker in her as well.
There it is, the back of the hand slower ball, but it's met with the flashing blade of Sophia Dunkley, and it's gone all the way over deep backward square. Don't bowl leg side to Sophia Dunkley, and she continues along her merry way. 35 from 21, 9 overs gone, 73 for 1.
Yeah, Dunkley there just turning what was a pretty good over for the Vipers into a good over for the Stars. Yeah, as you can see there, just a bit leg side, wasn't it? And Dunkley's kind of gone with the ball and helped it round the corner, and it's gone all the way over the rope for 6.
I think bowlers can help themselves a little bit. If I was bowling to Sophia Dunkley, like I say, leg stump line, if you're going to actually err a foot outside of off stump, because traditionally, and again this may have changed over the last 6 months or so, but traditionally her hitting areas are long off or mid off through to deep backward square, so throw it outside the off stump I would. Georgia Adams with a flatties, round arm off spinners.
Yeah, it was very effective for the Vipers in the past couple of years. Probably not taken as many wickets this year. Just 8 wickets in the tournament. Was leading wicket taker in the 100 last year.
What I do like about Georgia Adams, and I think why she has had the success she has, numerous reasons. One, the round arm nature is she doesn't get a lot of bounce, so it's not necessarily, it sort of skids through a little bit more than you think. And I don't know about you, and maybe in the past you might have thought this, or batters think this, but you think, well, if I'm going to target someone in this Southern Vipers lineup, I'm probably going to go with Georgia Adams, and she's a much cannier bowler than that.
Yeah, I think that probably does play into people's mindsets at times, but I think there was a stat that was flying around saying that she was a bowler that had the highest percentage of balls that were hitting the stumps. I'm not sure how big the sample size was on that, or when that stat was. Don't know if it's still true now, but you know that the stumps are always in play with Georgia Adams, and she got a lot of her wickets, certainly last year, from people trying to sweep her and things like that.
Slog sweep from Redmayne. It's beautifully connected to as well. A little bit more air offered by Georgia Adams. A shot that Redmayne plays very, very well.
Sweeper off the stumps, might I add. That one was just outside off stump, so slog sweep timed nicely from Redmayne, as you can see there.
A lot of the Aussies are very good sweepers of the cricket ball. Once more, this time straight out to Lindsay Smith at deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, and I'd say Redmayne's probably a player that's more likely to find her boundaries sweeping against a spinner than someone like Dunkley, for example, who's more likely to come down the track and pump you straight.
Well, the 4 deep fielders are for Dunkley's areas. Long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. That's her arc. Drags it from outside off stump. nicely fielded. But a productive over for the South East Stars. And Southern Vipers, well, they need to start taking a few wickets. This is an excellent platform on which to build. 81 for 1 at the halfway stage. Joe, you're going to stay in situ. Michael McCann will take over from me.
Yeah, brilliant start from the South East Stars. See those boundaries there on the wagon wheel, just in that kind of wide long on mid-wicket, straight mid-wicket sort of region. Dunkley, she's going nicely, 37 off 24, adding to her 200 runs that she'd already scored going into this game. A couple of half centuries. Hello, Michael.
Hello. Platform's been very well laid here by Dunkley and Redmayne. Now time to kick on. Dunkley jams that one down into the ground.
Yeah, still plenty of depth to come in this Stars batting lineup as well. So good that they've got 9 wickets in hand.
Comes wider of the crease that time into the pads. Big appeal, nothing given. Good backing up from the non-striker Redmayne, who was immediately alert to the possibility of a single.
That was a pretty decent shout, I think, from Lindsay Smith. Not sure if James Treadwell was perhaps put off by the fact that she had moved across her stumps and was also on the move.
So one thing that comes to mind, I mean, she came very left arm around there, emphasising the around part in that. Now switches to left arm over. I've gone for a 5-4 onside field here for Redmayne, which slightly signposts where Smith would bowl, you'd imagine. She's not going to offer too much width, or certainly shouldn't be with that field. And indeed she's not. Worked away by Redmayne for 1. Georgia Redmayne still settling into life as a star. In addition, she's only joined at the back end of this T20 campaign. Just jabbed into the ground by Dunkley. Won't get anything for that. It is interesting to note teams talk about winning the power play. Well, the South East Stars have comprehensively done that. It's their best power play of the season. It's the Vipers' worst. Just turn round the corner for 1.
Yeah, I did see a little stat on that. I had noted the South East Stars power plays across their 9 innings that they'd had. Obviously, they had that game abandoned against the Storm. And their previous best was 47 for none against the Vipers in the game that they won at the Oval.
That's straight at short fine leg. I'll get 1. Yeah, they got 48 for 1 today. You'd probably in truth prefer 47 without loss, but in terms of runs scored, and it's also the most runs the Southern Vipers have conceded at that stage of the game, and that is a big reason as to what has contributed to what we see now. 85 for 1 off 11. Interesting head-to-head between these two, because you alluded to that game at the Oval. I commentated on that one. It's a very good performance from Stars. It actually took an excellent partnership from Monaghan and Southby just to scramble the Vipers up to a half-decent total, and even then Stars won by 6 wickets with 11 balls to spare. Paige Schofield hit a 50, Sophia Dunkley hit 53. But then, of course, in the rematch in midweek, albeit Stars had made 4 changes, it was a comprehensive pasting for the Stars. There's something about the Vipers, sort of as soon as a finals day seems to come into the rear view mirror, they seem to just find form at the right time. 4 wins from 5 heading into today. Adams to continue. That's straight to point. Won't get anything for that. So a good bit of pressure building here. Just a little period of the game where it's accumulation for the South East Stars. Redmayne has 20 but under a run of ball, so the Vipers won't mind that. Let's say a swing and a miss outside off, trying to sweep Adams. There is only a short fine leg. Redmayne thinking that if she can get it either side of that fielder, it's probably 4. Adams gives that one more flight and beats Redmayne in the flight. It's a bit of a collector's item, that, from Georgia Adams. It's not too often she tosses it up above the eye line like that.
Yeah, there's a little bit of turn on offer as well from Charlie Dean, but Redmayne obviously wanting to exploit the sweep with square up in the ring.
Beg your pardon, Dean hit out to deep cover this time. Spoilt for choice, an embarrassment of riches in this Vipers bowling lineup. 6 we've seen already. Means that skipper always has that luxury of knowing if anyone does get a bit of tap, they can be hauled off, no trouble at all. Dean's got one more after this. Just rearranging a field for the right-handed Dunkley. It's pretty much everyone out on the onside. A short fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, and a long on. 4 in a ring on the offside and then long off. Gives that one some flight. Hit hard by Dunkley. Big chase for long on coming around, and that will allow them to collect 2.
Tidy over so far, this from Charlie Dean. I should be hoping to get out of it without conceding a boundary.
And she may well have not. Indeed, she hasn't. Crashed away by Dunkley, bisecting deep mid-wicket and long on perfectly out towards cow corner for a 1 bounce 4. So it just breaks it. A little run of the Stars going without a boundary. And Dunkley flies along to 44.
Yeah, again, as we've seen in her innings so far today, uses her feet to get to the pitch of the ball and, as you mentioned, split the gap between the deep mid-wicket and the long-on fielders quite superbly.
First boundary in 14 balls, which for a T20 game is a little while. Now Charlie Knott, what a campaign she's had. Vipers' top wicket taker coming into finals day with 16. Only Kirsty Gordon of the Blaze with more wickets in the competition. And she's not a million miles off being in the top 10 run scorers as well. Australia's Young Gun of 2023. She won the Young Gun award over there. Still not been capped by Australia. You would think that's going to come in the not too far distant future. Not giving that one some flight, but she's hit hard back down the ground, and it will go away for 4. Good strong shot by Redmayne going inside out. Well played.
Yeah, she's done really well to get that there. You can see that she uses her feet, but the ball was probably going on to hit a 7th or 8th stump. She's just managed to create the room to get it straight and bit the fielder that was in the ring at mid-off.
That's hit hard out to deep cover. Has picked out the sweeper perfectly. Redmayne just looking to accelerate and get through the gears here. It's very much go time here for Stars. Plenty of resources available. We know from that first game that ideally you want minimum 150 on this. Indeed, they'll be targeting more towards the 180 kind of direction at this point. So that's flown away off the outside edge. Might be a bit of luck here for Dunkley. It is a bit of fortune. Flies away and we'll get 2 more.
Yeah, it wasn't a convincing sweep from Dunkley. It was a bit of a standing sweep. I could probably describe it as it's cannoned off an outside edge. Moves on to 46.
That's hit hard out to deep mid-wicket for 1. So Dunkley has 47. She's not far off getting what would be a 3rd half century in this competition this season.
100 up as well for the Stars in the 13th over.
A lot of hitting in the hutch as well, the likes of Paige Schofield, who's had a great tournament. Alice Davidson Richards. Plenty of flight on that one. Down the track, 1 bounce to Adams at long on. The 100 has come up as well with that previous scoring shot, and it's come up in good time here too. Got to be looking at 10 and over from here With a platform like this, 2 set batters. Time to swing for the hills. And that's gone behind square. That's going to take some stopping. And it will be just about stopped. That's an incredible bit of work and could be a run out. There was a little bit of confusion between Dunkley and Redmayne.
Fantastic bit of fielding there. Out at deep. Square leg it was in the end that Lindsay Smith was making up the ground to haul that one back in to keep it to just 2. You can see there, full stretch dive to haul that back in, keep it to just a couple as Dunkley moves on to 49.
Yeah, you wouldn't have blamed her for expecting to get more when that came off the bat. Smith seemed in a little bit of discomfort as Jo Gardner will step out. And Sophie Luff will head in the commentary box. 7 overs left here. 10 and over gets 173. Deal or no deal if you're a Stars supporter?
I'd be dealing on that.
You'd be dealing on that. Yeah, 8 and over would bring another 56. That would be 159. That's hit hard by Redmayne. That's gone right in the gap. Again, it will need some amazing fielding to keep it in. It is some amazing fielding. More brilliant work out on the boundary. The mighty Boucher this time, my Boucher. That is great rope management as well, to somehow not be in contact with the rope while flicking that back.
Yeah, I mean, just great cricket there. Great placement by Redmayne, splitting the 2 deep fielders there, and some brilliant work by Boucher to get round and stop the 4 there.
That's hit hard. Going out to Boucher, who keeps it 1. We'll see her with the bat later on, wielding the willow, and I imagine she'll be looking at this pitch and quite fancying a bat on it.
Yeah, it looks to be playing nicely, doesn't it? And Stars have got a brilliant partnership together here to launch into the last 5-6 overs. Talked about partnerships in the earlier semi-final, and these two have set a brilliant platform for the rest of the Stars girls to come in and play with a lot of freedom.
So Dunkley on strike on 49. She hit 53 in a win at the Oval against the Vipers earlier on this season. But she's gone for 49. Great bit of work behind the stumps from Rihanna Southby. Lovely flight interception from Lindsay Smith. Dunkley came down the pitch but got nowhere near it. She goes for 49 off 34. She's played a great hand but falls just 1 short of the half century.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed missing out on a milestone there. It looked like she was almost playing to just try and get 50 there. You know, just trying to nudge and nurdle it. It's not really Dunkley's game, and Smith actually gets the reward. She's probably had the better of Dunkley through this innings, actually, and Southby does the rest. Great bit of glove work, as always, from Rihanna Southby.
Yeah, you can see she was just trying to nudge it into the pretty vacant on side. There was a short fine leg, and then everybody else in the leg side was back. I wonder whether that was almost part of the Vipers' trap in a way. Dunkley trying to turn it away against the spin. Noticeable turn as well. That's something to keep an eye on the longer this finals day goes on. We'll have spin bowlers licking their lips.
Yeah, and Vipers have had to go back to Lindsay. They've had to go back to their key bowler. She's going to end up bowling out. We're still 6 overs in the game to go. I know Vipers have got such an experienced bowling attack, but yeah, Lindsay at the death is really important as well. But obviously Georgia feels like they had to get a wicket, and Lindsay's provided that.
Now this is interesting. This is a bit of flexible batting order stuff from the Stars. Emma Jones has come up to 4, and I actually quite like this. She can hit the long ball. She will give it some welly. And she will not overly value her wicket, and I mean that in a positive sense in this context of this game. She's played that one straight to cover.
Yeah, playing against the Stars, it's a bit of a lottery when you turn up. You never really know what their batting order is going to be.
Jones has smashed that down the ground. Will take some stopping. Will be stopped on the bounce. I think that went about as high as it went long. She got underneath it a touch. When the power and timing align, my goodness me, she hits the ball a long way. I remember off pretty much one of the most central wickets at the Oval. Saw her in her first game for the Stars this season hit one a good 10 rows back into the stands. And that's a long old hit at the Oval. Oh, that's worked away for what looked like a slightly dicey looking quick single, but it works out okay in the end. 14 overs gone, 108 for 2. Redmayne has a runnable 31. You think it's time for her to kick on as well. 6 overs left.
Yeah, I think they'll want Redmayne to kick on, but I also think they'll use her as the one to bat around, and I think you see that in Jones coming out at 4. Girls that are going to go really hard. Like I said, Stars have an incredibly flexible batting lineup. The girls could be batting anywhere in that middle order, I feel, but they obviously feel that Jones has got that ball striking ability to complement, I guess, the skill level of Redmayne, who's going to hit some quite square areas, and I presume Jones is going to look to hit straight and over that Kye region.
Yeah, Jones can go straight to devastating. In fact, she's had to be very patient this season in a very impressive, so often winning Stars machine. Has been fighting to get her chance, but more recently when she has really impressed, which has got her spot in the 11. It's Freya Davies. Nice shot from Redmayne out to deep cover. One thing I would say though is you've got Paige Schofield, who has been devastating in this competition this season. She's got the best strike rate of any of the top 30 run scorers in the competition. She's the 8th highest run scorer, and she's still not out there. And we're in the 15th over, and she might not be out there for a fair old while.
Yeah, I guess that's where they probably really look at matchups and who they want to send in when in certain scenarios. Yeah, they obviously feel that Jones is the way to go, but like you say, Schofield's had a tremendous couple of years actually.
Slow ball and completely deceived Jones. He has to go doing exactly what she was sent up the order to do, trying to give it a whack, but she's out for 1 off 3. Clever bowling from Freya Davies, who gets her first wicket of finals day.
Yeah, Freya showing all her class and international experience there. She's looked to take pace off, knows Jones is going to go hard, and yeah, gets reward for keeping it really simple, keeping the stumps in play, the batter misses and you hit. It's a simple game really, isn't it?
Easy when you put it like that. Very neat stuff from Davies, and Jones had made room, had a swing, wasn't able to make contact. Davies, who has 35 England white ball appearances across the T20 and 50 over format, part of this Vipers side where it's almost easier to pick out the players that haven't yet played for their country. Charlie Knott, you think it will only be a matter of time. Georgia Adams in is the guest captain of this international 11, and Rihanna Southby is a pretty impressive keeper. It's sort of almost the People's Republic of the Southern Vipers. It's a hell of a team. But it is worth saying that pretty much the identical 11 lost to Sparks in round 8 a week ago, so they're very much not invincible.
Yeah, I think they've obviously got a lot of internationals, but a lot of individuals, I'd say. They obviously come collectively together and produce results, but I'm not sure how much of a team they really are.
Here's Davies to Schofield. Just talking about what a brilliant season she's had. Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that. I was listening to the Wisden Cricket podcast on the way down here yesterday, and Lauren Winfield-Hill was saying this. She said there's almost 2 versions of the Vipers team. It's with and without all those England players coming back, and one of the difficult tasks for Charlotte Edwards is how you manage that. Think of a player like Emily Windsor, not involved today. Very unlucky not to be. Another slow ball from Davies. That's trickled off the pad out to short fine leg. Redmayne takes on the single. They've got to be taking singles like that, particularly at this stage of the innings, and they did, and they got through.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting point actually, and you mentioned Emily Windsor as a prime example, but you know, no matter how well she performs,
winning runs Windsor
in any game for the Vipers, she is always going to be leapfrogged when the England internationals are available, and that's just how it works. But she's going to be a crucial cog next week, for example, when they go back into Rachel Hayhoe and they're missing half their internationals.
Cut away by Redmayne, but again has picked out that sweeper at deep cover. Windsor, who I mentioned in jest that nickname she's got from a few of Winning Runs Windsor, because she's had this habit for both Vipers and in the 100 as well of consistently being almost the finisher's finisher, the one who is always there at the end and getting it done. Nicely bowled by Davies. That's out to deep cover once more, so a really good tight over. Only 3 conceded on Davies' figures, a leg by as well, a wicket too, 112 for 3, so Vipers doing well to stop the South East Stars charge. After some more thoughts from Sophie Love, it'll be Sam Dulling.
Yeah, big last 5 for both teams here. Stars going really nicely, but Schofield's got to get going pretty quickly here. The in-batter of Redmayne looking to build up partnership, and Vipers will want to continue to take wickets. Looks like it's going to be Charlie Dean to come back into the attack. As Sam picks up the mic again.
Hello, Sophie. Last over of Charlie Dean's, I was going to say work today. Should be hoping it's not the last over of her work today. 3 overs, 1 for 22. They've got options back end of the innings. Charlie not often bowls in the death. Georgia Adams bowls a little bit. She picked up wickets actually against Western Storm, didn't she? Sorry, Soph, had to bring it up.
Thanks for that, Sam. Yeah, I feel like she does pick up quite a lot of wickets against Storm, and actually she's known for getting me out, unfortunately, quite a lot.
Deft from Paige Schofield, who also has to be quite deft to avoid Georgie Redmayne when they were running. 4 runs. Starts with a boundary. Just finding that area almost right behind Rihanna Southby, who then has the ball chucked in over her head. It's all going on, Soph.
Yeah, Stars have done that really well today, actually. They've been able to manipulate the field, use those paddles, reverses. We saw Dunkley doing it against Dean earlier. And I think someone like Dean, you probably can do that because of her consistency with where she's landing the ball.
Gives that one a little bit more flight there, Charlie Dean. Made 50 against the Vipers earlier in the summer, Paige Schofield. That's successful. They were chasing that. They chased down 143. Paige Schofield 50 off 34 balls.
Yeah, she's looked like a different player since she's joined the Stars. They've definitely got the best out of her. She's had a really good couple of years. Ended up going to New Zealand with England A as well. Yeah, her batting's just really, really kicked on, and she's reaping the rewards.
Only a single, but sign of a little bit of intent there from Georgia Redmayne.
Yeah, she didn't get all that. She's looked better when she's actually played more of a slog sweep out to that leg side boundary.
There is a slog sweep towards the leg side boundary, but it's really well fielded out there. Keeps it to a couple. Bit of relay fielding. 2 more to Paige Schofield.
Yeah, Vipers have done well in the deep, actually. A couple of really good stops. Lindsay Smith earlier as well, and that was her again out there with Wyatt doing the tidying up work.
Tosses that one up to tempt her. It does tempt her, and she's found the boundary. Couple of bounces. Goes over the ropes. Paige Schofield moves on to a dozen.
Yeah, well into her work is Schofield now. Striking the ball really, really nicely. A couple of boundaries in this Dean over, and Stars are looking to put their foot down going into this back end.
Could be set for an imposing total here. 124 for 3. Wickets in hand. Flatter half an appeal. Charlie Dean's, I think, expecting that to be given. She just wanders away and has a look. Look pretty close from up here. So for end of the over, 124 for 3. Dean has 1 for 34 from her 4.
Yep, that was very close, Sam. Very close indeed. Schofield might have got away with one there. Vipers would have been hoping that the finger went up, but unfortunately Stars are still 3 down, and the Wasp is looking good, isn't it?
Yeah, let's have another look at that one. Close. Paige Schofield on a dozen. Potentially gets away with one. Will she make... I say 7 Vipers pay, but it's not really them. That almost suggests they've done something wrong, which...
Yeah, they haven't exactly like dropped her or anything, have they? So
Lauren Bell back into the attack. Couple of overs left for her. 2 overs 0 for 22. A little bit expensive early doors. One came out a little bit wrong, I think. Yeah, it's given us a no ball. I thought James Treadwell was going to keep his arms in his pockets there for a second and say, oh no, it was just a slower one that came out the back of the hand.
No, he's currently making the free hit signal. I think he's just told Lauren Bell and Georgia Adams, the skipper.
Very classy free hit signal, isn't it, from James Treadwell? See that? The two he had 2 fingers.
Oh, 2 fingers.
Yeah.
Oh. So Schofield gets a life and gets to face a free hit from Lauren Bell.
That's a good short ball. Followed it. Oh, now it's given us a wide. Eventually, after a little look from Paige Schofield, James Treadwell, I'm sure he was getting his arms out of his pockets anyway, just slowly.
Yeah, his arms were... he just wanted to do the free hit signal again, didn't he? The two fingers in the air.
We're still going. Another free hit. Pulled into the gap. That's a lovely looking shot there from Paige Schofield. There's a couple of fielders out there. Maya Bouchier was the closest to it, but it was only about 5 yards to her right. Hit so hard though. It's been a costly start to the over.
Yeah, Bell massively under pressure. A little bit wayward in her first couple of overs and hasn't started particularly well coming back here either. Always tough when you bowl a no ball first up. Puts you on the back foot as a bowler.
Pace off, drilled straight at Georgia Adams. I think that would have been quite close. Good hit and run though at this stage in a T20. I think you've got to do that, Soph.
Yeah, you're definitely looking to run it mid on, mid off if they're up in the ring. I think you're looking to do that from ball 1 in T20. To be honest with you, you're always trying to back yourself.
Left-hander Redmayne on strike. Danny Wyatt does well out on the boundary. And there's that relay again from the 7 Vipers. It was almost like, oh, well, you gave me the last one, so I'll give you that one, Lindsay Smith.
Yeah, a little bit miscommunication out there between the 2 England girls, Charlie Dean and Danny Wyatt.
Oh, it's Charlie Dean, sorry.
They got it in the end. Stars have run really well between the wickets as well.
It's into a gap again, so they'll run hard and they'll run really well.
Yeah, Redmayne just finding the pockets really nicely here. You know, sometimes she hasn't done it intentionally. She's almost clothed the ball when she's ended up getting 2, but she split those deep leg side pockets really nicely there, and Paige Schofield was always coming back for 2.
Pace off, that's gone up in the air. Charlie Dean waits. Charlie Dean takes the catch. Big wicket, Redmayne set batter, 39 from 38, has to go. Clever comeback from Lauren Bell.
Yeah, I think Bell will probably be relieved more than anything after that over. Safe hands of Charlie Dean there doing the work on the boundary. Vipers look like they just want to get back in position, get on with the rest of the innings and try and pick up a few more wickets just to stem the momentum that Stars have got. I think that's the other thing in T20 as well. Yes, the opposition might have got more than you were hoping for, or whatever that is. But the last few overs of an innings, towards the back end, as a fielding side, if you can keep taking wickets, get that momentum, how much of a difference that takes you into your batting innings. And we might see that from the Vipers here if they can pick up a few more.
Yeah, that was the 4th wicket to fall. An opportune time. Vipers having won the toss, remember, an hour or so ago.
And interestingly, Vipers are going to have to rely on not Adams to pick up a few overs towards the back end. Smith and Dean already bowled out. Davies has only got one more. You'd expect her to bowl out. So Adams is going to have to use herself, and Charlie Knott.
Tash Farrant is the new batter. She goes for an audacious reverse sweep first up. LBW appeal. I think it looked like it was straying down leg side. You have to almost play roulette with South East Star's batting lineup, don't you? Just who's going to come next.
Yeah, I always joke when we play them that we might as well not bother scouting them and just pull their batting order out of a hat and see what we come up with.
137 for 4, 17 gone. So despite losing Georgia Redmayne in the previous over, Lauren Bell picking up her first wicket of the day. She'll hope it won't be her last. South East Stars are in a good position here in this second semi-final. That bench will be relatively happy with the work they've done.
Yeah, still got a lot of batting to come there as well. You can see Alice Davison-Richards, Phoebe Franklin with their pads on, ready to go. Alice looks particularly relaxed. She is a very relaxed cricketer.
Georgia Adams. I was going to say turns to herself, but that feels physically impossible, doesn't it?
Good from Farrant there as well. I think Farrant's job here, just for this over in particular, just try and get Schofield on strike. She's the one that's been striking the ball really well. Farrant can just get into her work as well, going into the last couple.
Show of aggression from Paige Schofield. Just couldn't get that one away. Interesting to see if she goes with Lauren Bell though, or Charlie Knott last up. There's that Yorker from the spinner.
Yeah, I think she'll look to use Davies next, and then see how that goes, and then she's got a couple of options for the last one.
Lovely from Paige Schofield. Been tied down by a couple of dot balls. Again, she uses her feet, gets to the pitch, just gives herself enough room to lift it over cover. It's a lovely looking boundary that moves Paige Schofield onto 21.
Yeah, proper shot when you hit into out over extra cover. I think some players, you talk about getting to the pitch of the ball, but what I think she does really well is give herself a little bit of room.
Gives herself some room again, and this time she goes up over the leg side. Charlie Dean can only stand there and watch it sail over her head. 6 runs to Paige Schofield. She moves to 27. The South East Stars move to 148 for 4.
Yeah, great batting here from Schofield. Can hit a long ball, and she showed that just then. Great strike.
Can't get that one away. A strange over that. A decent over either side of the 10 biffed off the middle.
Yeah, eventful. That's
I
what we
that.
like in T20, isn't it?
Couple left then. 148 for 4. Who's it going to be, says Sophie Luff.
Not going to be Davies by the looks of things. She's hanging around at the other end. It's going to be Knott now.
She's bowled a fair bit in the death overs, Charlie Knott, this season. Bowled 2 overs, bowled 17 and 20 the last time they got that far. Last 2 Vipers games, they haven't needed 17, 18, 19, 20. Not always out of their choosing. There's a gap out there. I think they'll come back for 2. Last couple of overs then. 150 up.
Yeah, Farrant quick between the wickets there. Easily back for 2 with square leg up in the ring.
At this stage, Soph, is it Tash Farrant's job to get Paige Schofield on strike because she's seeing it so well, or does she try and hit 2?
I think if it's in her area and one of her strengths, and you tell her to put it away and you get the boundary. But if it's not quite there, then I think the best next thing is just to hand it over to Paige and say, give it a whack.
Which she's tried to do there. Lindsay Smith is going to come round though. Cut off the boundary. This is going to be tight. It's going to be out, I think. Yes, it is going to be out. Trying to scramble back for a couple. Selfless there from Tash Farron. Trying to get Schofield, A, trying to get as many runs on the board as possible, and B, trying to get Schofield back on strike. Sacrifices herself. Good bit of work though from Lindsay Smith, who had to move good 10 yards to her left, and the throw was good. Yeah,
right thing to do from Farron. Just may not have considered that it was Lindsay Smith out there. It was obviously to her left-hand side, throws with her left arm. So everything was in Lindsay's favour there, and not did the work at the non-striker's end. And again, like I say, those little wickets, little wins for the Vipers, taking some momentum into their batting innings.
That's the beauty of having wickets in hand, though, at this stage in the game, when you're only 4 down going into the last couple of overs.
Yeah, I mean, as a non-striker, you're always looking to try and get up and back for 2, and try and sneak a couple. You know, how many times have you seen that the bowler fumbles it at the non-striker's end and it gets a bit messy, putting the fielders under pressure? That's what you want. So yeah.
That pressure does funny things. If you think it's just batters under pressure, but fielders could be under pressure when they know, when they look up and think they're coming back for 2.
Yeah, and as a fielder, you know that they're going to be pushing hard for 2 as well. So you're definitely under pressure in that respect.
Schofield on strike. Goes leg side. Just worn out to Maya Bouchier. Oh, Alice Davidson-Richards is still looking relaxed, though she has had to stand up and wander out to the middle.
Yeah, again, Alice can hit a long ball as well. She's certainly got licence in this situation. 8 balls to go in the innings. Can she find a couple of boundaries for the South East Stars here?
It's very good from Charlie Knott, giving her no width whatsoever. I always think when you're looking at T20 averages, you can get hung up on averages and number of runs. Actually, when you're batting 6, 7, 8, you just look at their strike rate. Alice Davidson-Richardson striking at nearly 140. Dot ball to end the overs. One of those, Schofield did well actually to jab it into the ground, because if it goes underneath her bat, Rihanna Southby is so good. You'd imagine she'd have whipped the bails off. But
yeah, I think you can see what Schofield's trying to do there, offside up, trying to go into out over that extra cover region again. But unfortunately that time, not just getting the better of her, trying to get it under her bat, not give her any of her arms. A dot ball to finish what was actually a pretty tight over from Charlie Knott in the context of this game.
Well, an over later than predicted, so I'll give you that. Freya Davies is back into the attack. That's gone up. Fielder comes around, puts the catch down. It looked like it had been taken, and then that left knee just jabbed into the ground from Charlie Dean. She's already taken one out there. She got there, almost ran too far, and her left knee almost looked like it gave away. Another lifeline.
Yeah, she has got dodgy knees, bless her. Dodgy knees for a 23-year-old. Yeah, just decided to go fingers up in that instance as well.
Just a single. 156 for 5. 57 for 5, sorry.
Yeah, and not like costly in 2 ways, isn't it? You know, you haven't got the new batter coming to the crease, and you've also cost your team a couple of runs as well.
Schofield hits over mid-on. I thought for half a second Georgia Adams might fancy a diving catch. It was well over her head, though. That's another boundary for Paige Schofield. She moves on to 33 from 19 balls. South East Stars on to 161 for 5.
Yeah, this is going to be an imposing total for the Vipers to chase down. probably deserved to go for 4 that ball. Just miss execution there from Davies.
That was much better execution. That's what she was trying to do the previous ball, pace off. Remember, Paige Schofield had a close LBW shout on 12 as well.
Yeah, definitely think she should have been gone. That LBW dismissal was very close. Really well bowled there by Freya, taking a lot of pace off that delivery.
Oh, that one's gone between bat and pad. Rihanna Southby not quite able to hold on. Stumping chance, but most importantly at this stage, dot ball.
Yeah, dot ball. You don't really expect it from Rhee. You don't see her make too many mistakes. Probably one of the hardest stumpings in the book, though, when it goes through sort of bat pad. Kept a bit low, actually. So, yeah, I've noticed a couple of the odd ball keeping low.
Not able to get bat on ball. It's a good last over, actually, in the end. Just 8 off it, 7 off the bat. But it's been a decent 20 overs for South East Stars. You can see Paige Schofield's frustration, not able to get hold of that one. Smashes the bat into pads. 162 for 5, so Southern Vipers will need 163 runs if they are to put themselves in a position to defend their title a little bit later on this evening. What do you reckon? So South East Stars quite pleased with that?
I reckon if you'd have offered them 162 at the start of play, they'd have said, yep, thanks very much. I think they'd have probably wanted a few more, to be honest, in the position that they were in. Obviously, Dunkley played a fine innings, 49. Redmayne again, a really good partnership between those two, and Schofield has come in and blasted 34. But I reckon they may have left a few out there, to be honest.
Oh, they were 81 for 1 after 10, so they've exactly doubled up. But you sort of feel as if you double up and then add a few, don't you, in a T20?
Yeah, I think they definitely want to be looking at more than 8s, having been at 8s at the halfway stage. But you know, it's a semi-final, runs on the board. All the pressure at the moment is on a star-studded Southern Vipers.
Now remember, a little bit earlier on today, 140 wasn't enough for the Central Sparks. The Blaze chased it down with a couple of overs to spare. It'll be the Vipers chasing. There's that run rate, pretty steady. There was just no real peak. You wanted a couple of overs where it just snuck up. They lost a cluster of wickets at the back end. It was a good comeback, actually, from the Vipers. Now we see the run scored around the ground. I think we've got a decent semi-final in store, though. Sophie, there's the run. Sophia Dunkley falling just 1 short of a half century. She likes batting against some Vipers. Actually had 3 50s against them before. Looked like it was nearly going to be 4. There's the bowling card. Wickets apiece each for Smith, Bell, Dean and Davies. And that means that in about 10 minutes time, Southern Vipers will be chasing 163 for their place in the final. We're going to leave you for a few minutes, but we're going to leave you to enjoy the highlights of that first innings.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. Every session is all out action. All invited, even mum and dad. That ball, catch, go.
All Star and All Stars.
Did you know in the UK every year there are over 30,000 out-of-hospital cardiac arrests?
Emergency services, what service do you require?
Did you know only 1 in 10 people survive a cardiac arrest due to their hospital discharge?
Ambulance service, is the patient breathing?
It's going blue! It's going blue.
Right, listen to me.
Did you know over a third of UK adults do not know how to do CPR?
Can you feel the breathing now?
No, I can't. Come on, Crown.
If someone has suddenly collapsed, is unresponsive and not breathing, they are in cardiac arrest.
Would you know what to do?
Would you know what to do?
Would you know what to do?
Tap on their shoulders and ask, "Can you hear me?"
If there is no response, tip the head back and raise the chin.
Watch and listen for breathing for about 10 seconds.
If there is no sign of breathing, call for help now.
Start CPR by placing the heel of your hands in the center of the chest with arms straight.
Press down about a third of the depth and continue at a rate of 120 compressions a minute.
If you are getting tired, swap with someone else. Keep going and don't stop until a defibrillator arrives.
Be part of the team.
Just give it a go.
Just give it a go.
Just give it a go.
Right then, welcome back to the second semi-final. Southern Vipers against the South East Stars. The South East Stars posting 162 for 5. We're ready to get underway with the Vipers' response. Tilly Courtine-Coleman kicking things off for the South East Stars, and a little mistake down at short third allows the Vipers to open their account. Joe Gardner and the Sunrisers alongside me. I'm looking forward to this chase.
Yeah, it's set to be a good one, isn't it? Saw a tweet from Hypercourse saying that if the Vipers complete this, it will be the joint second highest successful run chase.
John Leather, top man. Hypercourse. I often wonder, for those who follow women's cricket, it's an account on social media that you really do need to follow. Loads of stats and information. I do wonder when he ever gets any sleep, the amount of women's cricket that he covers.
It's every game, everywhere, isn't it?
Absolutely brilliant source. If you like your women's cricket, make sure you're following him. So far, just a couple of singles and a leg by. It'll be intriguing to see what the approach is from the Southern Vipers, with Bouchier and Wyatt, two blazers at the top of the order, two England internationals. You would expect them to go pretty hard in this power play. It also does, Joe, show a lot of confidence in this 16-year-old bowler, in Tilly Courtine-Coleman.
Yeah, she's been fantastic in a kind of breakthrough competition and year for her this year. 14 wickets at just 11.86 with an economy rate under 5. That's impressive.
Yeah, when you're coming up against two of the best, not just in the country, but also in Wyatt, one of the best in the world, and Bouchier has the potential to be that. Be talked about in the same kind of breath. It's quite, you'd have thought, a daunting prospect. Not for Tilly Courtine-Coleman, though. Bouchier trying to manoeuvre the ball leg side, shuffling across to the offside. TCC keeping it very simple. Clattering into middle and leg, and an early breakthrough, and an important one for the South East Stars.
Yeah, massive. Not too much turn from the young left arm spinner, but middle stump pretty much. Bouchier going to create some room to hit behind square. Misses out on the sweep. Bouchier scored career best 93 against the Stars the other day. Has to go early on in this chase for the Vipers.
Well, Bouchier, a long, slow wander back to the dugout. 2 from 4. Vipers 6 for 1. And even though it is a star-studded lineup for this Southern Vipers side, a couple of early wickets, a bit of pressure on. An all change. Charlie Knott, the Australian, coming in to join Danny Wyatt. Two batters at the crease ending in double T. You don't see that often.
You've got my cogs turning now, trying to think of another time when you might have seen that.
Tash Farrant, it is. Bowling that first one short and wide, and given the treatment.
Yeah, she didn't look particularly comfortable in her follow through there, Tash Farrant, and the ball would not have been where she would have liked to have landed that. It was short, it was wide. That's Danny Wyatt's bread and butter.
Yeah, proper loosener from Tash. Trying to swing that ball into the right-hander. That's just a freebie, a gift. Cutting from close. It's a shot that Danny Wyatt plays with regularity and plays it well. That's a better line from Tash Farrant. Thought of any other double-T'd surnamed players? I could keep you going all afternoon.
It's really tough on the spot to think.
Yeah, I know. I've not helped you there. Oh, thank you from the back of the box. Sam has just piped up with Emily Arlott. How did you not get that, Joe?
Hidden in plain sight.
Yeah, not seen a huge amount of Charlie Knott either. So, be fun to see how she approaches it. It's been a real good time for her in the UK this summer so far.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with her when we've come up against her so far this year. With both bat and ball, she's had a real impact for the Vipers.
196 runs with a best of 50, striking at 112. Obviously, Danny Wyatt, this is her 4th game. Best of 28 in this competition. Of course, she's been on England duty. Great knock in the last T20 international against Pakistan. Chipped up just in space. Thought that might have been just going towards extra cover. As it is, safely negotiated.
That was a change of pace from Tash Farrant there, I think. Speedometer had that one at 53.8, and Charlie Knott was certainly early on that stroke into the covers.
Down the track, launched by Danny Wyatt. How often we have seen that both at domestic and international level. Fabulous strike and a perfect way to end what was an expensive first over for Tash Farrant. 12 coming from it, 18 for 1 after 2.
I've seen quite a lot of success from people using their feet early against the seamers and hitting through the line of the ball, particularly in the power play across the course of the 3 innings that we've already had here at Derby today. It's a lovely strike from Danny Wyatt.
Wealth of bowling options South East staffs have, Joe. It's something that Bryony Smith will be very grateful to have depending on the situation. It's going to stick with Tilly Courtine-Coleman. A lot of these South East Stars players, some of them already been signed up for next year. It's quite interesting with the change from the franchise model going back to the sort of county model and the tier status that have been given to 8 of the teams. Some have been very proactive in announcing their signings for the forthcoming year. Bryony Smith signing as captain for Surrey next year. Paige Schofield, I think, has signed. Alexa Stonehouse, I think. Just chipped over. Chase on for Dunkley. It's going to go. And the ball shall win. And Charlie Knott's first boundary.
Yeah, you felt like Knott was going to have to create something there. Faced a couple of dots and was 1 off 5. And managed to get that one over the offside that was up. Just slightly fuller from Courtine-Coleman. She is one of those players to have been signed by Surrey as well, the 16-year-old.
Just helped on its way. And that's an adjustment and maybe a touch of inexperience as well from Courtine-Coleman. Trying to just change the line a little bit, bowl it, a tighter line. And Charlie Knott was waiting for it.
Yeah, the previous delivery was full outside off stump, wasn't it? So she's obviously overcompensated, as you so often see with one that's straighter in line and a little bit shorter.
That's better. Yeah, so quite a few signed up. I think The Blaze announced some signings yesterday or day before yesterday. You signed up? You don't have to say anything. Talk about putting you on the spot. There you go. Don't answer that.
Sounded like an arrest, that,
It's
Daggers.
unfair. It's unfair. Do not answer that question. But are you? No. End of the TCC over. And Vipers going nicely. 27 for 1. I've stumped you there, haven't I?
Well and truly, I think. Daggers?
No,
but
but
yeah, no,
what
there's
I-
only, to be fair, it's only the Blaze and Surrey that have formally announced any signings so far with the change to the tiered system.
What I'm
So
saying
yeah,
is
it's a watch this space kind of moment in the domestic game, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. It is. It's an interesting time, especially for those of us who are outside of it, just watching on with interest to see how counties go about it, what budgets are designated for the women's sections and who they're targeting. Always enjoy seeing sides being put together and how coaches and administrators see. Of course, everyone keen to make the best possible start in the new tiered system. Rihanna McDonald-Gay, new bowler from the City End.
Again, another one of those players that has signed for Surrey for next year. He's done kind of really well in the last 12 to 18 months or so. Was in England under-19 at that World Cup that you've mentioned already, and was on tours to Oman and New Zealand over the winter with England A, and hit the ground running at the start of the season in the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy. Took home the PCA Player of the Month for April.
Sounds strange to say it after slinging one down the leg, so I think she's a really useful cricketer. Really got a lot about her, Rihanna McDonald-Gay. Again, you mentioned the 19s World Cup. I think she's got a bit of pace. She can add to that, I think. But not enough to bowl short to Wyatt. That will race away. No chance for Dunkley to stop that. And Danny Wyatt is making light work of this power play at the moment. 16 from 7 she is.
Yeah, just back of the length, wasn't it, from McDonald-Gay, and Wyatt was able to just work that one off the hip behind square. Probably hasn't scored the amount of runs that she would have liked when she's returned to the Vipers in the Charlotte Edwards Cup this year. Certainly not in comparison to how she did last year.
She's a big game player though, isn't she? I think she did it in the final last year against the Blaze. Blaze waiting for whoever wins this game.
Yeah, she scored 76 in the semi-final against the Thunder and a half century in the final against the Blaze last year.
Short, thrashed away by Charlie Naughton. The length has just been too short from Rihanna McDonald-Gay. I said about her pace, she's not quite quick enough for that length yet. They're feasting at the moment to the Southern Vipers.
Yeah, just didn't quite get up really, did it? Quite a good height for Charlie not to pull through mid-wicket as she did. A couple of balls left in the over, what's she going to do?
That's a good option for it. Slow ball. Just sliding down the leg side. If they're not careful, and this is the threat of the Southern Vipers, with the start that they can get off to, the power that they have at the top order, you know, a game can escape from you very, very swiftly. Two slow balls, and they have been bowled very well. No response to those from Charlie Knott. 3 gone, 4 gone. Apologies, 38 for 1.
Yeah, very well executed leg cutters there from Rihanna McDonald-Gay. Some 12 or so mile an hour difference from the pace on delivery that got smacked through mid-wicket for 4. As we mentioned, promising future ahead of her as well. Already been on England A tours, as we mentioned, but it's been a solid start for the Vipers as well. Going at just under 10 and over in this power play.
We never know when we're actually on screen, so they just pop to us. Good job of not doing anything underhand. Right, Tash Farrant's going to have a go from the racecourse end. Going round the wicket. Good piece of fielding, really good stuff. Save the boundary. This is, we were talking about Katie George earlier on today and the injury problems that she suffered, and Tash Farrant has had a similar kind of story with stress fractures and had a real tough 18 months, 2 years or so with injuries. Great to see her back with new ball in hand. Really worked on her batting as well, as she's come up the order in a lot of these domestic games in both 50 and 20 overs.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see Tash back firing with the ball. Look forward to hopefully being out there on the pitch with her at the Oval Invincibles and the 100 later this summer. She was fantastic in the first year of that competition before injury kind of curtailed the last couple of years, certainly with her bowling.
And it was with this angle of attack, you mentioned that first year, and she really did, and that's what got her back into the England reckoning. That performance in the 100 in the first year, and then that's when those injuries came on. But it was with this angle round the wicket, those slower balls and deceptions that she has, and it proved to be a very, very dangerous, and she was a dangerous threat. But not when you bowl there to Danni Wyatt. Dragged down, she was trying that cutter again, rolling the fingers over, and it just seemed to stick in the hand. Danni Wyatt is simply not going to miss out on that.
Yeah, you can just see she went for the off cutter again, but it was just back of a length, and yeah, just not quite short enough to trouble Danni Wyatt in any kind of sense, and she was just able to help that behind square and add another 4 to her tally.
One thing I think, or it just gets the feeling of, is that they've tried a lot of things at Danni Wyatt, lots of different variations, lots of different lengths, and actually not just tried to keep her quiet. When that happens, she wants to be scoring boundaries. She's only happy when she's attacking, seeing the ball go over the rope.
Yeah, I don't mind it as a plan in terms of trying to mix it up and vary what it is that you're doing, but
you got to bowl it in the right spot, and Danni Wyatt sees it early, helps it fine, picks up another boundary, and this is starting to be a little bit damaging if you're a fan of the South East Stars. There's 5 overs gone, Vipers going at almost 10s, 48 for 1.
And obviously when you're bowling your variations, as we just see the bouncer there from Tash Farrant in the power play, the margin for error is so much smaller. They've tried to be proactive, knowing that Danni Wyatt wants to go hard at the ball in the power play, but Danni Wyatt has helped herself a little bit in her innings so far. Hasn't really had to create anything herself, you'd say. And it looks as though it's going to be skipper Bryony Smith to close out this power play for the South East Stars.
First ball from Smith is hit straight at extra cover. Now this in and of itself is not only interesting, but the very fact that Smith is bowling herself tells you a bit about the game situation. She's only bowled 2 overs in the entire competition this season until now. So that's out to long on for 1. Now she's bowled a lot more in the past. You know, this is not really an opening batter who occasionally bowls, but such as the Stars' bowling depth this season, that she's not really felt like she needed to use herself, but clearly this predicament finds her deciding she's going to do it herself.
Yeah, and often you probably wouldn't say that off-spin was necessarily the matchup to these two batters, but the only off-spinner in the Stars lineup today.
So that's skittled through, fielded by Danny Gregory. Yeah. Joe Gardner just saying to me, it didn't bounce, did it? Sums it up perfectly. It did keep a bit low. We've been talking about how good this track is, and on the whole it has looked very good, but that will give a bit of encouragement to the bowlers. Smith again, good hard slog sweep for 4. Great shot from Knott. Fetching that from outside the off stump gives Smith something to think about with her field placings.
Yeah, excellent hard sweep in front of square there from Charlie Knott. I'll just throw Bryony Smith off, especially when you're a spinner and you've got someone sweeping you. Just makes you have to think twice about the lengths that you're trying to bowl. That's well executed from Knott. These two building nicely.
Yeah, they're more than nicely. They're flying along, really. Smith gives that one more flight. It's hit hard but straight at extra cover. Knott, who in this innings has moved into the top 10 run scorers in the competition. You can put her in that category for wickets too. On paper, she's been the best all-rounder, arguably, in the Charlotte Edwards Cup this season. But she's gone. She's gone. Slog sweeping. Having done so successfully for 4 earlier on in the over. A bit more flight from Smith. It was cleverly held back. Knott was early on it. Missed it by a distance. 54 for 2. A wicket off the very last ball of the power play.
Yeah, she just held it back a little bit, as you say, Michael. It was a little bit slower than the one that she was able to sweep hard in front of square. See a little bit of turn hitting the top of middle and off stump. Key wicket there at the end of the power play for the Stars.
So those two added 49 in 30 balls, which gives you a sense of their dominance. As Joe Gardner takes a well-earned rest in the commentary box, and Sophie Luff will head in alongside me. Vipers looking to continue the momentum they built up in that power play. Not going for 21 off 18, 21 off 19 in fact, beg your pardon. Now, Danny Gregory's on. There is one of the great joys of cricket, whether you're new to the game or have been playing it since you were a kid, is watching a leg spinner with good variations in full float, and that is what you're about to get from Danny Gregory. Consistently so impressive in the middle overs for Stars this season.
Yeah, she's had a particularly good campaign. She's got a pretty good record as Danny Gregory.
On to wide, of course, because wicket came off the last ball of the previous over. She starts with a drag down, though, which is smashed out to square leg and for 6. Nothing that Jones could do about that one. Wyatt taking full advantage to a rare bad ball from Gregory.
Yeah, I think Gregory's definitely got the long hop in her. She's a leg spinner that wants to drive the ball into the wicket and try and create turn that way. So she's just missed her length on that occasion, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. It's relatively rare she gets the ball up above the batter's eye line. That again, is relatively short. It's out to deep mid wicket. It gets a lot of top spin and a lot of dip as well.
Yeah, she's not someone that you're probably overly enthusiastic to look to use your feet towards, just because of the way that she's trying to bowl, trying to get you out. Like I said, she's trying to bowl it into the surface, so I think the batters that have the most success against her are the ones that can play really well and really effectively off the back foot.
Adams facing up to her first ball. Georgia Adams immediately off the mark to the deep set onside field. There's a short fine leg, but apart from that, everybody back.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, the sort of dilemma of whether you have your mid-wicket in or not. I think it depends how much the ball's turning, but I think that's just too easy an option for Georgia to knock it into the leg side and get one there.
Sweet, mistimed. Dot ball for Gregory, who's come back well, having been hit for a 6 from the very first ball of her spell, but you'd expect nothing less for someone who's had as impressive a T20 campaign as she has. She's the Stars' second highest wicket taker behind Courtine Coleman. That short hit hard out to deep mid-wicket and caught, taken. Big wicket of Danni Wyatt, who was scoring at more than 2 a ball, was flying along. She will be absolutely furious with herself. It's a short ball, she's rocked back, and she couldn't have given mid-wicket a better bit of catching practice if she'd have tried. Danni Gregory gets her first wicket of finals day, and it's the important one of Wyatt.
Yeah, really disappointing. Soft dismissal there from Danni Wyatt. She was going really well, would set the power play up brilliantly for the Vipers, and I hate to say it because she's a world-class international player, but how often do you see that? She's done all of the hard work and giving it away, and you probably say that Gregory doesn't really deserve that wicket, that delivery, or the over preceding it, but Wyatt's walking back to the pavilion and Stars will be up and about after that dismissal.
So suddenly you've got 2 batters in Georgia Adams and Freya Kemp, who, of course, pretty handy to have, of course, but they have only faced 1 ball between them, and that changes the dynamic of the contest. And while Vipers might be up above the required run rate, Stars will have a renewed sense of belief and optimism. They're sticking with this deep set onside field, even for the left-handed Kemp. So short fine leg and then 3 back. 4 on the offside with a deep cover. Into the pads, big appeal. You'd imagine potentially sliding down with the turn, but all credit to Gregory. She went for 6 off her first ball. She ends up having conceded 8 from the over and picking up the wicket of Danni Wyatt. 62 for 3 off 7.
Yeah, she'll happily take that and well into her work today. Looks like it's going to be spin from both ends. Vipers have got to get a partnership together here. The captain, Georgia Adams, so much experience. And Freya Kemp is such an exciting prospect at the other end. Kempy likes to get bat on ball, so it'll be interesting to see how she approaches this innings and scenario now.
Yes, you don't become the second youngest England player to smash a 50 in a T20I for nothing. And that took just 35 balls against India a little while back. Smith on. I wonder whether this is a bit for the Stars as well, about the fact it looks like this track is taking some turn. Here is Smith, will get a dot here, push straight back to her.
Yeah, well, I guess the way that they've set up so far, the pacers in Farron and McDonald-Gay probably haven't bowled as well as they'd have hoped, and then Bryce thinking that spin might be more effective on this wicket.
That time Adams will get 1 out to long on. They've liked to often bowl Courtine Coleman for an over or 2 in the power play, potentially maybe 1 in the middle, but always normally at least 1 or 2 at the death. So I wonder whether Smith is also thinking that she's going to bowl for a little spell here with Gregory through these middle overs.
Yeah, and interestingly they haven't used Phoebe Franklin yet. She certainly bowled a couple of overs in power play when we came up against them twice in the CEC this season, so I'm sure she'll be getting a bowl at some stage.
It's out to long off, will be 1 more. It's quite a ridiculous amount of bowling options. Alice Davison-Richards has only bowled 5 overs in this competition for the Stars this season.
Yeah, it's interesting how Bryce sort of manages it. I definitely know my preference as a captain is to probably have less options and really back the bowlers that you have got out there.
Flicked away. This will be a decent chase for long on coming around, and will be hauled inside the rope for comfortable trotted 2. Phoebe Franklin out there, bowls very wicket to wicket medium paces.
I think sometimes when you've got too many options, you almost question, you know, what's my best option at this moment in time.
Turned away to long on. Right now Smith has decided the best option is herself, and that is looking like a very good decision. She will of course captain Surrey next season, who as others were discussing earlier on in this innings, have been straight out of the gates in terms of, certainly at the very least, announcing their signings. As far as I understand, various bits of pens have gone on various bits of paper across the country, but others have not been quite so forthcoming in publicly saying that. As that's gone away through backward point off the trusty outside edge, which brings 4 here. So Smith's pressure goes unrewarded. She concedes a boundary from the last ball of the over, and what had been quite a tight over ends up going for 9, 71 for 3.
Yeah, and a really well managed over by the Vipers actually. Just the way that Adams and Kemp looking to rotate strike, drawing that over, trying to build that partnership, and then Kemp obviously gets a little bit lucky with an outside edge, but ultimately width, and Bryony pays the price, an expensive over in the end.
So Gregory to continue, having in the previous over picked up a 12th wicket in the Charlotte Edwards Cup this season. Has gone for under a run of ball as well. He's had an excellent tournament, the leg spinner. And it's deliveries like that are why can be fiendishly difficult to get away. Real detailed thinker about the game. Her dad and her brother are both coaches. She did her level 2 when she was just 18. I know she's one to watch out for post-career in terms of ending up as a coach or a performance analyst. That's again decent ball bowling to that deep set onside field, only 1 to square leg.
Yeah, she's certainly trying to add pace to the ball here. Gregory, bowl it into the wicket, rush the likes of Adams and Kemp, try and skid the ball past them.
Again, sticking with that deep set onside field for the left-handed Kemp. He's coming down the track and driving nicely with good timing. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Was a shy at the stumps for McDonald Gay, but Kemp was always getting there. Just a period of accumulation here. Required run rate very much in hand at 7.8. Comes off the pad. Will be 1 more.
Yeah, like you say, Michael, that required run rate under 8 and over. The Vipers have done a bulk of the work in the power play, but they'll need these two to sort of shepherd the innings throughout this middle phase to make sure that they can add fire to it at the back end.
Comes down the track, meets it on the half volley, hits it cleanly. It's a good tumbling stop from McDonald Gay to a right to keep it to 1. So Gregory will want to just get out of this over now without a boundary. That's the only way they can edge that required run rate up. Down the track, this will be 1 to long on. Danny Gregory will be very happy with that. The over concedes just 4 off her figures, chucking the leg by 5 in total, 76 for 3 off 9.
Yeah, brilliant second over from Gregory, backing up her first where she got the important wicket of Danny Wyatt. Vipers 76 for 3 here. I'd say it's actually in the balance here, Michael.
I think I would rather be the Vipers, but it's relatively narrow. They are above the required run rate. We know that they bat deep as well. Now, this is a key moment in the match because Farrant has gone for 22 off her 2. McDonald Gay went for 11 off her 1. Bryony Smith will have had it on her mind that at some point she's going to have to go back to seam. And she's going to do that now by bringing Rhiannon McDonald Gay back on. Starts with a wide down the leg side.
Yeah, I just feel like the South East Stars seamers, both Farrant and McDonald Gay, struggled with their lengths, and McDonald Gay in particular a line. I know they've looked to change pace, particularly when Danny Wyatt was going hard, but just need to find that consistency.
It's guided away out into the covers for just 1. Yeah, no Alexa Stonehouse in the 11 today. She offers good variations as well as that left arm angle. Okay, just having a chat with Bryony Smith about plans and what she's looking to do here.
Smith's still got a couple of options that she hasn't turned to yet. Alice Davidson-Richards, Phoebe Franklin.
Even Sophia Dunkley with her leg, she's had a few overs this season. So that's away, out through point. Will take some work to cut it off. It won't be cut off. 4 more. So the Southern Vipers are more than halfway there. They're going nicely as Adams and Kemp look to build into their innings here.
Yeah, carved away from Freya Kemp. It's actually quite well bowled from McDonald Gay. Kemp just giving herself a little bit of room and carving it through backward point region.
Slow ball out to long on for 1 more.
And I guess that's all Vipers really need to do here in terms of the required run rate. If they can, you know, find that boundary and over and tick along in between rotating the strike, then it should be a comfortable chase if they're able to do that. And that's where Stars really need some wickets.
Just worked to off a hit by Adams for 1 more. Yeah, they've had a great season in T20 this year, Stars. They had a losing record last season. They were nowhere near the top 3 race as it was back then. This time 7 wins. A washout against Storm when they had them 38 for 3 after the power play. And 2
that was
losses.
A shame.
That was says Sophie Luff. He was out there batting in the rain at Beckenham. Was obviously very unhappy to not have the chance to continue batting in the increasingly pouring rain.
Yeah, we haven't had a lot of luck at Beckenham of late. When I'll tell you what, it's a heck of a drive from the West Country to Beckenham, and the last couple of times we've tried playing there,
it's been a swimming match.
Yeah,
Get your
I mean,
out.
I'll tell you what, it actually was when Brian and I walked around the outfield to see if any play was going to be possible when it had stopped raining. I mean, and I can't swim either. I definitely needed armbands out there.
It's good for the Storm. It was just called off with a point share. That's a dot ball to end the 10th, which McDonald Gay has come out of having conceded 8 off it. And at the halfway point, the Vipers are just a tickle more than halfway when it comes to runs. And with 2 experienced, impressive players building nicely in Adams and Kemp, they're 84 for 3 off 10. After a few more thoughts from Sophie Luff, she'll be joined by Sam Dulling.
Yeah, Vipers definitely look in the box seat at the moment. This partnership between Adams and Kemp building nicely. Bryony Smith looking to use Gregory. She's going to be into her 3rd over. Interestingly, that they're not going to Franklin or Davidson-Richards at this stage, and spin is going to be the answer for Stars.
That's hit straight to a fielder. Wicket falls. Sometimes that happens. Oh, it's a no ball. It's a no ball. And almost a run out. James Treadwell has got his arms outstretched, and in the end, Freya Kemp did well to avoid. I think it was Georgia Adams actually coming through for a single. Did well to avoid being run out. A lifeline. One of those balls from a spinner where so often you bowl your best ball and you get hit for 4. You bowl a full bunger and it gets hit down someone's throat. It did get hit down someone's throat. She'd overstepped. It's going to be a free hit. As James Treadwell with the signal again.
Yeah, they can change the field here because the batters have changed ends.
It's hit down the throat of Alice Davidson-Richards at mid-off. She takes the catch, but can't be out. So we've seen 2 balls go straight into the hands of fielders in the deep. And everything happens when I come back on, so.
Yeah, they've caught well, but no one's walking back to the pavilion, unfortunately, for the Stars. And Gregory, having bowled incredibly well in her first couple of overs, has started loosely here.
That one's dragged down again. That's going to go straight to a fielder, is it? Oh, it's put down. I thought it was a brilliant catch. I thought it was an absolute stunner from Phoebe Franklin out there, diving forward. She'd made the ground. It was right in front of her. It was really low. And just as she hit the turf, it went to the ground.
Yeah, she did everything right here, Phoebe Franklin, up until the point where she's just come into contact with the ground. Made some really good ground herself to even make it into a catching opportunity.
And there it is, finally at the wicket. We've had 3 balls gone to hand in the deep. This time the ball goes into the hands of Rhys Southby, who will not miss out on that kind of opportunity. Gregory is finally all smiles. Freya Kemp has to depart. Vipers 88 for 4.
Yeah, I said it's a little bit risky using your feet to the likes of Gregory, unless you really see it tossed up. Again, just drives that ball into the wicket. Kemp advancing and Redmayne doing the rest.
It was really good from Southby. That looks very simple, but actually I heard an interview that she did where she said one of the things she really has to work on is waiting for the ball, because she's so quick. Her hands are so lightning fast. So often her hands just go, and she's had to work with tennis balls to stop herself almost snatching, and sometimes those easy ones can go down. People said to her, look, you're pretty good behind the stumps. You've got time. You can wait. She did wait there. Charlie Dean out into the middle. And look, it feels like Vipers were relatively comfortable, but actually the Stars were 81 for 1 at halfway, so there's not much difference between the two sides, apart from the wickets.
No, I said to Michael just a moment ago that I really feel that it's in the balance. I think wickets in T20 really stem the momentum, and yes, we know that Vipers bat deep. They've still got a lot of experience to come in Elwes as well, but yeah, again, they've got to rebuild that partnership. At this moment in time, Gregory's bowling well.
Important for the Vipers now almost to take a couple of overs to consolidate, because that run rate required 7.9. That won't worry them. What would worry them is if they are 6-7 down, still needing that off 5 or 6 overs.
Yeah, that's when it becomes really tricky, when the rate is up at around 7.5, 8s. When you've only got a couple of wickets in hand, it's easy to manage when you've got 5-6 wickets in hand, that run rate, but when you've only got a couple to play with, that's where 7s and 8s get a little bit nervy.
Another shorter ball, pulled away by Dean, gets away with that one. Gregory, bit of a mixed bag of an over, but she picked up that key wicket.
Yeah, definitely. I do think she does bowl a mixed bag in general. I don't think she's as consistent a spinner as you'll see, but I think it's that mixture of lengths that makes it really difficult for the batters, especially batters that want to come at leg spin bowlers and use their feet towards them. I think you're definitely better trying to play off the back foot, but it's also being in control of those strong pull shots on the back foot. We saw Danny Wyatt put it straight down deep mid-wicket's throat, and it's a soft dismissal. You need to be hitting space out in that leg side, hit those pockets, hit the ball really hard along the floor if you can.
TCC back into the attack. I like this from Bryony Smith as well. She's really attacking. She senses that the Vipers are just wobbling. And believe it or not, it feels amazing to say, given she only made her debut at the start of this tournament, but she is their go-to bowler. She is arguably their best bowler. That's wicket-taking option. And she goes for very few runs. Just one boundary every 3 overs. Thanks very much to Hypercourse for that stat. That's remarkable for a spinner.
Yeah, she actually made a debut against us at Bristol. I'm not sure if she bowled in power play that game. I think she might have done actually. And then she played the following week when we faced Stars again, and she's been really impressive. Crazy to think she's still only 16.
They'll push. They won't come back though. Sensible. Saw it was to the left of Tash Farrant out there. Sensible decision from Georgia Adams. Yeah, she'd have been doing GCSEs presumably at some point. That makes me feel, are they even called that anymore? So.
Oh, that makes me feel so old.
Oh, and she's got another wicket. That's a brilliant bit of bowling. Just held it back slightly. Georgia Adams has walked past one. Rhys Southby with those soft hands behind the stumps.
Georgia Redmayne.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Why was I talking about Rhys Southby earlier on then? You didn't. Georgia Redmayne with those great hands behind the stumps.
Yeah, Georgia Adams just going across the line on that one. It's really well bowled by Courtine Coleman. She's held her length brilliantly there. She's got nerves of steel for a very young cricketer, and I think she's got a very bright future ahead of her.
Yeah, the excitement of this semi-final has got to me. That and the heat is my excuse. So, 16 wickets now.
Yeah, you're safer up in the comms box, aren't you, Sam, than out in the sun.
I haven't been out. There's a stand over there that looks like it's been dropped in from a non-league football ground. That's where I'd be right now. Right. 94 for 5. In a bit of trouble here now, Vipers.
Yep, but these were the two that got them out of trouble against Northern Diamonds a couple of weeks ago. Charlie Dean, 64, not out on that occasion, and Elvis played a fine hand as well. Lots of experience between the two. Elvis has played countless amounts of games, countless finals. She'll be wanting to be there at the end.
This is why they'll need all that now. Last ball, the 12th. Have to be quick, but they'll get a single. That's a brilliant over from TCC. Her third, 12 gone, 95 for 5. Just the 4 runs from it, and that wicket, 68 from 48. The Vipers need if they're going to give themselves a chance of defending their title later on this evening.
Every time you say TCC, all I can think of is TKC.
TKC, yeah. Or you're probably not old enough for Top Cat, are you? No. In which case we'll leave that one there. Daggers will remember Top Cat.
Gregory's going to bowl out here. Got the 2 wickets so far.
You've kept her going, the skipper? 'Cause it was a mixed bag of last over. I know she got the wicket.
Yeah, I definitely would have bowled her again. I think that's where she's had the most threat in the middle phases. You rarely see her bowl in power play, and you rarely see her bowl at the death. So, yeah, I think Bry's done the right thing here by keeping her on.
Dunkley out there doing the fielding. If you can get a spinner bowling economically in those middle overs, all of a sudden 10 minutes have gone and half the innings has passed. The batter, you look up and you're under even more pressure.
Yeah, they do like to get through their overs nice and quickly as well.
Might get 2 here. Direct hit would have been close. It was a good bit of running. Phoebe Franklin charging in from that mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, I think that's what all Vipers need to do here, is get that ball into space and run really hard. We saw there was plenty of 2s on offer when the Stars were batting.
Just the one this time. 100 for the Vipers, 100 for 5 though. That required rate just ticking up at 8.6 now. Still got plenty of batting to come. Well bowled from Gregory. Dean just looking to cut that. Wasn't quite wide enough. Trying to manufacture that width.
Yeah, last ball of Gregory's spell here then.
And it's a decent one. Another decent over from Gregory. Just 6 from it. 2 for 25 she finishes with. As Sophie Luff is going to take a break. Fee Morris is going to come in. alongside myself for a couple of overs.
It's going to be a good game, isn't it?
Starts to feel that way, isn't it? I really don't know which way it's going. Who do you
when
fancy from here? Having said I don't know.
I'm really going to sit on the fence. I honestly have no idea. I think when you've got Georgia Elvis coming in at 7, you know you've got a pretty decent batting lineup, don't you? But yeah, I think as Sophie just said, she's got so much experience, and so is Charlie Dean out there as well. They've both got a lot of experience between them, and it's still a pretty good wicket, so we'll see.
Granny Smith brings herself back on. Good wicket, beautiful day, and some fantastic cricket coming out.
Yeah, it's a good cricket wicket, isn't it? I still think there's a little bit in it for the bowlers, and it's not been mega high scoring, but I think 160 is a pretty good total.
Having to try and force it. All the pace is off the ball at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like that's the way to go, doesn't it? I think Danny Gregory's bowled brilliantly. She bowled some really good lengths. Bowled pretty flat, looks pretty hard to get down to, but nothing too short as well, and she's kind of changed the game out there.
There's a much needed boundary. Swept and struck firmly by Charlie Dean, and those flames, which don't really feel needed on a day like today. You don't want to be fielding. Wouldn't want to be Sophia Dunkley down there.
I've just been sat behind them, and that's
That's a long way away as well.
Yeah. That's a really good shot from Charlie Dean. Perfect pocket. So it's a really good place to hit it against an off spinner.
And there speaks the voice of experience.
I can bowl off spin. I'm not very good against batting against him.
Yeah, but you know. Into the 14th over, we've just seen 4 overs of seam up so far. It's been spin all the way otherwise. Big appeal, and it's given. It's given. Not sure. Oh, Georgia Elvis is having a long look, but having seen that briefly on screen, I can very much see why Gabby Brown's finger went straight out. Vipers have lost their 6th wicket. They're in real trouble here. Bryony Smith, the skipper, has picked up Georgia Elvis.
Looks like it's just starting to turn a little bit, and it kept a little bit low, so I don't know if the final might be a little bit different to what we've seen so far, where it looks a bit of a belter. That one definitely stayed a bit low with a bit of turn.
Yeah, Georgia Elvis was definitely expecting that to get up, wasn't she? And he was looking to pull that one in to the leg side. Instead, she will have to trudge off, though. And the South East Stars will be absolutely delighted with where they're at now.
I think Stars have been really good this year at the death as well, with their death plans. I know when we played against them, they bowled a lot of back of the handers, a lot of off cutters into the wicket, and it was really hard to get away. And from looking at that replay, I think that's going to be the way they'll go today as well, with a little bit of turn out there. So yeah, probably getting a little bit tricky for the Vipers now.
I've got all those options. TCC's got one left.
TCC is a cool nickname, isn't it?
It
She's
is,
done
isn't
well
it?
there, yeah.
Yes.
I've been impressed with her. I've not actually seen her play yet, which she didn't play against us, but yeah, she's got lovely action.
It's the first time I've seen her live. Kind of shot to our attention with that. Basically bowling out Northern Diamonds single-handedly. Here's Rhys Southby, who's keeping I was bigging up. I think the sun had got to me. Which I can't really use an excuse because I haven't been outside since about 10 o'clock this morning. Just sat here in the aircon, end of the over.
We use the excuse for 3 games in a day. It's like there's a lot of people out there playing.
I don't need an excuse. 14 gone, 109 for 6. Vipers need 54 to win. That run rate's now up at 9s. Looks to me like Sophia Dunkley has her cap off.
I think Charlie Dean's the key here, isn't she? She had that brilliant game a couple of games ago where she scored 50 odd off not too many balls, and she's got a really, really good cricket brain, has Charlie, so I think she kind of holds the key for the Vipers here.
Sophia Dunkley has played 8 games. This is her 8th game. She's only bowled 3 overs, which just suggests that you're reading the pitch correctly, Feet. Southby on strike. Starts all wide.
I'm not seeing a lot of Sophia Dunkley bowling, actually. I know she tends to give it a little bit of flight, so see how Rhys Southby copes with that.
Happy to leave that one alone. Good decision. That's the thing. So many times you see batters just reaching for those and they're hitting it straight to a fielder. Bowler gets away with a dot.
Somewhere in the middle. Thanks. That was perfect, that one.
Yeah, she was just setting up her radar. Don't worry about the fact that it's on a pitch and the stump's already. Give it there.
Definitely can happen.
Oh, so easily. Very easy to say, well, that wasn't great from up here, but it's better again. Swept. Just a single out there.
That's a real strength of hers, Charlie Dean, sweeping. She's a really good hockey player. And that kind of reverse sweep and sweep, she's got a really good wrist when batting, so she'll use that strength quite a lot, especially across the fast square here.
That's well placed. Don't think they'll get back for two. Charlie Dean was looking for it.
I think this is also a game that Vipers shouldn't win but could. They're that kind of team that they bat all the way down and they win games they shouldn't, so it'll be really interesting the next few overs.
That's been the fielder. That's a much needed boundary. It was a full toss really. It deserved to be put away. It was put away by Charlie Dean. A welcome boundary, 118 for 6. And Stars will be all too aware of that. Everyone probably on the circuit will be all too aware that the Vipers win games they shouldn't. They have no right to.
Yeah, I'm very, very aware of that, unfortunately.
I won't probe any further. I'm here to talk if you need to, though.
I've actually never beaten the Vipers. Maybe one day.
We can all have dreams. T-ball's left of what's been an expensive over so far, and it's going to become even more expensive. Good use of the feet by Charlie Dean. Got to the pitch of the ball. Hits it wide of the fielder at mid-off. And it's another boundary. This is exactly the sort of over the Vipers needed and the kind of over that the South East Stars didn't.
Yeah, I think we've obviously seen that spin's probably the way, but it looks like spin and bowling quite quick and flight into the wicket is the way, and Sophia Dunkley just floating a couple up there, which I'm not sure is quite the right way to go on this pitch.
It's through the over. It's an expensive one though. 14 from it. The Vipers only needing 40 to win now. I'm going to take a break and Charles Dagnall is going to come in alongside you, Fee.
Yeah, I think the pitch looks like it's just starting to slow up a little bit and maybe keep a little bit low, and that's when you want to really drive the ball into the pitch and let it do its thing. I think that's what TCC, as we're now calling it, has done really well, and also Danny Gregory and Bryony Smith bowls a little bit flatter as well, so I think that's definitely the way to go in these last few overs, but we'll see what Tash Farrant does here.
Yeah, one of those decisions from Bryony Smith that can either pay off or it doesn't, and I can see why she's turned to Sophia Dunkley. McDonald Gay 2 overs for 19, Tash Farrant 2 overs for 22, and so maybe she thought, I say, that extra little bit of spin might have helped rather than the pace, but Charlie Dean, on the other hand, knowing full well that if she targeted the sixth bowler, then it could put the Vipers back in a decent position. Really good position in the game here. 123 for 6. Farrant is back. And Dean eager to try and pick the second. This could be close. This could be close. It is. It's given. The second run, Rihanna Southby always looked like she was struggling. A very good throw from the deep. Tash Farrant behind the stumps. And a vital wicket for the South East Stars.
I was about to say good running, but I'm glad I didn't there. That was a really good arm actually from the deep. I think definitely now the key lies for Charlie Dean, doesn't it? I think she's going to have to start going a little bit now and really use her strength of using those wrists and hitting nice and square, which she does really well.
Yeah, that's a vital breakthrough. And it is going to have to be Charlie Dean who sees or tries to see the Vipers into the final. The Blaze, they've got their feet up, taking it all in, quite happily chilling out. They know they're in the final already. Who will meet them? Well, it's up in the air. You've got to say that has just press the noses in front for the South East Stars. But Dean is the key. She is the one. She's done it before for the Vipers.
She's tricky to bowl at, Charlie Dean, because of those wrists, and she hits balls in places that you really shouldn't think she shouldn't be able to hit the ball. And you know, some players obviously really strong down the ground, and it's almost a little bit easier to bowl at because you know where it's going to go. But with Dino, you don't really ever know where the ball's going to go, so it's hard to set a field to.
Well, it doesn't matter how they come. It doesn't matter how they come. Inside edge, you can use all of the bat. Not exactly where Charlie Dean was aiming, but the result is exactly what she wanted.
Yeah, you definitely can't set a field to that, can you? A little bit of luck there from Charlie Dean, but it was actually really well bowled from Tash Farron. That's pretty much the perfect Yorker, but yeah, a little bit unlucky.
Don't matter whichever way they come. Desperate to cling on to this trophy are the Southern Vipers. South East Stars want it back. Thumped down the ground. I wonder if Tash Farron got just a fingertip to take some of the sting out of that ball, prevent it going to the boundary.
It would have been another wonder catch caught and bowled, wouldn't it? Like we saw the other night with Durham Men v Lancashire. It was absolutely outrageous catch, that caught and bowled.
Yeah, Paul Coughlin. If you've not seen it, it'll be on social media somewhere. The most ridiculous caught and bowled, as that would have been from Tash Farron. Wants the single and takes it.
You think they might need to bowl them out from here, don't you? The run rate's actually not too high. It's just the wickets column that's kind of not in Vipers' favour. So yeah, I think Lindsay Smith's a really experienced campaigner as well. With her batting at number 9, it's a pretty long batting lineup, and
yeah,
she can strike a ball.
It is, and that's why the beauty of this game, because as you mentioned, 7.7 runs and over is well within the grasp of the Southern Vipers, but how much you dare to attack given what you've got left to come. Lauren Bell, Freya Davis, not necessarily renowned for wielding the willow. Back over for Farron. Dean always wanted one, was comfortably getting home. Concludes the over from Tash Farron, the wicket, and 8 runs coming from it. 132 for 7 with 4 remaining. 31 runs to win for the Vipers in the second semi-final here at Derby. Had beautiful conditions all day, the sun beating down. What I like to describe as a Simpsons sky. The clouds nice and high, pockets of blue all around, and everyone who's turned up today having a really good day. We've seen some excellent cricket so far, and still plenty more to come. The final due to start at about 6:45. Lauren Bell looks quite at home in the sunshine, doesn't she? In the dugout there, sunglasses on.
Not a care in the world, Lauren Bell. She's as relaxed as anything then, isn't she?
Maybe hiding how she might be actually feeling if she's due to come in next.
Behind those massive sunglasses, definitely. Yeah. I'll be doing the same. I think this is a good move to bring Bryony Smith on here against the left-hander Lindsay Smith. She likes a bit of pace on the ball.
Up and far. That's a beautiful strike from Charlie Dean. She's pumped up, bit between her teeth as well, and she has struck that magnificently down the ground. That'll ease the pressure somewhat.
Something she's worked on really hard in her batting, Charlie Dean, is that power game. I've not seen her hit straight as well as she has in this game before, and yeah, that's a brilliant shot over the top.
Magnificent 6. What's Bryony Smith got in return? Thought that might have been flatter.
Yeah, I don't think she's going to be floating another one up anytime soon. I think there might be an alarm ball actually just sliding across, which I think is a good way to go.
I think Charlie Dean might be thinking, well, if another one comes there, a little glance down towards short third might bring me 4. I just saw that one coming.
That was a bouncer there, I think, from Bryony Smith. Might be one for the over.
Most important thing is it gets Dean off strike. However, 7 8 already collected. So no problems on the runs front. Nothing outlandish needed by Lindsay Smith. Ooh, and you don't need that.
That's what the left-hand, right-hand combination can do a little bit, can't it? Just put that line off and, yeah, just drifting a little bit wide there from Bryony.
3 in the deep on the leg side. Deep backward square. Deep mid-wicket. Long on. Oh, missed opportunity. Was that a stumping that's gone begging?
I'm not a keeper, but I reckon they're probably the hardest ones, aren't they? When they go between bat and pad, it kind of lose sight of it. But yeah, probably should have taken that one, Georgia Redmayne.
Had a good game as Redmayne. Got a couple of stumpings already. She batted really nicely, the Australian.
Yeah, she kind of anchored the innings a little bit, didn't she?
You can see what Dean was thinking, wanting to keep the strike for the start of the next over. Just couldn't turn it round the corner with the angle that she wanted. 142 for 7. 17 overs gone. 21 to win from 3 overs here.
Who are you going here, Daggers? You going, yeah, left armour TCC? I think she's coming on.
You've got to bring her back. Got to bring TCC back. 2 for 18 from her 3. Bryony Smith has to turn the screw. She needs to see the back of Dean. Who is the most likely candidate? 16-year-old Tilly Courtine-Coleman, who's looked mighty impressive. First time I've seen her. I know many others watching will have gotten used to the way that she's bowled for the South East Stars.
Yeah, she's got a lovely action, really tall girl, and really gets over the top of it. Looks like she gets a lot of bounce, a lot of overspin, which is really important for a bowler and really impressive for someone that's so young.
And also the times that she's bowled. You know, bowling in the power play to Bouchier, to Danny Wyatt. You know, these are fairly daunting asks of someone so tender in years. And also bowling in what you could argue is the absolute crunch over here. Try and get a captain a wicket.
As someone that's bowled quite a lot at Danny Wyatt and been hit for a lot of boundaries, I can sympathise with how hard it is. But yeah, she did a great job up front.
Field changing for the left-handed Smith. Very well bowled.
She just looks really hard to get away with that length, and looks like she's really driving the ball into the wicket. You can't really come down to that and hit over the top, and it just looks hard to score off.
Oh, just allowed the single through. Had she collected it cleanly, it would have kept Smith. This is tidy. So far, so good for Courtine-Coleman, but this is the one. Charlie Dean now. Wonder what she's thinking. Is she thinking boundary? Is she thinking see off the main threat? As Bryony Smith and Danny Gregory are bowled out.
That's really well bowled. That's the perfect length, I think.
Really nice loop as well on it. Even though it was a flatter trajectory, you'd like the way the fingers coming out the top.
Yeah, definitely. I think sometimes if you're bowling a little bit flatter, it can just go into the batter's arc, but if you're still going over the top, it's flatter and still on its way down.
Just singles, 5 of them from the final over from Tilly Courtine-Coleman. Keep an eye on her. She is bowled quite beautifully today in this second semi-final. 2 for 23 from her 4 overs. So 12 overs of spin bowled. It's picked up 6 wickets for 90, if my maths is correct. 32 plus 25 plus 23.
I haven't seen any of ADR bowling today. I was a little bit surprised by that. Not sure if she's injured or just not fancied on this pitch. I would have thought that her back of the hand slow balls actually might be really, really important on this pitch. Would be pretty useful.
She's bowled plenty of death in the past, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's a really tricky death bowler to get away, actually.
There's Rihanna McDonald-Gay. 2 overs to go. 16 to win. Make that 15.
She bowls this horrible back of the hand slow ball bouncer that you just can't can't get away at all. There's no pace on it. It's horrible. So I don't know if that might have been a good shout today.
You see batters sort of almost want to swipe once, swipe twice, swipe 3 times before the ball actually reaches them. I've seen that on.
Then end up towing it usually.
Yeah. Making room, but only a single. Now it's 14.
And I would have thought Tash Farrant to bowl the last over. Again, probably would just bowl a lot of cutters, a lot into the wicket. Been a little bit expensive today, but I think probably the right way to go for the last over.
14 from 10. $13 from 9. It's just the one boundary they're thinking.
Yeah, I think one boundary pretty much wins it, but she's doing a really good job here, Rihanna McDonald-Gay. Another really young player that's really impressed everyone and bowls a lot of change-ups again, is really skillful as a bowler and is actually pretty quick, kind of skids it through, really gets it through when she does bowl pace on.
Just the pace taken out of it from McDonald-Gay. Cleverly bowled. Can't inject any pace onto the ball there. From that bottom edge from Charlie Dean, you can see just desperate to try and find the rope somehow.
They can sneak another dot ball here, the Stars. I think they might have just swung back in their favour, but pressure on in semi-final, it's going to be who holds their nerve now, isn't it?
12 from 8.
That's really well bowled. That's the perfect Yorker there to Lindsay Smith. Be interesting to see what Charlie Dean does here. Does she go for another boundary or does she just try and get one and get back on strike? I think I'll be tempted just to go for a boundary, to be honest with you. I think Lindsay Smith's a good enough batter to back her to score a few at the end.
Yeah, she's looked pretty comfortable. You know, just ticking over the singles, rotating the strike. 8 from 10 she is, Lindsay Smith.
She's absolutely rapid between the wickets as well, so you know she's always getting back for 2. But yeah, she's doing a great job here.
This is a very important delivery. Dean on strike, desperate to start the last over. And she will do just that. The single picked up. 6 singles from it. It's nicely bowled by Rihanna McDonald-Gay. And we are going down to the final 6 deliveries. 10 runs to win for the Southern Vipers to replay the final of last year at New Road, in which they were successful against the Blaze.
Who's your money on, Daggers?
Yes, good question. Good question. It really is 6 or 1. I can't pick it. I can see arguments for both. Tash Farrant's going to come on and bowl. I'm not quite sure who is going to come on and bowl.
Looks like Tash.
It is Tash, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the right
Tash
shout.
Farrant with pace off. Not an easy thing to try and hit away. But Dean is 42 not out from 28. Partnership 29 from 23. So it really is beautifully in the balance.
If I was Charlie Dean here, I'd be aiming dead straight at that sight screen. I think it's downhill. It's not the longest boundary ever, and if there's a bit of pace off, just aim dead straight if I was here.
Well, she's looking leg side at the field in the deep. There's a deep square, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off. 4 fielders inside the offside ring. It's Tash Farrant round the wicket, 10 from 6. That's nicely bowled. Smith will think about the second. Dean more than happy to stay at 1.
It's been a brilliant game of cricket, hasn't it? It's been pretty much 50-50 the entire way through. And it's ebbed and flowed a bit, but actually no one's really ever taken real control of the game. So yeah, even with 5 balls to go, we still can't really call it. But Tash is really experienced in these areas, and like I said, she's got about 5 different slower balls and you can't really pick any of them. So yeah, I think definitely pace off here at the death.
Left-handed Lindsay Smith. Waits with 9 required from 5. Oh, brilliant, brilliant. And his run out, absolutely brilliant. Tash Farrant. Pressure, what pressure? Dean had to try and make as much ground as possible. All Smith could do was dig it out straight back to the bowler, and miles out of her ground, and now the odds firmly stacked in the favour of the South East Stars.
That's brilliant from Tash as well, because I think sometimes in that situation you can panic a bit and throw the ball, but actually realised that she had enough time to get back to the stumps and held her nerve and just took the bails. But yeah, great job from Tash there. Really good Yorker as well, pace off Yorker, perfect. That's exactly the way to go on this wicket. And Freya Davies coming in now. She can definitely hold a bat, but I think they'll now be looking for Lindsay Smith to face the majority of the balls. I think it's still pretty in the balance though. I think one boundary and they're right back in the game here, Vipers. So still a lot of cricket to play in these next 4 balls.
Really is. So 9 from 4. Not only the run out, but a dot ball. That's critical. You can see crestfallen is Charlie Dean. Still might not be over for the Vipers just yet.
She hits straight really well, Lindsay Smith. That kind of between long on and mid-wicket pocket, she hits that really well. So I don't know if that's where she'll be looking to go here.
Just falling short of Dunkley. And she does well to get the body behind it, get something on it to make sure it doesn't skew away and go towards the cover boundary. There was no protection beyond her. Lindsay Smith now at the non-strikers. Freya Davies, what have you got? 3 balls, 8 runs.
It's been a brilliant over from Tash so far, hasn't it? She's nailed every single ball yet.
100%. Like I say, you might go for runs in the early part. It's how you return in these pressure situations. The experience of Tash Farrant, that's when you earn your money. 8 from 3. Could be thinking 2. Straight out into the deep, but no.
I think that's the right shout. I think keep Lindsay Smith on strike here. Still 2 boundaries. It's still definitely in the game, but yeah, I think Tash bowled the last over against Central Sparks a couple of weeks ago, or maybe a week ago, and didn't quite get it right. And I think Emma Lark took her for a few and won the game for the Sparks. So she's obviously learnt from that, and she's just gone pace off every delivery here, and she's executed really well.
I should know this. Is there a super over? Let's find out. Farrant bowls. It's carved away, but it's not timed whatsoever. Only a single available. And now the equation is very, very simple. Keep the foot behind the line. And 1 lusty blow is all Freya Davies needs to send her side into the final against the Blaze. Tash Farrant needs anything but that.
I think that's probably the one downside of having such a good batting lineup, is actually Freya Davies probably hasn't batted much yet this season, and all of a sudden has to come in and hit 6 off the last ball. I've not seen too much of her batting. I'm sure she can definitely hold a bat better than most, but yeah, you'd like to think that Tash has got this in the bag from here.
Tash Farrant looks as cool as you like. I'm sure she's not inside. Freya Davies, got to be thinking down the ground. It's the shortest boundary. 1 ball to go, 6 to win. Swing and a miss, and that will do it for the South East Stars.
She's done a brilliant job there, Tash, hasn't she? That's a fantastic last over.
Oh, that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant for the South East Stars. They are back in the final again. You can see what it means to them, and what a superb final over from Tash Farrant. The 2 run-outs within it, 4 singles, and it was all really about that Charlie Dean run-out. Nothing Dean could have done really. She had to go, but it was the slower balls, the areas in which she bowled in a high pressure situation. Tash Farrant has helped her side, the South East Stars, to a final berth against the Blaze. And as for the Southern Vipers, winners of back-to-back tournaments, it is not going to be their year this year, Fee Morris.
No, and I think actually the better team won on the day, and I think the Stars have been a brilliant team this all tournament. I think that's probably about right. Blaze versus Stars in the final. They've been the best two teams all tournament, and I'm really glad it's the best two teams that are fighting it out in the final.
Disappointment etched on the face of Lindsay Smith and Freya Davis. Lindsay Smith, who's had a very, very good tournament. The handshakes all round. Delight for those in yellow. Frustration for Charlotte Edwards and her Southern Vipers team. She cannot keep hold of the cup which bears her name. And even though she has got a wealth of trophies under her belt as a head coach, she will not add the T21 this season.
Be nice to have a different name on the trophy, wouldn't it?
Well, the name will remain. Her name will remain on the trophy for a long time yet to come. But the Blaze are looking for their first. South East Stars looking for their second, as they were winners of the inaugural one after the COVID year. And we're all set up for what should be a fantastic final on an excellent surface here at Derby. We've seen two really good games of cricket so far. But it is the South East Stars who prevail. And they won't have a huge amount of time to get ready for the last one. Sometimes that's a good thing. The Blaze will have been set up relaxing, feet up, watching proceedings. South East Stars have got about an hour and 20 minutes or so before they have to return and take part in the final. Such is the case on finals day. Adrenaline takes you through a lot of it as well.
Adrenaline and a lot of caffeine gum, I think, goes you through.
So, story of the scorecard. Charlie Dean tried in vain, 43 from 29 deliveries. Got off to a great start with Danny Wyatt, 34 from 17. But I think Danny Gregory and Georgia Redmayne helped change the game. 2 for 25 for Gregory, 2 for 32 for Bryony Smith, 2 for 23 for the very impressive 16-year-old Tilly Courtine Coleman. And so that's another thrilling game here. The South East Stars winning by 5 runs, 162 for 5. Just falling short were the Southern Vipers in their 20 overs. And that middle section, as we've seen in both games actually, very difficult to try and score as the spinners keep a fairly tight stranglehold on proceedings. South East Stars, Sophia Dunkley almost reaching 50. Georgia Redmayne batted well. Paige Schofield batted nicely as well. We're just waiting to see what occurs with the presentation party. In fact, let's head downstairs and we can do just that.
So I'm here for the presentation of the player of the match. A huge congratulations to Georgia Redmayne from the South East Stars. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. Really exciting to come in and make the final and beat a really good team to do it. So we knew we were going to be up against it. The Vipers have always been a really strong team, and they put in a really good performance against us just a few days ago. So we knew we were up against it, and yeah, really proud of the girls, and it was an awesome team effort today.
Amazing, 1 stumping and 39 with the bat as well. How are you looking ahead to the final? What do you think are the challenges for you?
Yeah, I think the Blaze are also a very strong team. They finished top of the table in the regular competition, so it's never going to be easy, and it's a really short turnaround. So hopefully, I think key now is just to rehydrate, get lots of food in us, and just do those simple things well. I think we really stuck with it for really long periods of the game there today and worked really hard. So yeah, it's not going to be a quick finish race. It'll be grinding to the very last ball, I think.
And a note for some of your teammates as well who did incredibly well.
Yeah, definitely. I think, to be honest, I think Dunks and Page had probably much bigger contributions than I did with the bat. So I thought they batted exceptionally and really set the tone. We thought 160 would be a really good target on this wicket. First game with 140 was chased down fairly easily. So, I think the way they set the tone and took on the bowlers was amazing. And, to be up the other end watching was pretty cool too.
Well, huge congratulations to you. You are our player of the match. Enjoy your sparkling wine, your Chapel Down sparkling wine. Don't drink it now. Go and get some water and some pasta. We'll see you in the final at 6:45.
Wonderful, thank you. Hopefully we can celebrate with it after.
Sounds amazing. Georgia Redmayne, our player of the match.
Yeah, very well played by Georgia Redmayne today. Excellent behind the stumps and also with the bat, and she will be having more work to do a little bit later on as we look forward to the final. The Blaze, who are top of the table in the group stages, they're already there and have had a little bit of a break. Not the case for the South East Stars. They've got about an hour off before they get back underway. A mouth-watering final here in the 2024 Charlotte Edwards Cup at the County Ground in Derby. So we are looking forward to seeing what transpires in around about an hour and 5 minutes time. We're going to be back up and running here on the ECB live stream, which you can follow us on YouTube at around about 6:30. We're looking forward to it hugely. Make sure you join us for that. Until then, and we're just going to take a look at what's happened over the second innings of this game. We'll see you in about an hour.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. Every session is all out action. All invited, even mums and dads. That's ball, catch, go.
All-Star and All-Stars.
Did you know in the UK every year there are over 30,000 out-of-hospital cardiac arrests?
Emergency services, what service do you require?
Did you know only 1 in 10 people survive a cardiac arrest due to their hospital discharge?
Ambulance service, is the patient breathing?
It's going blue. It's going blue.
Right, listen to me.
Did you know over a third of UK adults do not know how to do CPR?
Can you feel the breathing now?
No, I can't. Come on, Clem.
If someone has suddenly collapsed, is unresponsive and not breathing, they are in cardiac arrest.
Would you know what to do?
Would you know what to do?
Would you know what to do?
Tap on their shoulders and ask, "Can you hear me?"
If there is no response, tip the head back and raise the chin.
Watch and listen for breathing for about 10 seconds.
If there is no sign of breathing, call for help now.
Start CPR by placing the heel of your hands in the center of the chest with arms straight.
Press down about a third of the depth and continue at a rate of 120 compressions a minute.
If you are getting tired, swap with someone else. Keep going and don't stop until a defibrillator arrives.
Be part of the team.
Just give it a go.
Just give it a go.
Just give it a go.
time in the sun. Any changes from that side because of the quick turnaround?
No, we're sticking with the same side. We feel like we've got some good momentum coming into this game, and we're looking to hopefully put in another strong performance.
Tell me about Tilly. 16 years of age. She's taken 16 wickets in her first 10 professional games. That's extraordinary.
Yeah, she's very annoying. She's made senior cricket look very, very easy. But no, she's been in our system a while, and we've had her.
Live in Derby. Just the interviews, yeah?
You all good?
Just the Okay. Yeah, no problem. So it's on this camera now, is it? Yeah. Yep. And I'm out of shot. Shall I just start the interview as that, or do you need? I don't need to link into it now. Yeah, happy. Kirsty, thanks for your time. 2 from 2 from you today. Win the toss and the same results.
Yeah, we're going to have a bowl. That's obviously what we did earlier in the day, and it went well for us, so we're going to have a crack at it again.
It was a close game up until sort of right at the end, but 5 wickets, it allowed you to maybe plan ahead to the final. How have you spent the time in between then? Because it's a fair old wait for the guys.
Yeah, it is. Firstly on our game, obviously, it was really important to get over the line, and I think we kind of planned that chase really well. But yeah, it's obviously been strange sitting around waiting, but we've rested, recovered. The Stars Vipers game was actually a real cracker, so watching the end of that was quite exciting as well.
They were the only team to beat you in the group stage as well, so you know they're capable of good performances.
Yeah, 100%. You don't get to a final unless you're capable of winning big games. But no, we're full of confidence. We've won 9 out of 10 in the group, and then obviously we both just won semi-finals. So there's no complacency, but there's certainly no fears going into this afternoon's game.
You're the leading wicket taker in the competition. Talk to me about that, and also Catherine Bryce, over 400 runs in this competition. That's some going.
Yeah, Bryce has been outstanding. She's really marshalled chases especially really well, but she's just batted with so much freedom and clarity. So she's been a real key for us, which has been great. And yeah, I think the best thing about it is other people have stood up around her. So it's been whole team performances throughout the whole campaign.
Thanks for your time. Go well.
Thank you.
I'll switch over just. It's going to be similar. Bryony, thanks a lot for your time. You've lost the toss. You've been asked to bat first. Are you too bothered about that?
No, very happy. We were looking to have a bat and get some runs on the board in the final. So yeah, happy.
Yeah, you defended very well in that second semi-final. How proud are you of the team effort, really?
Yeah, super proud. Look, we've played some really good cricket this comp. We've done a lot of bowling first. So for us to restrict them a side like that to that score and win the game I'm really proud.
You've got your hands on the trophy before in the inaugural year of this competition. How good did that feel, and how much does it drive you on to do it again?
Yeah, it feels like a while ago now, but we're looking to be that team who's won the first and the last one. So we're obviously had a quick turnaround, but we're looking to go straight back in.
And just finally, Tilly has taken 16 wickets in this competition. It's her first 10 professional games, and she's 16 years of age. You chuck her the ball for the first over of the power play. What pressure?
Yeah, she's been around our group for a while. We've had our eye on her for a few years now, and she's made it look very easy. She's not done anything special. She's just kept the stumps in play and made some very good batters look a bit silly.
Thanks, Bryony. Go well.
Thank you.
Thanks ever so much.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. Every session is all-out action. All invited, even mums and dads. That's ball, catch, go.
All Star and All Stars.
Kirsty, thanks for your time. 2 from 2 from you today. Win the toss and the same results.
Yeah, we're going to have a ball. That's obviously what we did earlier in the day, and it went well for us, so we're going to have a crack at it again.
it was a close game up until sort of right at the end, but 5 wickets, it allowed you to maybe plan ahead to the final. How have you spent the time in between then? Because it's a fair old wait for the guys.
Yeah, it is. Firstly on our game, obviously it was really important to get over the line, and I think we kind of planned that chase really well. But yeah, it's obviously been strange sitting around waiting, but we've rested, recovered. The Stars Vipers game was actually a real cracker, so watching the end of that was quite exciting as well.
They were the only team to beat you in the group stage as well, so you know they're capable of good performances.
Yeah, 100%. You don't get to a final unless you're capable of winning big games. But no, we're full of confidence. We've won 9 out of 10 in the group, and then obviously we both just won semi-finals. So there's no complacency, but there's certainly no fears going into this afternoon's game.
You're the leading wicket taker in the competition. Talk to me about that, and also Catherine Bryce, over 400 runs in this competition. That's some going.
Yeah, Bryce has been outstanding. She's really marshalled chases especially really well, but she's just batted with so much freedom and clarity. So she's been a real key for us, which has been great. And yeah, I think the best thing about it is other people have stood up around her. So it's been whole team performances throughout the whole campaign.
Thanks for your time. Go well.
Thank you.
Bryony, thanks a lot for your time. You've lost the toss. You've been asked to bat first. Are you too bothered about that?
No, very happy. We were looking to have a bat and get some runs on the board in the final, so yeah, happy.
Yeah, you defended very well in that second semi-final. How proud are you of the team effort, really?
Yeah, super proud. Look, we've played some really good cricket this comp. We've done a lot of bowling first, so for us to restrict them a side like that to that score and win the game I'm really proud.
You've got your hands on the trophy before in the inaugural year of this competition. How good did that feel, and how much does it drive you on to do it again?
Yeah, it feels like a while ago now, but we're looking to be that team who's won the first and the last one. So we're obviously had a quick turnaround, but we're looking to go straight back in.
And just finally, Tilly has taken 16 wickets in this competition. It's her first 10 professional games, and she's 16 years of age. You chuck her the ball for the first over of the power play. What pressure?
Yeah, she's been around our group for a while. We've had our eye on her for a few years now, and she's made it look very easy. She's not done anything special. She's just kept the stumps in play and made some very good batters look a bit silly.
Thanks, Bryony. Go well.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Welcome back to Derby, briefly rebranded as Barbados today during a period of unusually beautiful sunshine in what's not been the best summer. We're delighted to say that though the clouds have come in, the weather's still very much playing ball, and we're all set for a lovely late evening final here in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, the 4th ever Charlotte Edwards Cup final. The South East Stars trying to win back the title that they had in 2021. No three-peat for the Vipers, of course, because the Stars beat them by 5 runs. Meanwhile, earlier on in the piece, the Blaze won by 5 wickets with 2 overs to spare against the Central Sparks to end their campaign. So it is the Blaze who were the table toppers up against the Stars. It is 1 versus 2 as the group phase finished. Yours truly, Michael McCann, alongside Sophie Luff, with Charles Dagnall to come later on, alongside Sam Darling, Joe Gardner and Fee Morris as part of our all-star commentary lineup. But for now, I turn to Sophie next to me and start with the classic. Who is your money on?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go with the Stars. I think they've got a slight advantage, having played the second semi-final of the day. They've got a little bit of momentum. Blaze have had a long day. They've probably been here since about 9 a.m. Prepping for that first semi-final. Had to relax, switch off from cricket, and then switch back on now. So, yeah, I'm going to go with the Stars, but I think it's going to be a close game.
Yeah, I think you've got quite a level of impressive meditative zen if you're able to truly switch off in the middle of a finals day. We have a little look at some highlights of the campaign for Blaze so far, and what a campaign it's been. It's easy to forget that last season they won 7 from 7, and that got them the right to avoid the eliminator, go straight to the final where they were defeated by the Southern Vipers over 2 days, a reserve day needed after a storm on the Saturday night at Worcester. But this season they've earned their right to be back into the final. Table toppers, 9 wins from 10, and then they came through that semi-final earlier on in the day. And this is a bit of the notable moments in how they did it. They kept Sparks to 140 for 9 and then chased it relatively comfortably. Game where, would you say ultimately the fact that you were watching first versus fourth as the league table finished proved and willed out, Sophie?
Yeah, I mean, I thought Blaze set up really nicely earlier in the day. The way that they went about things with the ball, I guess speaks highly of how they've gone about things throughout their campaign. Incredibly consistent. Kirsty's got a lot of bowling options to use, and they were mature in the run chase as well. Tammy obviously set the tone at the top of the order, and then the ever reliable Catherine Bryce made sure that she did the bulk of the work in the middle.
Catherine Bryce not far off a fifth 50 in this competition this season. But as with every final, it starts with that all-important toss of a coin. Let's have a look at what happened not too long ago at the coin toss. Let's have a look at how the South East Stars have made it through to finals day. They, of course, finished second in the table with 7 wins, a couple of losses and a washout thus far in the campaign. They've been impressively consistent, and when you think that last season they won 3 and lost 4 and didn't really get close to finishing in the top 3, the transformation's been magnificent, hasn't it?
Yeah, they've got a lot of options. I think they would definitely have been disappointed with their campaign last year, massively underperformed, but they seem to have found... well, as we see, Tilly Courtine-Coleman, they find a future superstar in her, but they find a way of winning games and getting over the line, and they thoroughly deserve to be in the final today.
Yeah, it's handy when you pick up a bowler who can seemingly bowl in the power play, in the middle overs, at the death, concedes less than 5 and over, and has the ability, as she does, to pick up wickets seemingly at will, a bowling average hovering around 10 in the campaign this season, and after 2 wickets in the semi-final, she's up to 16 now. And it is worth reminding you again that she is just 16 years old. It is remarkable the progression she's shown in such a short space of time.
Yeah, a classic example of someone bursting onto the scene in women's domestic cricket. I think we've seen it over the last few years. Obviously, Alice Capsey burst onto the scene in the 100, Sophia Smell, maybe something to do with left-arm spinners. But yeah, Tilly seems to be the next one in line.
Blaze, as is... I think customary, it is an unofficial rule in cricket, amateur or professional across the country, getting in a bit of football warm-up, which you must do at some point before the actual game starts. That's what they're doing to try and stay nice and relaxed before they head out. They've never reached a final as the East Midlands region until last season, where they were twice runners-up against the Vipers. Do you think it might psychologically help them here that they're playing the Stars? They're playing somebody different.
Yeah, I think no one really wants to play Vipers in a final. They've been there and done it so many times. So I think Blaze will fancy their chances here against Stars. Obviously finished top of the table, so probably feel like they deserve to be in the final as well. But it's about turning up on the day. They did that in the semi-final. Can they do it again tonight in the final? Yeah,
I was looking back through the record book. So when you take last season and this season, they've won 17 of their last 19 games of regional T20 cricket, the Blaze. So it would be a cruel person to deny them being deserving of the trophy if they were to win it. They really have been incredibly consistent across this campaign and last campaign. That being said, they've only lost 2 games in that period, and one of them was the final last season of this competition at Worcester, where they were defeated. Danny Wyatt with 50 off 28 balls. Mai Boucher contributed 25. Vipers 118 for 3, winning by 7 wickets with 34 balls to spare. By the standards of T20, a bit of a thumping in truth. And the Blaze only posted 114 for 8, thanks to 26 not out from Marie Kelly. Georgia Adams with 2 for 20. Charlie Dean for 2 for 21. That's the kind of Viper story we've seen in so many finals over the years. But the other defeat this season came against the team that they are playing here now. That was last Sunday at Derby. The Stars won by 5 wickets with 29 balls to spare. So that's an intriguing little dynamic to this final. Blaze are not playing the side that defeated them in both finals last season, but they are facing a side who are the only team they've lost to in T20 cricket this season. And that was a thumping. They were bowled out for 84. Alexa Stonehouse took 3 for 13. She's actually not in the 11 for Stars today, wasn't in for the semi-final, and it's unchanged today. And Danny Gregory and Tilly Courtine-Coleman both picked up a couple of wickets. Sarah Glenn top scored with 21 not out, and it won't surprise you to know that Stars made short work of the target, finishing it with 4.5 overs to spare, 29 balls left. Emma Jones with an emphatic 30 not out as they won by 5 wickets. That was a rare defeat for Blaze, so it will be interesting to see quite how they psychologically tune themselves up for this one, but they have been a very impressive all-round outfit across the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, they have. They've become incredibly consistent ever since Kirsty Gordon took on the captaincy, really. A very fiery individual on the pitch, but I think she's got the best out of her players, and they've really collectively gelled to make sure that they're a really hard team to beat, and their record speaks for itself. You mentioned the game where Stars beat them last week. Whether that will have any bearing, I think it's a fresh day. It's the opportunity to play in a final. I'm not sure either team will be thinking about the result last week. They'll just be fully focused on the game ahead tonight.
Guard of Honour is set and Blaze are ready to head out. They've got this incredible record when chasing. 4 successful chases from 4 last season, 6 successful chases from 6 this season in women's domestic regional T20 cricket. So 10 from 10 in that regard. It's not too surprising when you think about that they've won the toss and decided they're going to have a bowl. And Stars will bat first. Stars have won 2 of their 3 games so far this season, batting first coming into today, and of course defeated the Vipers batting first in the second semi-final. So both teams in their own way will probably not mind this.
Yeah, I'd have thought both teams would be pretty happy with how the toss went. The lights are going to take effect later as well, which you probably would prefer to be chasing under lights. That's sort of the way that cricketers see it, but runs on the board in a final could be a great way for Stars to set up the game.
Here come the teams led by your umpires, Anna Harris and Rob White. Your match referee is Helen Pack, and this is the 2024 Charlotte Edwards Cup final. The South East Stars being put into bat, the champions in 2021, looking to get their crown back up against the Blaze. Runners-up last season, incredibly consistent last season in this, and finally looking to get a trophy to show for it. Grace Ballinger is getting ready to bowl the first over of the final from our end of the ground, the racecourse end. Our commentary box is at a deep mid-off position if you're a right-hander. Bryony Smith is getting ready to face up. Sophia Dunkley's at the non-strikers. Key part of the game, this Ballinger, an explosive, dangerous left-arm bowler who will get a bit of nip back into Smith, who will set the tone for her team and look to be characteristically aggressive at the top. She faces a lot of dot balls. She never seems to particularly care about it. She's got, in terms of looking at the top run scorers in the competition, she's got one of the highest dot ball percentages. Not far off half the deliveries she faces are dots, but plenty of the others go to the boundary, and it more than makes up for it. Slip in place. 2 allowed out, of course. They're at deep mid-wicket and square leg. Sun has popped its head out from the clouds. We're perfectly set for a showpiece final. Here's Ballinger to bowl the first ball of the Charlotte Edwards Cup final to Bryony Smith. Stars captain crashes it away through cow corner, and it won't be stopped out there. It was hit very, very hard. Nothing that Lucy Hyam could do about it. Charging around to her left. The perfect start for Stars. 4 off the first.
Yeah, trademark Smith there, throwing the first punch. Misfield on the boundary, but Ballinger already under pressure. It's probably just not the length you want to be bowling to Bry. You want to air fuller if you possibly can, especially trying to get a little bit of lateral movement with the new ball.
Fuller from Ballinger, and that's got the treatment as well. A bit too full, overcompensating you might say. And Smith can free her hands and thump it through extra cover. Back-to-back falls to start the final.
Yeah, said she wanted to be slightly fuller to Bry, but too much width on that occasion from Ballinger. And the Stars on top with the first 2 balls finding the fence.
When it's that full, of course, it doesn't give the ball a chance to swing, which is a real weapon of Ballinger's when she gets it right. Much better length from Ballinger. And it seemed to just kept low a little. We've seen a few do that on this surface. Not fun for Sarah Bryce to deal with behind the stumps.
Yeah, obviously into the third game of the day on this pitch. Seeing a couple keep on the lower side. That one just not carrying through to Sarah Bryce. They're already getting rid of the attacking slip fielder. They've gone to a short third.
Ballinger down leg this time, and it's managed to escape past Sarah Bryce as well. Difficult for Bryce because the ball was swinging for Ballinger, taking it even further away from the keeper. So that will run away for 5 wides, and they're 13 without loss after 3 balls, the Stars.
Yeah, on that occasion, just starting it too straight, and the ball did swing on that occasion. Evaded the gloves of Sarah Bryce. She had a lot of work to do down the leg side there, and yeah, it's a costly start from Ballinger.
Both teams unchanged from semi-final victories, not too surprising. Ballinger very full, and that's a nice square drive from Smith, just using all the pace that was already on the ball, opening the face and just guiding it to the fence for 4 more. She looks in great touch. 12 off 4 for Bryony Smith.
Yeah, motoring along is Bryony. Used the pace of delivery really nicely there. Like you said, Michael, open the face. Use the speed that's in this outfield. When you hit it across that square, it gathers pace, and Smith's done that very well there. 12 from 4 balls already.
Ballinger this time back of a length, nurdled out to mid-wicket for 1. Mentioned both teams unchanged, so Stars, we've talked about the fact their batting order can be something of a movable feast, but will be, broadly speaking, Bryony Smith, Sophia Dunkley, and then you've got a middle order that almost could be anything, but you've got Alice Davison-Richards, Rihanna McDonald-Gay, Phoebe Franklin, Emma Jones, Tash Farron, and Tilly Courtine-Coleman, and Danny Gregory. Well, that's sliced away. I'm not sure that's exactly where Dunkley meant it. She was trying to square cut, but I think she wanted to go more backward point than through third. But regardless, 4 for Dunkley from her first ball, and it is a brilliant first over for the South East Stars. It's gone for 22.
Yeah, huge first over from the Stars again. Width from Ballinger. Just hasn't executed her line or length in this first over. And it's always so crucial when you're bowling at someone like Bryony Smith. You've got to be on the money from ball 1, and unfortunately Smith and Dunkley have got the better of Ballinger on that occasion. It'll be interesting to see what Blaze do now, because they use Ballinger so much in the power play. Do they go away from that, or do they continue to back her, having gone for 22 in the first?
Well, they like that swing that Ballinger gets through the new ball, but this presents a real dilemma for Kirsty Gordon, who for now has got the ball in her hand. Bowling her left arm tweakers that are normally so effective, but her first ball's gone for 4 as well. The pain is being piled on here. It's just too short. Smith can rock back and help that away. 26 without loss after 7 balls.
I don't really want to say it, but it does look like Blaze have been sat around for a little while, doesn't it? A little bit off the pace in these first 7 deliveries out there. Mis-execution, and Bryony is picking up where she left off in the first innings. A decent strike rate.
Just covering up and blocking that one out into the covers, Smith. He does tend to be a bit, and I'm not meaning to oversimplify a method here, but is a touch block it or smash it. He's sort of a perfect opener for the power play.
Yeah, I don't think she likes doing much running, Bry, from what I know about her.
Goes on the sweep. Is that out? It is out! Kirsty Gordon yet again delivers for the Blaze when they need it most. The captain visibly pumped up to have got out the opposition skipper. Smith goes for 17 off just 7 balls, 26 for 1 after this eventful start.
Yeah, huge wicket there. Kirsty doing what she's done all season for the Blaze, taking responsibility, bowling the hard overs in power play and enjoying another wicket celebration as she always does.
Yeah, she'll be chuffed with that. 21 wickets in the competition now, with an average hovering around 10. She's gone for comfortably less than a run a ball. And when you think that last season in this final, she went wicketless and scored just 3 with the bat, that would have meant even more to be stepping up for her side, particularly after that expensive first over from Ballinger. Now, we've talked about how you just don't know what you're going to get with the South East Stars. And Phoebe Franklin, who in the semi-final was shunted right down the order, heads out at number 3.
Yeah, very interesting, given how well they batted in the first semi-final. Stars, I'm surprised to see someone coming in at 3 that didn't bat. But we've said it before that their batting lineup is incredibly flexible.
Franklin just pushing to cover. She's more of an accumulator. She's worked harder on the more aggressive options within her game. She was carded to bat anywhere between probably 4 and 8 in that first game and ended up getting a DNB. Stars lost 5 wickets. Again, no run there, straight to cover point. Will certainly always keep you on your toes, this Stars batting lineup. Nice again from Gordon, just drifting down leg, but Dots building that pressure. Great over from Gordon, completely changing the early feel of this contest. 26 for 1 off 2. The theory I've got is, as a steadying hand for others to bat around, maybe that's why Franklin's gone up. It gives Dunkley a licence to be more aggressive in the power play.
It does, but I see Georgia Redmayne doing that role for Stars as well. So I'd probably prefer the right-left-hand combination. Stars obviously see it differently. You know, whether they're going with matchups in terms of the Blaze attack, who they think they're going to bowl in power play, and they feel that Franklin is a better option than having the left-handed Redmayne at the crease.
Catherine Bryce on to bowl. Unsurprisingly, Ballinger being taken off, having gone for 22. You might want your new ball bowler to swing the ball, but you can't risk another over like that at this stage. Here's Bryce right on the button, with sister Sarah, of course, standing up.
I guess that might be the thinking a little bit in terms of having 2 right-handers with the likes of Ballinger and Catherine Bryce that both swing the ball back into a right-hander. Obviously, or could be easier, perceived to be easier to try and play the in-swinging ball into the leg side rather than it going away from the left-hander.
Bryce just holding that one back. Franklin briefly wanted a run. There's definitely no run there. Mentioned the Blaze team unchanged. It's Tammy Beaumont, Marie Kelly, Catherine and Sarah Bryce, Heather Graham, Ella Claridge, Michaela Kirk, Josie Groves, skipper Kirsty Gordon, Lucy Hyam and Grace Ballinger. Chopped away into the offside. Slightly tight looking single. They do manage to get home though.
Yeah, looked to be running on the shot there, Dunks. I think it was a favourable bounce into the hands of Kirk there at cover, but they're safely in. Franklin got her speedy shoes on.
Just communicating about the variety box of chocolates that Catherine Bryce is working her way through in this over. I think I've seen a leg cutter. I've definitely seen a back of the hand slower ball as well.
Oh, that's disappointing. I thought you were going to, actually use chocolate sort of analogies to describe the balls there, Michael.
Oh, we still could. That's a bit more of a conventional one from Bryce. That's just sort of just a dairy milk. Other brands available. But she does have a lot of good change-ups. You see all of the experience coming through. Someone that you probably appreciate all the more when watching her in person, Catherine Bryce. That's just worked away through square leg for 1. Probably getting more attention for how she's batted in the Charlotte Edwards Cup this season, but her bowling's been at the continually excellent level that we're so accustomed to it being at. And she's again delivering nicely here. This over's gone for just 2 off 5 balls.
Yeah, she's top of the PCA MVP rankings for a reason.
That's 4 hits straight to mid-off, so she'll concede just 2 from the over, and the last 2 overs have ended up going for just 6 after that high-scoring first one, 28 for 3. Yeah, no, she's very well supported by parents Susan and James, who they live up in Glasgow and they travel pretty much everywhere to watch their 2 daughters in action. They certainly get through a heck of a lot of mileage. They once said to me sort of jokingly last season, can we not get a Scottish regional team and get our 2 as sort of the leaders of it? Blaze will be very happy that they've of course signed 3-year contracts for next season with Nottinghamshire. So that's pushed back by Franklin at the start of the 4th.
Yeah, I can imagine it's not too bad when they're both playing in the same team, but I imagine it's a bit more of a nightmare in the 100 competition.
Yeah, absolutely. They've told me they sometimes have to divide up. That's hit hard down the ground by Franklin. First shot of real intent. It's half stopped by the fielder out there. And they get just 1. The throw was to mid-off rather than the bowler. But if your throw's going to be errant, you might as well pick out one of your teammates. There's a little bit of laughter now as mid-off, which is Tammy Beaumont is just kind of jokingly pointing out where that throw should have gone. No damage done. Hasn't been a boundary now for 12 balls I make it. The pressure's building. And Dunkley's feeling that pressure and responding to it by going up and over mid-on. Good shot, got down the pitch, got that front leg out of the way, met it on the half volley. 4 runs for Sophia Dunkley.
Yeah, interesting. They've got long off to Dunkley, so they've got mid-on up in the circle, and Dunkley's brave, takes it on and gets a boundary for it.
Going down the track again, but this time just nudging in between square leg and mid-wicket for 1.
That's what I thought she did really well in the semi-final against the Vipers, actually, as she built her innings. Dunkley, very good at the drop and run, rotated the strike really nicely.
Dead ball there. Dunkley, who was a major factor in Sparks winning that semi-final by just 5 runs. 49 off 53. As Franklin's chopping into the ground. Gordon nearly slipped that through her defences. And I think Kirsty Gordon won't mind at the Cricket Casino her odds when Franklin is going back and trying to cut that off middle.
Yeah, pressure on Phoebe Franklin here. 2 off 8 deliveries.
On the sweep this time. I'm not sure there's bat on that. I'll get through for 1, so at least one way or another it's strike rotation. And that's the end of the 4th over. 35 for 1, 7 off it.
Yeah, another good over from Kirsty Gordon, taking responsibility as skipper, leading from the front, bowling the hard overs. And they are not going back to Ballinger for the moment in power play. Going to stick with Catherine Bryce. I think that's the thing, they have got other options. They have got other options that they can go to later in the game. They can always go back to Ballinger later in the game if they need to, but they've got lots of spin and lots of pace-off options.
Into the pads, the in-swinger. It might turn out as well, looks like the kind of pitch where your nagging medium pacer or your spinner may actually be more effective than your pace option. It's keeping a bit low. It doesn't seem to have that much carry in it as a surface, and there's definitely a bit of spin there, no doubt. Little slur ball, and Franklin was very early on this. Chips it into the onside. Dunkley wants 2, and it's good running. She knows she's got the danger end, and she knows she'll get back comfortably.
Yeah, great awareness there from Dunkley. Wanted 2 from the outset and made it really easily in the end.
Again, the in-swing angle of Bryce is causing problems for Franklin, who gets down the other end courtesy of the leg by, but is now on 4 off 12.
Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of facing Catherine Bryce myself, so have empathy with the Stars batters here. Bowled really well so far. 9 deliveries, only gone for 5. Doing a really good job in power play for Blaze here.
Steps across this time, Dunkley will get 1, It's the second time she's done that in this innings. You'd say Bryce adjusted very well though, just completely cramped her for room, and Dunkley in turn responded by shaping it away for one. Swipe and a miss. Sarah Bryce interested in the stumping. Back foot was just about grounded, but Franklin was off balance. Another great over this from Catherine Bryce. It's gone for just 4 with 1 ball left of it in the power play as well, remember. Slow ball completely not picked by Franklin, who charged down. Sarah Bryce couldn't gather it cleanly, otherwise it may have been a stumping. And they scamper through for 1. End of the 5th over. Another great tight over from Catherine Bryce. And having gone for 22 off the first, they've pulled this back brilliantly, Blaze. The last 4 have gone for just 18, 40 for 1 off 5. After some more thoughts from Sophie Love, alongside her, it will be Charlie Dagnall.
Yeah, brilliant first couple of overs from Catherine Bryce there. I'm going to see Heather Graham bowl in the power play. Stars batters having a little bit of a chat. Franklin could do with getting a boundary away here. 6 off 14. Dunkley going well at the other end. 11 off 8 balls. As Daggers just comes back in to join me. It's the first time I've been on with you, Daggers, today. I think you've been avoiding me.
They've kept us apart. They know the chaos that could possibly ensue with me and you, Lufster. Great to see you. Great to have you on the broadcast as ever. And it's been a strange kind of power play. After 22 coming from the first over, the following 4 have actually been quite sedate. It's woken up the Blaze. That's a bit more like it. Lovely piece of timing from Franklin. Didn't try to overhit it, just place it through the gap in the infield and it races away.
Yeah, really good from Franklin there. Said she needed a boundary and she's found one. First ball of Graham's over, goes to the fence. And can Franklin get a little bit of a move on now?
It's something that was, crikey, it was something that was discussed when I was playing about getting a boundary off the first ball of the over. Is it still something that is very much in keeping with the modern game in the tactical front?
Oh, she's gone.
Beautifully bowled. Just no foot movement, stuck in the crease, statuesque. And Franklin, after a glorious shot, falls foul to an injudicious one. And the second wicket falls. Heather Graham, the Australian, makes the breakthrough.
Yeah, decent bit of bowling there from Graham. Just looking to keep it really simple. Attack the stumps and, yeah, like you say, lack of foot movement there from Phoebe Franklin. A little bit too late practicing the shot after the dismissal. As we see Paige Schofield coming to the crease. Great hand in the semi-final she played. Getting her team up to that brilliant total that was just enough to pip the Vipers and find their way into the final tonight.
Yeah, 34 not out from 22 deliveries she made, 5 fours and 1 6. Plenty of long handle from her, looks in really good order, although she has over the last couple of years or so. Paige Schofield, another one of those players who've already been signed up by Surrey for next year. But the Blaze have definitely woken up after that first over. They've come back nicely. They will hope it doesn't cost them too much. So Heather Graham still with 4 balls left of this power play. There's a deep square and a deep mid-wicket in situ. Anyway, what we were talking about. First ball of the over.
Yeah, I think there definitely is a little bit of that still around, trying to put the pressure back on the bowler straight away. And yes, especially in power play, you obviously want to go really hard. So I think that's definitely the motto from a lot of openers and top order bats.
Opens her account quite comfortably. It always was the case from a bowling perspective, where, you know, in limited overs and T20 cricket, you always felt as a bowler you were playing catch up. You know, when the first one goes, you're trying to drag that over back. You have an idea in your mind of the kind of rate you want to be going at. If it's T20 cricket, let's say you want to be going at 7s as a real optimum. Doesn't always work out that way, but that's a nice target to have. And then you feel, well, next 3 balls, if I get hit for 4, next 5, I've got to try and restrict it to just 3. And so it does play on the mind of bowlers. I think this is the right field now to Dunkley.
Yeah, I agree. They've made that change. Really big gap between square leg, where Tammy Beaumont's in the ring, and long on. Lots of space for Dunkley to try and get up and back for 2s, but they're trying to restrict her boundary options in this power play.
And that's exactly what happens. Absolute whippet coming in from deep mid-wicket. Michaela Kirk it was, and it concludes the 6th over. So it was a lovely 1 over to spend with you, Sophie Luff. I enjoyed it immensely, but you're off now. And Fee Morris comes back alongside me. 46 for 2, 6 overs gone. And the South East Stars just enjoying a bit of late evening sunshine. The sun is just dipping ever lower. And it's been a wonderful day, a glorious day here in Barbados. Sun beating down. Hardly any clouds that have looked ominous. And we've thoroughly enjoyed our day so far, and plenty more to come over the next couple of hours, Fee.
It's been good, hasn't it? There's been some great cricket as well. 2 really close games, which is good to see.
Josie Groves comes into the attack and is met with the flashing blade of Sophia Dunkley. She's not going to miss out on that.
Yeah, that's bread and butter for Sophia Dunkley. A bit short and wide there from Josie Groves. Didn't quite get a length right, didn't quite get a line right, so we'll have another go.
Just think with Sophia Dunkley, especially with spin that goes away from her, I've seen it a lot over the course of her career, that if you can target that middle and leg stump as a spinner, taking the ball away from the right-hander, that's where she'll play around that front pad. That's what causes a little bit of consternation. Any width, it's gone.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes just chops down on the ball to Sophia Dunkley, but when she hits a ball, it really stays hit. So, yeah, I think line's really, really important to her for sure, especially as a spinner. Bit
of protection now on the deep cover boundary. The field can spread after the power play overs, so 4 allowed outside the circle, but mid-off has come up. That's good. That's good bowling right in front of the stumps, just pitching outside leg. Has to get her skates on, does Dunkley, but manages to do so.
It looks like it's just starting to spin a little bit. There was no spin this morning, but it looks like it's just starting to hold a little bit. And Josie Groves does get a little bit of rag, so we'll see how that goes later on in the game.
Might interest you. The off tweakers gripping a little bit more in this early evening.
Yeah, maybe next year, Daggers. Maybe next year.
Need to get some batting up there in the Thunder.
That's going to be my job. But yeah, it hasn't gone quite so well for us this year, but we're in transition, we'll call it, with a new coach.
Oh, brilliant. And that's what I'm talking about. That's the line. Middle and leg. Induce her out, and she closes the face. Stumped for the second time today, Sophia Dunkley. That is a wonderful piece of bowling from Josie Groves. The 3rd wicket falls for the South East Stars.
That's the perfect leg spinner's delivery, really, isn't it? Little bit of dip, little bit of flight, little bit of turn, little bit of bounce. That's lovely from Josie Groves. And a great take from Sarah Bryce as well. Really quick hands there.
Well, I'm in the crowd with Lucy, who's 11, who's a massive Blaze fan with her dad, Andrew. You support the team, you support the girls. You've watched them quite a few times this season, haven't you? What do you love about women's cricket?
Beautifully bowled.
I really like how the players
So
like,
Dunkley
really
has to
inspirational.
depart. She
They're
goes to
always
16
really
from
kind,
14, 52
And you've done a training course
for
with
3.
them.
Yeah, I got to do a girls' training course.
Yeah, it looks
and
like
then I
they've
got
just
to play with Knox
pushed
and Blaze
Georgia
the other day.
Redmayne down the order a little bit. I don't know if they see her as more
you're
of
here
a
with
kind
your
of
dad, Andrew,
accumulator in
who's
the middle
obviously
overs, and
you've got your
and didn't want to
love
come in
of
a power
cricket
play, but
as well.
3 down after
How important is it to get
6.5. It was a
youngsters
good
involved in the
start
game?
from Bryony Smith
Oh,
in
it's
the first
amazing.
over,
I mean,
but Blaze have done
my
brilliantly
kids
to drag it back
play
since
on a
then.
Friday
Yeah, they
night.
really have.
Down at,
Thought Georgia
Cricket Club,
Redmayne
and
looked
it's a
sensational.
Fantastic
A good
community
doctor
atmosphere and
at the crease.
real great team spirit.
Brilliant. We'll talk to you a little
She
bit
did,
more after this.
Yeah, she hit square of the wicket really well and really took advantage of that in the first game. So let's see what she can do here.
Strong on the sweep. They've got fielders in position for that shot. Round the wicket from Groves. Oozes herself off the mark quite comfortably.
So I'm back here
Excellent
chatting
over
to Lucy,
from
who's
Josie
11, who's
Groves.
a massive fan
Wicket and
of
6
the Blaze. Can I
conceded,
ask your
53
favourite
for
player?
3 after
Playing
7.
today, Tammy Beaumont, but overall,
And this is where the
Nats
Blaze
were
are a really brilliant
Oh,
team.
Nats
They're,
were- I know
they're
you've
excellent at
supported England
squeezing
this
in
season
that
as
middle
well, haven't
phase.
you? What game did
They've
you
got
see?
some brilliant spinners, obviously Kirsty
against
Gordon,
Pakistan at
a really wily
Edgbaston
character,
a few
really
weeks
wily
ago.
bowler, and
Amazing.
And she's
Well,
brilliant
Lucy,
in that
because
middle
you are-
phase. So yeah, see if they can get the squeeze on here against the Stars. Looks like Lucy Hyam coming on again. Probably a good matchup to the left-hander. Always like an off-spinner against the left-hander, especially with a little bit of spin in the pitch.
Yeah, absolutely. And be intrigued to see. She can give it a rip, can Lucy? Starting round the wicket to the left-hander. I'll be intrigued to see what kind of purchase she does get. Slip in place already. Not going to get any turn from that length.
I think she's a really underrated bowler, actually, Lucy Hyam. I think in a team where you've got Kirsty Gordon as obviously the kind of frontline spinner, she goes under the radar a bit, but yeah, she gets some really nice flight on the ball and like you said, really gives it a rip, and she's got a lovely action, really gets over it and gets some revs on the ball. So if anyone's going to get some turn out there today, I think it'll be her.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. There you go. That one's just offered a little bit. Darting back in quite sharply as well, and you're right. A lot of other spinners, she's always been one of those kind of fringe type of players. And you're not going to try and keep the rate down when bowling that length, though. You've got to get it up there, Lucy Hyam, or else you're going to get spanked away for 4 by Paige Schofield.
She's brilliant off the back foot, Paige Schofield. There's not many players in the domestic game that's hitting a pull shot off a spinner that hard, and yeah, you've definitely got to wear a bit fuller to her, especially as a spinner. That's just bread and butter for her, splitting that gap between mid wicket and deep square.
I was good pals with her, sort of one of her cricketing mentors at Leicester Grammar School, Laurie Potter, who oddly, in strange kind of links, Laurie Potter used to play for Staffordshire in the minor counties. He also played for Kent and Leicestershire, but was a teammate of Steve Dean, Charlie's father. So, strange kind of tree of links within the games.
He could hit a long ball, Charlie Dean's dad, I think, by the sounds of it. I remember.
He was a proper player.
Yeah, I remember talking to him once about how to hit the ball a bit harder, and he said you've got to hold the bat at the top of the handle, almost like a hockey stick.
I've mentioned this on more than one occasion. Just struggling a little bit here, Lucy Hyam, just to get the radar right. More than one occasion when I was playing for Cumberland as a youngster. And they both played for Staffordshire, and they were a horrible team, let me tell you. Really horrible.
Personality-wise, or?
Oh, just generally all round. You know, they used to set you impossible targets, and the match would peter out into a draw. End of the overs. 8 gone. 61 for 3. But they played it hard and tough, and that's what was really good, what you learned. Steve Dean, though, was an unbelievable striker of the ball. Quite diminutive, but strong, really powerful. And I think, you know, in a different era would have played a lot of county cricket, and if there was sort of T20 cricket available at his time of life, I think he would have been an absolute gun. But the genes are good. Passed down to Charlie.
Yeah, she's done all right, has Charlie Dean. Batted brilliantly, actually, earlier in that game. Was unlucky not to get the Vipers over the line.
Groves to continue. Well, we have been blessed with wonderful weather and conditions. One wondered a couple of weeks ago whether we'd ever see temperatures above 13, 14 degrees. Now, this is a gas given, yeah. Did wonder if that back foot had just dragged and moved a little bit. And so it did. And a really nice piece of wicket keeping from Sarah Bryce. Groves has her second, and this innings is just starting to tilt the way of the Blaze.
I think that's a really good decision as well there from Anna Harris. I think she did just drag that back foot out, and that's a brilliant piece of work from Sarah Bryce. And again, a little bit of turn on offer there from Josie Groves, so we'll see how much that comes into play in the second innings.
Yeah, obviously you want to see a side-on angle, but I think Anna Harris, I'm with you, Fee, I think she's got that spot on, because where the foot was looked as though it was directly on the line, just dragging out ever so slightly. And the line is the umpires. And Josie Groves now 2 for 7. Paige Schofield trudges back. And the Stars in a bit of a pickle.
That's definitely the length to bowl to Paige Schofield as well. You've got to err a little bit fuller. She can hit a really big ball, so you know that slog sweep's a real strength of hers. But I think if you're really wanting to get her out, you've got to pitch it up a little bit.
Mother's going nuts.
I don't blame her.
Josie Groves' mum at the back of the stand on the far side, dancing away, clapping her hands, moving from side to side. She must be shattered at the end of a day's play watching Josie. Great character, great family. Got to know one or two of them in the 19s World Cup a couple of years back. Groves, again, down the ground, firmly struck, and just beyond the reach, is it? Yeah. Just beyond the reach now of Kirsty Gordon. And a boundary first up.
That's a great start from Emma Jones. I remember playing against her in a 50-over game last year, and she absolutely whacked it straight. So she's obviously a tall girl. She's got really long levers and hits a really clean ball straight. So to play that shot first ball is it's a pretty good effort. Shows how she's going to go, I think, for the next few overs. There's no hanging about.
And I like the flight from Groves, but it's just if you can just straighten that up. If you go back to the delivery which removed Sophia Dunkley, you allow the arms to be freed, then you're going to more often than not get a really solid connection. But if you just tighten that up ever so slightly, then that's where batters just don't have that room to manoeuvre and to get those arms free.
Yeah, definitely, especially against the taller batters that have those levers. You think of someone like an Emily Arlott, speak about bowling as straight as it possibly can. Anything outside off stump is exactly where they want it. It's almost like a golf swing, just can kind of get those levers out. And yeah, anything a little bit tighter becomes a lot harder the taller you get, I think.
Well, we have a lost ball. Kirsty Gordon thinks it's gone under that cover. Tammy Beaumont, well, I'd say she'd go and help, but she's got to get herself over the advertising hoardings first, and I don't know if she could get back.
Probably not the woman for the job, is she?
Not really. Oh, she's assisting, though. Nicely done, Tammy. Ball has eventually been retrieved, but a pretty lusty blow. First ball from Emma Jones.
I want to see Josie Groves still tossing the ball up there, though. They're 4 down, and you know they're going at a pretty decent rate, but being 4 down, if they can take another wicket here, they're right on top. So I love the fact that she's still tossing it up, and she's got long on, long off, and see what Emma Jones can do next.
You didn't get your wish. A little bit flatter from Groves. I couldn't agree with you more, though. Because she is getting that little bit of turn, and enough turn to cause consternation to batters, Just keep throwing it up there, tempt them.
It's easier said than done sometimes. It's really difficult as a spinner. If you've just been whacked over your head, it's hard to do, but it's all part of the game, isn't it?
Nicely bowled. Very nicely bowled. Nicely played, though, as well, from Georgia Redmayne.
Yeah, that's nice. I love that pace. She's got to then create that power, and I think when you fall down, it's quite hard to know how hard to go. So yeah, I love that pace from Josie Groves.
Left well enough alone, and Emma Jones wanted the wide, nowhere near. I think she was asking a little bit too much. Josie Groves finishes her second over. 2 for 13 she is with the Stars. 68 for 4 in this Charlotte Edwards Cup final of 2024. The first domestic silverware available in either the men's or women's competition. Currently held by the Southern Vipers. It will be held by someone who's held it before or someone new, as the Vipers have won it over the last 2 years. The South East Stars won the inaugural tournament. Great to see that it will be carried on over the course of next year when the franchises become counties again. Some will keep the same names, but will be aligned with the counties.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what kind of movement comes over the next season or two. Don't think many people will move, but it'll be interesting to see who does. And yeah, I think it's the right way to go, isn't it? Turning it into the counties. Not a lot changes for us, to be honest, at Thunder. We've pretty much been Lancashire the whole time, but yeah, I think for some teams like a Western Storm and a Sunrisers, they'll have a lot more support and a base, and that'll be fantastic to see, definitely for them.
And the expansion in 2025 with Yorkshire joining, 2026 with Glamorgan. And a flight from Lucy Hyam, who's going round the wicket, and again, not a bad option to a big hitting right-hander.
Yeah, again, it's just taking those levers out and trying to cramp her up a little bit. Got to get that line right, Hyam.
What is your line? This is something you've done before. This is something that you operate round the wicket as an off-spinner. What's your line?
Yeah, I think if it's turning, you want to kind of pitch on off stump to hit off stump. Potentially to Emma Jones even a little bit straighter than that.
There is protection out on the deep, but it's too much to do. And as you mentioned, Fee Morris, Emma Jones's job is quite simple, and it's to find the boundary as many times as she can in a shorter space of time.
Yeah, probably just a little bit too full from Lucy Hyam there. A little bit step and hit, and because Emma Jones is quite tall, that was right in her arc. So you've got to drag your length back a little bit, I think, to her.
Yeah, just to clarify, when you say pitching off stump to hit off stump, you're talking about the angle as well. So your angle from round the wicket is quite wide, so you're pitching off and hoping for that turn to straighten to off stump.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, you get a little bit of drift away as well.
Almost like that.
That was beautiful. Almost a little bit straighter than that, but yeah, that was lovely bowling from Lucy Hyam.
It's nice when bowlers do that, as you're talking about it as well. End of the over. We're at the halfway stage of this Charlotte Edwards Cup final. South East Stars, after being inserted, are 73 for 4 after 10. A little bit of a rebuild job after an explosive opening over. Where will they get to? We'll find out with you, Fee, and Sam Darling will come in after me.
Thanks, Daggers. And yeah, it looks like Josie Groves to continue, which I think is a great shout from the captain, Kirsty Gordon. She's bowled brilliantly so far. Bowled with really nice flight, turned it a little bit, got a nice bounce, nice dip. So yeah, I think definitely the right option for her to carry on bowling here.
Just be a single out there. That's about the 5th time you've called something that's then happened on the field, Fee. You're excellent.
Beginner's luck, I think,
I'm going
to be honest with you.
I'm just going to sit here and listen to you. 74 for 4 then. They were 81 for 1 at halfway stage in their semi-final, batting first, the Stars. A bit behind that.
Yeah, I'd say probably Blaze a little bit on top at this point. Looks like Emma Jones is just batting quite far outside leg stump there. We've spoken a little bit about her levers, so I think she's just trying to free her arms a little bit.
Just like that. Just like that, Fee Morris. She frees her arms, plants her over mid-wicket for 6.
It's pure luck, I'm telling you. But
Saw it coming. Do not say that. Because you didn't just call it. You explained why. That's the thing. It's easy to say, oh, well, you know, I think in a T20 they might hit a 6 the next ball.
Yeah, that's the aim, isn't it? I think, yeah, maybe just a little bit too straight from Josie Groves there, but I don't mind that. It's a good shot from Emma Jones, but she did cramp her for room, so I don't mind it too much.
Just be one this time. Well, that's what Emma Jones is there for. She hasn't batted that many times in this competition, and you can ignore when someone comes in the middle order of T20. I think you ignore the runs and the average and just focus on strike rate. I said it early. And she's up on about 150 her strike rate this season.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes it's about how fast you can get the runs, not how many you get. And I think sometimes, you know, a 20 off 10 is just as valuable as a 40 off 35. So it's all about what can you contribute to the team in that moment. And she's doing a great job here, Em Jones. Really was a little bit under the pump when she came in, but she's really taken the attack to Blaze and doing a great job of it.
Tries to go again. Doesn't quite get hold of that one. Just a single down to Marie Kelly. End of the 11th over. Groves is through 3. She's got 2 for 22. South East Stars have got 83 for 4. Oh yeah, if 3 people get 20 off 10, that's much more valuable than the 40 off 35. Redmayne plays a slightly different role. She scored a lot of runs in the WBBL, been very successful out there. But she's more of a nerdler, kind of the person to hold the innings together, which there is a place for in T20 still.
Yeah, definitely. I think she's a really good signing for Stars, who have got some real power hitters. But yeah, I think to have someone in there that can hold the innings together a bit, and then everyone can bat round her. You know, you've got unbelievable ball strikers in Bryony Smith and Paige Schofield, and yeah, to have someone that's a little bit more steady, we'll call her, in Georgia Redmayne, I think she's a great signing for them, and she's doing a great job of it so far today.
Nothing wrong with being steady whatsoever, and it's that experience. Brilliant with the gloves as well. And played a lot of cricket in her time. You're going to see another bowling change. Graham back into the attack.
She definitely will bowl stump to stump here, Heather Graham. I think she's really experienced. She bowls those change-ups. She's not particularly quick, but she's really wily in those middle overs, and I think she'll be a really good matchup here to Emma Jones and just cramp her for room, as we've been talking about.
Still cramping her for room. It gets it away. Pass backward point. Will just be one. Yeah, brilliant replacement signing, because they had Nadine de Klerk, who I saw make a wonderful 100 in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy earlier in the summer. She's off playing for South Africa. Not a bad replacement.
Yeah, very much like for like. Both really good ball strikers and both obviously all-rounders as well. She hits a big ball, Nadine de Klerk. Seen her clear that front leg a few times. And yeah, so can Heather Graham.
Just gets that one to stick in the pitch there. You can see hands on head.
Yeah, she just started the over with a couple of leg cutters, and that one was an off cutter, so doesn't look like she's going to bowl any pace on, which I think is the right way to go. And Georgia Redmayne, I'm sure she would have faced a lot of Heather Graham in the Big Bash, and will know how to play her, but just depends which way it's going to go.
It's into a gap, so they might think about 2. They do think about it. They think long and hard. They decide against it. Throw comes in relatively flat to Sarah Bryce, looking in to the sun there. She has quite a wide angled run up, does Graham. It's almost a bit like Dan Worrell, another Australian who plays his cricket at Surrey. Not quite as wide as him. He used to have to run around a tree in his garden as a kid, which is why he did it. It's true. Oh, Boulder, that's brilliant. The pressure tells there from Graham. They haven't been able to get her away. She's one of those bowlers who batters might think they should be able to get away. It's a big swing and a miss from Jones. She's gone for 18 of 15, and the Stars in a little bit more trouble now, 85 for 5.
Yeah, there was that matchup that I was kind of talking about, that leg stump line, I think, to Emma Jones, and don't let her get those levers out, and that just snuck under the back there, which I think is a great length and line to her. So yeah, well bowled there from Heather Graham.
As we've seen, she trudges off. Jones looking a bit solemn. Pace on, the one over of pace on in this innings was the first one from Grace Ballinger. Went for 22. Feels a long time ago now. Off to an absolute flyer for the South East Stars. It was the most runs ever scored in the first over of the Charlotte Edwards Cup game. In a final, that's ideal, but they pulled it back brilliantly, the Blaze.
Yeah, it's an interesting pitch now, and I think both teams actually have a lot of bowlers that do really well bowling with pace off. So I'm not expecting it to be the highest scoring game ever. Looks like it's just starting to grip a little bit, maybe slow up. And when you've got the Stars bowlers like a Tash Farron, and you've got obviously Danny Gregory bowled really well in the first game, so a lot of pace off in this final. I think there will be. So it'll just be who adapts that best with the bat.
You can have all these high scoring games, right? You can have 240 plays 240 in the IPL all the time. Anyone, I call them a liar if they don't say a low scoring filler isn't the best game of T20.
Completely agree.
Alice Davison-Richards out. Might get 2 here. Big gap. No.
Agreed, although we did get bowled out with 61 the other day, and I can't say I love that. So
well, if you'd have bowled the opposition out for 59, then it would have been fine. End of the over. 12 gone here at Derby in this Charlotte Edwards Cup final. South East Stars rocking a little bit, 86 for 6. I think we might see actually the bowler I was just talking about, Grace Ballinger, who so often would bowl a couple of overs in the power play and then comes back at the death, but you have to adapt. You have to change your plans up. Kirsty Gordon did change her plans.
Yeah, but I think if there's one batter you want coming in when you may be struggling a little bit, it's probably Alice Davison-Richards. She's really experienced, plays spin brilliantly well, a really intelligent cricketer, really intelligent batter, hard to bowl at, has all those kind of reverse scoops and hits the ball straight hard really well as well. So yeah, I think she's ideal in this situation for Stars.
The fact she plays spin so well might be why Kirsty Gordon's gone back to a little bit of seam up. Just one down to Marie Kelly, who tends to have the honour of doing long on to long on. Does anyone do that in the Thunder side?
I tend to do cow to cow, which feels you get your miles in, but yeah, I don't mind it at all.
The game's very much changed, doesn't it? You get your bit. Tallest fielders tend to be down at long on these days. It's the position, the go-to position for the catchers.
Yeah, I think this is a good time to get Grace Ballinger back into the attack. She's bowled really well this season, but has maybe struggled a little bit today. But they need to get a couple of overs from somewhere, and I think with a new batter in Alice Davison-Richards and then Georgia Redmayne not quite got going yet, I think this is a good time to get her back into the game and again take pace off.
I thought Kirsty Gordon was in the wars there for a second, but I think she had a big smile on her face. She's up on her feet now.
She's hard, Kirsty. She'll be all right. She's a hard Scottish lass.
She didn't rub her knee. She got straight up. She stayed down, grimaced. Through the sunglasses, obviously.
She'd have to break an arm to be taken off that pitch, I reckon, Kirst.
Shouldn't say too much more there. She told me, she was very kind to talk to me when I first took over some of the Blaze commentary. She said, don't get anything wrong because my mum's always watching.
That's a bit creepy, that, isn't it?
Big appeal for LBW. Grace Ballinger really liked it. Actually, what's going to happen is it's going to race away for 4-leg buys.
Just a little bit outside the line there, I think. Outside off stump. It's a good length, though, from Grace Ballinger.
It's been a better comeback from her. That boundary doesn't go. Against Rob White was the man who counted in that situation. He waved away. He was just getting ready to signal leg buys straight away. Creeping up towards 100 stars. It feels like what's par has changed, though, since a little bit earlier on.
Yeah, definitely. It came on really nicely earlier, but it looks like it's just slowing up and keeping a little bit low. So, It's hard to tell from up here, but yeah, I'd say 130 maybe.
Pace off again from Ballinger. Okay, so we reckon that they'll be nodding and thinking they're in the game if they get up to 130. Bryony Smith will be saying that gives us something to bowl at. I think you're probably about right. You tend to be today, so I'm just going to defer to you.
I think you need at least 130. I think you'd feel in the game at that. I think you don't want much lower.
Swatted into the leg side. I think that's going to be a boundary. It is. Lucy Hyam is very, very quick out there on the boundary. Can't do anything to cut that one off. A nice shot from Alice Davison-Richards, showing all her game situation. Not trying to overhit the ball, not trying to clear the rope, just finding those gaps, and she did so really well there. 98 for 5. Fee Morris is going to take a well-earned break. Jo Gardner's going to come back in alongside me. So I think it's the first time we've been on today, Jo.
First crossover, isn't it, Sam?
Makes me a bit sad. But it makes me very happy that we're together now, though.
Yeah, for the final.
How'd you see it? What's going on?
Oh, I think Fee's right. They want a minimum of 130, I think. Obviously, with the pitch, it's deteriorated a little bit from the games we've seen earlier. There's a bit more turn involved now, and the odd one just keeping a bit lower. But I think they'd like to get up to at least 130 here, the Stars.
Skipper brings herself back on. Yeah, if they get to 140, if they could nudge that, they'll be pretty happy, I reckon. They feel like they've got the upper hand. 140, 145. That's right. Kirsty Gordon's turned back to herself, leading wicket taker in the tournament by a decent distance as well. She had a wonderful summer.
Yeah, she has. Really leading by example. Kirsty, always a character that's I'll be keen to do that.
A little bit of bat on that one. Attempted something quite deft there. Didn't quite come off for Alice Davison-Richards.
Yeah, she's pretty proactive against the spinners in working the ball behind square with those kind of, whether it's an orthodox paddle or what we saw there, reverse paddle. Not letting them settle at all.
Wholehearted from Gordon as ever. Takes a single. She'll be pretty pleased with life right now, though. Now, if they can take another couple of quick wickets and just make the Stars lose all momentum.
Yeah, they'll want another couple of wickets to try and get it as low as possible.
Another little reverse dab. It's going to run away. It's going to be a chase on. Josie Groves does well though, keeps it to just a couple. It's beautiful out there. Have you been outside recently, Jo? It's lovely.
I have, yeah. I went and watched a bit from side on, which isn't the greatest angle because the way that the sun is kind of shining on the pitch is really hard to track the ball from side on. So I'm much happier that I'm up here behind the wicket.
I hate to tell you, Jo, it wasn't mandatory to go side on.
I was enjoying the sunshine though. I can't lie. A little bit of evening sun. It's felt very much a rarity, hasn't it, of the summer so far? So
I'm happy to go out in the evening sun, just as it's kind of. I've done my 5 overs in the sun for 2024. Turned into the leg side for a couple of runs. As Charlie Dagnall's just reminded us, the square used to be the other way around. I suspect that caused a few issues back in the day. I shouldn't say back in the day, sorry, that's unkind, isn't it? 106 for 5, 14 overs gone. Davison-Richards has 11 from 7. Georgia Redmayne has 15 from 17. That South East Stars bench looking a little concerned. They could do with the sight screen that follows the sun that Charlie Dagnall was just describing from the past. There's Josie Groves' mum.
she loves it, doesn't she, Anita? Josie coming back into the attack for her final over of the day.
Did see her wickets though. Sharp bit of keeping, wasn't it, from Sarah Bryce on both occasions, and watch the replays. Lovely bit of flight and turn and bounce and all sorts. Really deceived Dunkley and Schofield, that's for sure.
Oh, that was a sharp, you kind of call it half a chance. She stuck that right paw out there. It was struck firmly by Davidson Richards. It's gone really straight, which means it's brought a boundary. I don't know. Can we call that half a chance? Not really.
Oh, a quarter of a chance at best, I reckon. It's definitely closer to wiping Rob White out. That's a brilliant shot from Davidson Richards. She's using her feet to get to the pitch, negating the spin.
Stays back there, clever, and she's found a gap, a backward point. There's a chase on. It's not going to be one. Well, it is going to be one, but by the ball. Back-to-back boundaries for Davidson Richards. She moves to 19. It was a valiant effort. Last no avail. 114 for 5. Bit of impetus, a bit of oomph, Jo Gardner.
Yeah, absolutely. Just Davidson Richards capitalising on these first two balls from Josie Groves last over. Said how good she is at, how good of a player she is against spin, and slight overcompensation there from Groves with the line, and brilliant start to the over for the Stars.
Bit of pressure on. Good. I like to see it when bowlers and skipper just take a minute, take a couple of seconds at least to think about it. Don't bowl an emotional ball. Instead bowl a very good ball like that one. Just followed the batter. She was caught in two minds there almost, Davidson Richards. She started to dance and then decided, no, I don't fancy actually. Hopped back.
Yeah, it was a bit of a bailout, wasn't it?
You said it, not me. She tried to hit that one. She's chipped it down the ground. Marie Kelly's coming in from long on. Oh, Marie Kelly got there. She did the hard work. She got two hands to it. She was there in good time. She'll be really disappointed with that one. Davidson Richards comes back for a second. She gets a lifeline.
Yeah, they're always super difficult, those ones where you're running in, diving forward. Some of the hardest catches in the game, but she got there. She did the hard yards and getting there and making the ground up and got decent mitts on it.
That one's hit hard again. Has she got a chance of redemption? She has. This time she holds on. She'll feel a little bit better about life right now. That lifeline, well, it's just cost a couple of runs. All smiles in the Blaze huddle. I imagine if we had a look over at the South East Stars bench, though, there'd be a few frowns. 116 for 5.
Yeah, these last couple of deliveries from Josie Groves, she's just held it back a little bit, gone a little bit slower, knowing that Davidson Richards
ADR's alright.
Hit those first couple of balls for 4. Yeah, she just slowed her pace right down and not able to generate the trajectory she would have liked to get the boundary at the back end. Marie Kelly will be enjoying the fact that she was able to take the grab second time around, that's for sure.
I'm on commentary with Marie Kelly tomorrow at Worcestershire. I wouldn't have been able to mention that drop catch originally, but now I can probably bring it up, depending on the result of the game. I might have to leave it a few hours in the morning. We shall see. Anyway, Tash Farron is out in the middle, and that was really brave, actually, from Josie Groves, having been hit for those two boundaries in the first couple of balls over. Very easy for a spin, and no one would blame her if she just fired them in. Gave it a bit of flight, gave herself a chance, picked up a vital wicket for her team. Last ball with the 15th. Left-handed Farron on strike. Pushed to cover for no run. So Josie Groves finishes her bowling work for the day, for the tournament. 3 for 33 South East Stars. With 5 overs remaining in their innings. They're 116 for 6. I am going to depart for a while. Michael McCann. I nearly called him Mick McCann. I don't know why. Just well, I think we'll stick with Michael. He's definitely a Michael, not a Mick. I'm going to put my microphone down before I dig myself into any more holes.
Yeah, 5 wickets today across the 2 games for Josie Groves, so takes her tally up to the to 9 wickets for the tournament. So more than doubled her wicket tally here at Derby today. 3 for 33 she finishes, and it looks like we're going to have off spin of Lucy Hyam, which is a good matchup to the 2 left-handers that are out there.
Yeah, Grove saved her very best for finals day, you'd say. It's an exciting young leggy to watch. Hyam starts with one that's back of a length, out to deep cover for 1. So where do we reckon par is? At the start of this over, 8 and over would get another 40, so that would be 156. Are you saying deal or no deal, Joe Gardner, if you're the batting side?
I think you're probably saying deal.
Yeah, I think I agree. 156, pressure of a chase in a final, worn, used track. That's just held back, and will be 1 more to deep cover. But Blaze do have this incredible chasing record. 10 successful chases from 10 in women's regional domestic T20 cricket across last season and this season. They love a chase. Redmayne, who's quietly accumulated impressively, will get 1 here. It's been the hallmark of her game for a long time in the WBBL. She's brought that to this Stars side. Easy to say. A steadying, low risk, high percentage playing. Bit of accumulation for the likes of Farrant to bat around. Farrant getting funky here and getting fought. Clever from Farrant. She's taken that off leg and middle, really. It was a full toss. But rather than try and smash it down the ground, just tickles it down to third for 4.
Yeah, she's really shone with the bat this year, Tash Farrant, and well executed reverse sweep. She actually done well to ensure that she did get bat on it, because that was going into sort of leg stump or down the leg side. So the fact that she's managed to get it on the full for 4.
This time more conventional down to long on. Yeah, the line wasn't quite where you'd ideally want it for that shot, but she still adjusted and got it away. It's batted very well in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy, but hasn't actually got many chances to bat in the lower middle order for the Stars because their top order's done so well when it comes to T20. Straight back, might have been a quarter of a caught and bowled chance. Redmayne gets through for 1. Farrant with 28 runs at 5.6 in the T20s this season, but that doesn't quite tell the story. She's largely batted in either occasionally a really tough lost cause, but more often than not that point in the innings where you pretty much have to go in and try and hit every single ball for 6. You can't really build an innings. End of the 16th, it goes for 9. Every ball scored off. Stars will be pretty happy with that. 125 for 6. Of course, basically lost 2 years of her career due to a series of horrible injuries, but had a bit of a fairy tale return. Came straight back in for the start of this season, fully fit. 3 50s in a row in 50 over cricket and bowling to good effect. And she defended 10 off the last in that semi-final earlier on today, and she made it look quite easy, which is quite outrageously impressive given the occasion. Here's Heather Graham. That's just swinging in a touch, and Redmayne works with that, gets it out to deep backward square for 1.
Yeah, she bowled brilliantly in that last over of the semi-final earlier. Just used her pretty vast skill set of variations to ensure that Stars got over the line.
You would think it will be Graham and Catherine Bryce to finish the innings off. So I won't get anything for that one. Straight to point. Bryce has only conceded 7 off her 2. Bryce would have to switch ends, but that's no problem for a player of her experience. And then Graham would finish things off from our end of the ground, the racecourse end. It's turned away, but again straight to deep backward square. Redmayne will just get 1.
I'm not sure if Kirsty might bowl one of the last 3. Maybe Kirsty, Brycey and Heather Graham for the last 3 overs, you would probably think.
Yeah, it is rare that Gordon doesn't bowl herself out, and for good reason. Again, Redmayne hitting confidently into the onside, but once again we'll only get one. That will build a bit of frustration for South East Stars here. Winners from 2021. So only 5 survivors in the South East Stars 11 that you're watching now from that side that won that final 3 years ago. So that's hit hard straight to mid-off. They will run. Direct hit might have been extremely close. We were by no means in line. As it is, they scamper through. It's another single. Those 5 left from the 2021 win. Bryony Smith, the skipper. Phoebe Franklin, Danny Gregory, Emma Jones and Alice Davidson-Richards. Redmayne works this away. We'll get one. We'll keep the strike. Stars won't mind that too much. 130 for 6 off a very tight 17th over from Graham, which you imagine, if there was any doubt in the skipper Gordon's mind, would have confirmed the fact that she should be bowling out. 2 for 14 off her 3. 5 off the over, 130 for 6 off 17.
Yeah, going under 5 and over is no mean feat, especially in a final. Heather Graham, loads of experience in the WBBL. ...16 wickets for the Hobart Hurricanes last year.
One of an impressive Aussie influx scattered across the English women's domestic game in both regional cricket and the 100. Now, as expected, it will be a change of ends for Catherine Bryce, who went for just 7 off her 2 overs in the power play. But will concede 4 from her first ball of this over. Redmayne just using the pace really nicely. It's a classical cricket shot, and it brings her 4.
Yeah, she's so good square of the wicket. Georgia Redmayne, as we've seen today, just waited on that, split the 2 fielders that were behind square on the offside pretty well.
Price this time with a slow ball, mistimed. Simple catch at mid-off. So it's the end of Redmayne for a runnable 25. And Blaze find a happy knack of chipping away. Catherine Bryce's excellent bowling and good use of the slow ball rewarded with a wicket. 134 for 7.
Yeah, those slow balls definitely seem the way to go on this pitch. As the game's gone on, it's been trickier for the batters to really get hold of. Smart bit of bowling there from Catherine Bryce. So Redmayne saw that there was an opportunity there with mid-off up and tried to go bang bang with the boundaries at the beginning of that one.
So here comes Joanna McDonald-Gay, who across the entire T20 campaign has been an ever-present, has played in every game, but has only faced 11 balls. That is the nature of being very much down at, generally carded at 8 or 9. Has impressed with the bat for the England under-19, certainly more than can hold a bat, but it's difficult when you've played a long stretch of competitive cricket where you've been doing one of your skill sets as an all-rounder in bowling plenty, but you've barely had a bat, and now here you are in finals day. Facing Catherine Bryce, the 20-year-old from Kent. Won't get off the mark there, straight back to Bryce.
Yeah, Brycey bowling her leg cutters there. Difficult to get away, that's for sure. Under 50 mile an hour, no real pace on them.
So that's straight to backward point. Really, it's the variations in particular that make her such a dangerous bowler. Some deliveries can be in the low to mid 40s, and the one that's pushed through quicker is right up there, well into the 60s.
Something that these 2 batters at the crease will be looking to exploit in the second innings, I'm sure.
That's a lollipop of a slow ball, deliberately held back. It's hit away out to square leg. It's a misfield, and then a very good bit of fielding after the misfield to have it recovered.
Yeah, Lucy Hine was almost done for there. I think you got a low setting sun to deal with.
Good
a bit
point.
of spin off the surface. Her teammate Michaela Kirk did brilliantly to help her there.
That's why they talk about fielding in pairs, fielding as a unit. This time McDonald Gay scrambling to get her ground back. Didn't quite know where the ball had gone and eventually decided against what would have been an ill-judged single. So great over from Catherine Bryce. Went for 4 off the first, pulled it back really well. So 2 overs left. You would say 150 is probably the sort of milestone score in play here that Stars will be eyeing off first and foremost. 136 for 7. You would imagine primarily, given her hitting capabilities, that Stars would want Tash Farron to face as many of the last 12 balls left in the innings as possible.
Seems like a sensible enough plan, doesn't it? We'll see what happens. Skipper closing out the penultimate over. Just gone for 18 so far off her 3 overs. Kirsty Gordon, leading wicket taker in the Charlotte Edwards Cup this year. So Yorker fired in at the toes of Tash Farron, not giving her anything to work with. Good start to the over from Gordon.
Yeah, you'd expect it will be Catherine Bryce to bowl the 20 if the 2 experienced Scots finishing things off. Slog swept well, straight to deep square leg at this stage. Got to contemplate 2, but they won't get it. That's the other problem, I guess, with being 7 down. It does make you maybe a touch more cautious in your approach to running. Danny Gregory and Tilly Courtine-Coleman are, by all accounts, brilliant spin bowlers, but not necessarily known for their prowess with the bat. Ring of 4 on the offside, deep set onside field. Jab down into the ground, quickly scampered single. Just hoping for that over where find a way to get a couple to the boundary, get up past 150 here. Full toss, horrible delivery, yet it might have taken a wicket. It certainly has, thanks to a brilliant bit of fielding out there. Well, it might have been a full toss, but ultimately it's got the result Blaze wanted. 138 for 8. The dangerous Farron has to go for just 9. And the skipper, Kirsty Gordon, has her second wicket. Farron is absolutely furious with herself, and understandably so.
How often do we see full tosses getting wickets? So it's not an ideal way to go. Understandably, no real celebration from Kirsty Gordon either, but excellent catch from Catherine Bryce. As we were saying, got the setting sun to contend with a little bit over on that side, and seen a couple of catches go down in the outfield so far today. But the Scotland skipper is equal to it.
Yeah, even with sunglasses and a hat, sometimes that low setting sun can still be an absolute pain. So Danny Gregory will come out to bat for just the 2nd time in the Charlotte Edwards Cup this season. 3rd time, I beg your pardon. She's been out just once, is where I was heading with that. She won't get a run there. She's actually scored 19 of the 21 balls she's faced and been out just once. So when she has been needed to bat, she's done a decent enough job for a number 10. Gregory here is going down the ground. We'll get 1 to long on. Stars will be happy enough with that. Though it does mean she'll keep the strike for the final over, but at this point they probably can't really be turning anything down. 139 for 8 with 1 over left. Good over from Gordon. 2 for 21 off her 4, 3 off her last. And that chiming in with the wicket she picked up earlier means she will finish with 22 wickets in this competition this season, and bar some highly improbable event in the rest of this game, will finish as the top wicket taker in the Charlotte Edwards Cup this season, and at an economy rate hovering around 5.5. Not bad.
You can't grumble at that too much, can you? Ever reliable Kirsty Gordon.
I think even Kirsty herself might be pretty pleased with it, and I know she sets pretty high standards for herself, and is known for a bit of white line fever as well. She's dialed down a touch since becoming captain. It's Bryce to roll the final over. In fact, it's not, beg your pardon. They've gone back to Graham, which I'm slightly surprised by, but I also understand. Maybe just thinking that variety is the best thing to keep going with.
Yeah, obviously Catherine Bryce bowled that 18th over, which was well executed and getting that key wicket of Redmayne, but...
And that is another 139 for 9. Very simple deft bowling. You miss, I hit. They just keep chipping away here, Blaze. Stars have not quite been ever able to get away after laying a good platform at the start of the innings. Danny Gregory goes for just 1, and Graham has 3 for 14 now.
Yeah, Kirsty Gordon had a decision to make, didn't she, whether she gave Bryce another over to close out the innings or go back to the Australian overseas. Heather Graham, yeah, very reliable, isn't she? Knows she's going to bowl stump to stump, mix up her pace. She's been fantastic in this innings so far. I'll be hoping to bowl the Stars out, you would imagine. That would be the ideal. Keep them under 145, you'd probably imagine, from this point. No boundaries.
Yeah, just 4 balls left. And a 16-year-old who turns 17 on the 23rd of August, a certain Tilly Courtine Coleman, who, unless you've been under a rock when it comes to following women's cricket, you already know a lot about from her left arm spin. You'll know less about her batting. She's facing up now to Graham. Back of a length and jabbing at that first one, straight back to the bowler. She has had a couple of innings in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy so far this season, and she is yet to be out from 12 balls faced, picking up 5 runs. She's got 3 balls left here. You'd imagine the priority would be get a single, give McDonald Gay the strike back. And she'll do exactly that here. Ballinger does the fielding. So just 2 balls left for Rhiannon McDonald Gay to swing and see what she can grab. Is it a pitch that is a little worn? One's keeping low. There is some turn out there. Though right now, one is inclined to think the Stars might be a little under where they want to be. Full. Well executed by Graham. McDonald Gay was a fair old way off that.
You don't get much better than that in terms of nailing the length for your Yorker that you want to bowl.
Yep, in the popping crease. Perfect from Graham.
Fantastic close out of the innings here from the Blaze.
Graham again, it's hit hard at mid-off. They'll scamper through for 1, but they'll get nothing more than that. So end of the 20 overs, and it's, you would say, maybe just a tickle advantage towards the Blaze, who've pulled that innings back well after a very fast start. The first over was the most expensive first over of an innings in Charlotte Edwards Cup history, going for 22. But from that point, Blaze quickly regained control. They showed why. They've taken more wickets than any team in this competition. They've had the best strike rate of any team in this competition and the best economy rate as a bowling team. They've pulled it back and kept Stars under 150. A lot of Stars batters getting starts but not quite going on and being able to truly take control of things. And it means that at the halfway point, South East Stars posted 141 for 9.
Yeah, as I mentioned there, Blaze did really well to close out that innings. So at the end of the 16th over, Stars were 125 for 6. So with 4 overs to go, the Blaze took 4 wickets for just 16 runs. So fantastic finish to the innings, considering the start and the power play that the Stars had. Obviously you mentioned that over from Ballinger that went for 22. They'll be aware, the Blaze, that they'll need to come out and really maximise the power play, knowing that that's the best the pitch is probably going to be after it's had a little light roll in between innings.
Yeah, that run rate graph tells its own story. That first over, very expensive. But from that point, Stars steadily gaining back control. 3 for 16 for Heather Graham. 2 for 21 for Kirsty Gordon. The highlights 3 for 33 for the impressive young leg spinner Josie Groves as well. Georgia Redmayne, the top scorer for Stars, with a runnable 25. Stars looking to win back the title that they won in 2021. Plays, meanwhile, runners-up last season, desperate to go one better. Your match summary there, then 142 to win at a required run rate of 7.1 and over for the Blaze. Let's take a look back at the highlights of that first innings.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. Every session is all out action. All invited, even mums and dads. That's ball, catch, go.
All Stars and All Stars.
Did you know in the UK every year there are over 30,000 out-of-hospital cardiac arrests?
Emergency services, what service do you require?
Did you know only 1 in 10 people survive a cardiac arrest due to their hospital discharge?
Ambulance service, is the patient breathing?
It's going blue! It's going blue.
Right, listen to me.
Did you know over a third of UK adults do not know how to do CPR?
Can you feel the breathing now?
No, I can't. Come on, Clem.
If someone has suddenly collapsed, is unresponsive and not breathing, they are in cardiac arrest.
Would you know what to do?
Would you know what to do?
Would you know what to do?
Tap on their shoulders and ask, "Can you hear me?"
If there is no response, tip the head back and raise the chin.
Watch and listen for breathing for about 10 seconds.
If there is no sign of breathing, call for help now.
Start CPR by placing the heel of your hands in the centre of the chest with arms straight.
Press down about a third of the depth and continue at a rate of 120 compressions a minute.
If you are getting tired, swap with someone else. Keep going and don't stop until a defibrillator arrives.
Be part of the team.
Just give it a go.
Just give it a go.
Just give it a go.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the final of the Charlotte Edwards Cup 2024 here at the County Ground in Derby. 141 for 9 was set by the South East Stars after the Blaze won the toss and elected to bowl first. South East Stars hoping to get their hands back on the trophy that they won in the inaugural tournament. The Blaze hoping to see their name emblazoned on the trophy for the first time in their history. 141 for 9, then 142 to win as the shadows lengthen across the county ground here in the East Midlands. Not easy to see from that vantage point as well from the Blazes' perspective, as that is where the sun, they're looking directly into it. So they might want to get a little bit of a better vantage point, but two openers out in the middle. Tammy Beaumont, Marie Kelly. Tilly Courtine Coleman is going to kick things off for the South East Stars, the 16-year-old, with ball in hand. And we're underway. That's a great start. A very, very good start indeed. 142 to win. Joe Gardner, Sunrisers alongside me. What do you expect in this power play, Joe? Opportunity knocks and taken. Oh, just shelled at the last minute. Goodness gracious, it was in the hands. Phoebe Frankley, and then it has just shelled it as I think the elbows touched the floor. It just managed to pop the ball out, and a chance goes begging. She did all of the hard work. Had it.
Yeah, it looked as though it hit her wrists and just popped out, but as Marie Kelly had done earlier off of ADR, she did the hard work.
It's gone fine. Chase on. out in the deep. It's just going to be collected a couple of runs, and Tammy Beaumont kicks her innings off.
But yeah, as you said, I'm expecting the Blaze to come out all guns blazing, to be honest with you. Much in the same way that the Stars did, knowing that this is going to be the best of the surface. But they've got Tilly Courtine-Coleman to deal with first and foremost, and as we've seen, and as she has shown, not just today, but across the course of the competition, she's the leading wicket taker for the Stars for a reason.
Wanted the single, Marie Kelly. Tammy Beaumont having to scamper. Gets home comfortably in the end. Thought she bowled wonderfully well in that semi-final, did Tilly Courtine-Coleman. Same role for her up in the power play. She also bowled, I think it was the 18th over that she bowled in the innings. Anything that's been thrown at her, she has dealt with very, very well indeed. Tidy to start off. 5 runs coming from her first over, 5 without loss after 1. Just been told as well, I was reading on Hypercourse's Twitter feed, or X feed, that the Charlotte Edwards Cup has already ticked over 2 million total live stream views for the 2024 season. And that's not included in this final as well. So for everybody who follows the Charlotte Edwards Cup, I'm sure numerous people will be delighted about that, not least the players, but administrators and fans alike. Thank you so much for all of the support. We hope that can build year on year. I'm sure it absolutely will, especially when we go into the more county aligned season next year, but the competition will remain, of course. Tash Farrant from the City End. But that's a hell of a number, that, Joe Gardner. 2 million total live stream views.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? And just a result of all the hard work that goes in behind the scenes into producing these streams across all of the different regions, and obviously you've got a decent fan base there tuning into the action, which is fantastic. And as you say, hopefully that just grows.
Yeah, year on year, it'll be great to see those numbers climb steadily upwards. Well spotted opportunity by Marie Kelly. The other people, if we're in the mood of thanking people, is also the Derbyshire ground staff here. I think they've produced an absolute belter for this final. Superb surface that's had a little something for everybody. It started to turn a little bit in the third game, but you've been able to score freely, been a little bit in for the bowlers too. Superb surface. A hack from Kelly. Might bring a 4, you know. If you're going to hack hard.
Yeah, she absolutely did that, wasn't it? It was similar result to what happened the previous ball that just went for 1. They came through for 1 after Tammy Beaumont had used her feet, didn't quite get as much on it. But in terms of the bottom edge from the inside of Marie Kelly's bat, that must be a good chunk of wood she's got there. Gone all the way to the rope.
In the first match, Tash Farrant was a little expensive in her opening 3 overs. Came back and bowled a brilliant final over. She's just seeing it, rightly so, if the ball is going to swing at all. There's not a great deal, and we haven't seen a great deal of side bows movement all day, actually.
No, we haven't. I think you mentioned, obviously, the ground staff have done a fantastic job in producing what's been a really good cricket wicket for these 3 games. But yeah, we've certainly not seen much swing on offer up top. But it's been a good contest.
What wouldn't surprise me, actually, is if Tash Farrant went to her slower balls and cutters quite early here. Take the pace off the ball.
Yeah, and being proactive in doing that. I was on commentary last night for the Steelbacks against the Foxes game, and it's something that the Leicestershire Foxes did really well. They're very proactive in going to their variations and not being afraid to do that in the power play. It's bold and courageous to do that.
Oh, it's got to be out, and is out. The ricochet from Tash Farron. Just a fingertip, changed the direction. And goodness me, what a way to go that is for Tammy Beaumont. A huge wicket in the context of this game. And nothing Marie Kelly can do about it. Not a great deal Tammy Beaumont could do about it either. An unfortunate deflection, but the South East Stars, the beneficiaries.
Yeah, fantastic bit of work there from Tash Farron off her own bowling. Driven hard by Marie Kelly, but yeah, just got a good hand to it, and Tammy Beaumont was out of her ground.
Do you reckon Tash Farron has actually worked that herself, rather than it just being a deflection? She's actually, I just watched her wrist slightly turn the ball towards the stumps, and if so, I'd love to see that again in a bit of slow motion, just to see if she tried to guide it rather than it just being a natural deflection off the fingers. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Watch her left hand here. Oh, she has, you know. She has. What a move that is from Tash Farron. Absolutely sensational.
It's almost as if she ramped it with her hand onto the stump. Smart bit of work to dismiss the international.
It's like one of those little pop passes from a scrum half. And of all the ways that the South East Stars would have planned to have got Tammy Beaumont out, I bet that didn't make the list.
No, it's just disrupted the script a little bit, hasn't it?
What a piece of work that was. Quicker ball from Courtine Coleman. And Catherine Bryce didn't know a great deal about it. So the Blaze onto the back foot immediately.
It's quite a high risk option, it seems, trying to cut Courtine Coleman off the stumps. Bryce got away with that one. I reckon it's probably one of the first times this year I've not seen her go to a reverse paddle in the first 3 or 4 balls of an innings.
When you can drive the ball through the covers like that, might just want to leave it in the locker for another over. Super shot from Catherine Bryce.
Yeah, no need for it as there. Shut me down well and truly. Just over pitch from Courtine Coleman.
Yeah, but I'm going to back you up here, because I remember watching her in the WPL and she pretty much got it out within the first 2 or 3. I think we were started to have a little spread on how many balls it would be before she got it out. Dot ball to finish it, even though there was the boundary in there, still pretty tidy from Courtine Coleman. 6 runs from the 3rd over. And the Blaze 17 for 1. And what is another aspect of Courtine Coleman opening the bowling? She rushes through her overs, very limited run up. And without you knowing, 3 overs have gone already, and another 125 runs to win, the rate just starts popping up a little bit. And that just brings with it its own pressures.
Something else that's really handy as well when the spinners can get through their overs quicker is that, you know, it affords you a bit of time at the back end. If you're getting close to the cut-off time or whatever, just that extra bit of time can help just reaffirm any plans the bowlers have got at the top of their mark.
Rihanna McDonald-Gay starting this spell as she did in the first innings, or in the first match I should say. She was a little wayward, just dragged it down a little bit too much and the radar wasn't quite right. Just searching for a bit of rhythm. I went and had a little wander round to the other side just to buy some refreshments. Glorious shot. Absolutely wonderful. Nothing overcomplicated. Just let the bounce of the ball, the pace, do all the work. Just getting your head and your hands in the right position, and Bryce did just that.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant technique, lovely bit of timing there. She is the player in form after all. Over 400 runs in this competition now for Catherine Bryce.
Dragged down again and given the absolute treatment by Bryce. And this is a bit of a struggle for Rihanna McDonald-Gay at the moment. Didn't look quite herself in the first match, and things haven't seemed to improve.
Yeah, it was just dragged down from McDonald-Gay, and as we have seen, ball hasn't really got up to threaten the batters when they've been looking to pull through the leg side, and Catherine Bryce just wasn't going to miss out on that one.
Oh, that's better, just beyond backward point, and Rihanna McDonald-Gay needed something to go her way. She put the ball in exactly the right spot, just held its line, the leading edge. When you're in a good piece of nick, those things go for you, as Bryce didn't know a great deal about it, but still picks up 4.
Yeah, I imagine that's exactly where McDonald-Gay would have been wanting to bowl. Decent length, hitting the top of the stumps. It's taken a thick outside edge and gone for 4.
Just tell when bowlers are not happy with life. There's sort of real trudgy follow through. Like the world's against them. Yeah, the spectators over towards where the changing rooms are and the dugouts. It's going to be 4 more. It's a seriously good shot from Catherine Bryce. That is not that bad a delivery from Rihanna McDonald-Gay, just on around a 4th stump line. But again, it's just timing and placement.
Yeah, just a bit of seam movement off the pitch from McDonald-Gay. That was a lovely bit of timing again from Bryce. Just opened the face, split the field, raced away for 4.
She'll keep the strike at the end of an expensive McDonald-Gay over. 19 runs coming from it. 35 for 1 after 4. It's amazing how 1 over can change the complexion of an innings. Going at 9s, as it was a struggle for the first 3 innings. 3 overs, sorry. That has just changed things up a little bit.
Yeah, and the Stars were exactly the same point in their innings, so they obviously got off to a flyer with that 22 in the first over from Ballinger, but after 4 overs they were also 35 for 1, so it's going to be a good chase, this.
It will be, and it's amazing that people suggest that there's no narrative in T20 cricket. Well, there really is. I was looking at the breakdowns of that Stars innings as Bryony Smith brings herself on. First 5 overs, 40 for 1. The next 5, 33 for 3. It improved in the third 5, 43 for 2. And then last 5, when you're looking to really kick on, and I know you mentioned the point on commentary. Last 5 overs, 25 for 3. And it's another one. For the South East Stars, Marie Kelly has been trying and trying to hit the ball over the top, through the line. Tries it against Bryony Smith and just spoons it up gently to Paige Schofield. Second wicket to fall.
Yeah, much like she did in the semi-final. Got a wicket in her first over coming into the attack, Bryony Smith. Golden arm today for the skipper. Not bowled that much this year, but when the Stars won the competition back in 2021, she was in fact the leading wicket taker in the country, so not to be underestimated at all. Bryony Smith, she gets that wicket of Marie Kelly, who's obviously dropped in the first over as well by Phoebe Franklin. It's the bowling of Tilly Courtine-Coleman.
So nothing wrong with the wrong run rate from the Blaze, but 2 important wickets already back in the hutch. The sisters in together, Catherine and Sarah. Manages to manoeuvre her way off the mark. Yeah, just looking at the analysis, the bowling analysis from the South East Stars. Win over the Vipers. The 3 spinners, 12 overs. And that's going to be 4. Just dragged down a little bit too short. Allowed the time for Bryce to swivel and pivot on the sweep shot and find the gap. Manoeuvre it away for 4.
Yeah, good piece of work there from Catherine Bryce, just creating that angle behind square. I mean, if she misses that, she would be gone, but when you're in that sort of form, you're backing yourself to hit the middle of your bat, that's for sure.
Oh, goodness, that almost scuttled through. Didn't get up at all. Yes, 12 overs, 6 for 80. The South East Stars spinners in that first game. So I think that's what we're going to be fed a diet of from here on in after seeing the McDonald Gay over. And how well Courtine-Coleman has bowled and Smith in this over. I think the Blaze will settle in for trial by spin over the next 10 overs or so. End of Bryony Smith's first over. She concedes 7 but gets the important wicket of Marie Kelly. So 5 overs gone. 1 over remains in the power play. Very delicately poised is this Charlotte Edwards Cup final. 43 for 2 the score. Some more from Joe Gardner, and Sam will be coming in.
Yeah, it certainly is poised to be an interesting chase, that is for sure. It's going to be Tash Farron back for her second over of the day, and to finish off the power play, looks as though she's going to be coming around the wicket, so don't be surprised if she bowls a few of those variations that we saw earlier on today in that semi-final. Certainly from McDonald Gay's over, it looked as though the leg cutters that she executed seemed to be a lot harder to hit than the pace on deliveries, that's for sure.
There's that cutter, she's trying it again. We saw it for that run out of Tammy Beaumont. As a bowler, you can't really train for that, can you? But it's almost an instinct now that they're trying to train their brains, muscle memory, that chance of a run out. I've never seen it executed as well as Tash Farron there, though. You say it was a little deflection. She was basically batting with her hands, just guiding it down to third for the left-hander. Potentially a game-changing moment as well.
Yeah, it was a clever bit of work and nothing that Tammy or Marie could have really done about it. It's a disappointing way to go in a final, that's for sure, but can't underestimate. It's a clever bit of work from Tash Farron.
This is a very clever start to the over. Floodlights are on. Not sure they're quite needed just yet. Beautiful blue skies here at the home of Derbyshire.
It's a glorious evening, isn't it? Glorious Saturday evening.
Be wary though, behind. I've been done from clouds coming over.
Oh, I wondered what you were going to say there, Sam. I'm glad you changed your words.
A pro, that's a lovely shot to get me out of a little bit of trouble. Sarah Bryce cuts it over backward point. Before Joe Gardner, you're mine sometimes. 48 for 2.
I'm speechless, but yeah, lovely way for Sarah Bryce to open her boundary count this afternoon.
You're lucky it's 8:30. Cricketing Watershed's 8:30, you know. This is good from Tash Farron, good comeback. Pace off is the way to go.
Yeah, absolutely is. She's more than, as you've mentioned numerous times today, she's got off-cutter, leg cutter, thrown in a Yorker with the odd pace on delivery, just keeps the batters on their toes. Another good over here.
End of the power play then with a single. 6 overs gone, the Blaze chasing 142 for victory to lift that trophy that they've been chasing for a couple of years now. They got so close last year. They have won so many games this season, 10 out of the 11 so far. They just need one more victory. And the required rate is 6.641. We just saw you caught you beautifully placing that microphone down there, Joe Gardiner. Hello.
So
Fee.
gentle. Hello.
It was, wasn't it? I've never seen someone put an object down.
She looked really
with
sad to
such
leave
care.
there, Joey.
And
You
it
can
was
have
on
another go if you want.
and it's on sponge as well, so she'd have been all right. She could have thumped it down and been okay. Not Joe Gardner though. Bryony Smith continues. Slight misfield from Sophia Dunkley, but no run. That required rate 6.64. It doesn't look on paper that difficult.
It doesn't, but the pitch is definitely starting to slow up and turn, so it could be an interesting chase towards the end.
Yeah, I think this could be exciting. Might pick up 2 here into a gap nicely. Yeah, they do come round for 2. Alice Davidson-Richards is pretty quick, but she had some ground to cover.
She's batted brilliant here, Catherine Bryce. She's had a great season, and she's so difficult to bowl to. You know, you think you're hitting the top of off, and then she cuts you through backward point. You think, what more can I do?
So after you've had that thought, what more can I do? What are you trying to do for the next ball to her?
I think, for me, I'd keep the backward point and the 45 on the offside a little bit closer.
Sarah Bryce is sweeping.
Just saw a few balls go through there, and I just wonder if you can tighten them up a little bit and not let the ball get through you. She's so good backward of point, and like I said, a couple of those balls from Rihanna McDonald-Gay were just hitting the top of off stump, and she's just lent on it. But I just wonder if you can tighten them up a little bit there.
That'll be a wide.
Especially with a slightly slower pitch, it's less likely to go as fine as that 45 on the offside at the moment. So yeah, I think just reduce that gap a little bit and make her do something a little bit different. It's easier said than done, isn't it, sometimes?
Yeah, but it's fine. When you're up here, you can say it. That's the job. That is the job. I mean, at least you've got some kind of professional background behind you to be able to say it. I have very little ground to stand on if I'm telling an off-spinner how to bowl.
I think as well, potentially coming round the wicket to her. Not sure about quite yet. I think, you know, they still only need 6.5, and you can kind of knock it round a little bit, but potentially coming around the wicket and cramping her up a little bit. She's so good at kind of backing away and leaning on one and just hitting it through that backward point region. So I think the more you can cramp her up, the better. I think that's really key in T20 cricket anyway, is just bowling as straight as you can. I think straight to some people is off stump, but I think to Catherine Bright, straight is kind of middle and leg.
Spin at both ends. Tilly Courtine-Coleman, who has already become, despite only just finishing her GCSEs or whatever the equivalent is, the South East Stars' go-to wicket-taking bowler. That just popped in the pitch, didn't it?
She does get a lot of bounce, Tilly Courtine-Coleman. I think she's obviously tall, but that really high arm and that overspin is causing a little bit of bounce on a pitch that seems to be quite slowing up a little bit and going a bit lower. She's just getting a bit more purchase out of the surface.
Push down the ground. That's probably about the only area of the outfield where there's just a couple of little slivers of sunlight. Alice Davidson-Richards doing long on to long on. Long shadows.
It feels like it's going to be a bit of a similar chase to the first semi-final. You know, that run rate required is going down to nearly 6s now, and looks quite easy to kind of knock it around for the two Bryce sisters at the moment.
Floated up, taken on, hit over the fielder. I thought for half a second, maybe even a little bit longer than half a second, that Phoebe Franklin might have been in action. She wasn't. It's gone over her head. It was a full toss. Came out slightly wrong, I think, from Courtine-Coleman. It's put away nicely by Sarah Bryce.
She hits a long ball, Sarah Bryce. For someone who's doesn't look like the most powerful batter, she can really whack a ball.
That was deft, just a tickle around the corner.
I think she hit one into the second tier of Lords the other day.
Oh, nice.
I saw a replay of it and I was like, that's absolutely massive. I'm assuming that was against Sunrise. We've got Joey in the background. It was massive.
She remembers it well. Slight misfield at backward point there by Rhiannon McDonald-Gate. She's just had a slightly difficult day. Hasn't quite found her line. She came back well though in the semi-final. End of the over, 67 for 2, 8 overs gone. She might well still have a big part to play because we saw how good McDonald-Gay and Tash Farrant were at the back end of the semi-final win over the Vipers.
Yeah, I think I said in the first semi-final that they played that a real strength of Stars is their death bowling. You know, Tash Farrant's a fantastic death bowler. She's absolutely horrible to face at the end, especially on a pitch that's slowing up a little bit. And I think her and Rhiannon McDonald-Gay, they've got so many change-ups, and I think that'll be really key in this chase.
Danny Gregory. Tash Farrant's even more dangerous. Now you can't even back up safely. You know, she's going to be trying to run you out.
That was unbelievable from Tash. You can tell by the celebration that she meant it, couldn't you?
Might get mentioned that one a few times over the next few years.
Yeah, she set off on a bit of a lap there.
That's a drag down. I think she's got away with it though. Just a single. That was it's not proper English, but to say that was as dragged down as you get, you know what I mean.
Yeah, it wasn't the best bit of cricket we've seen all day, but just about got away with it there, Danny Gregory.
Single though. Single off it. And again, it's straight to the fielder. So just a single, bowling to her field.
I still think on a pitch that's getting a bit lower, you still want to bowl into the wicket. So yes, it's a drag down, but I think that length is better than anything kind of floated up and in the arc, I think, for sure, especially against these two.
I'll think about two. They'll only get one though. She was brilliant in the semi-final, Danny Gregory. She bowls those overs, doesn't bowl in the power play, but just comes on in the middle, whizzes through them, usually pretty economical, and suddenly batters look up and they're like, hang on a minute, thought we were only 8 overs in. That's beating the fielder at backward point. That's brilliant work from Sophia Dunkley though. That was travelling. She covered some ground, saved a couple of runs.
Yeah, she's a sort of Sarah Glenn type bowler. I think she's improved a lot this year actually, bowling a bit flatter, a little bit more into the wicket. I found in the past that hitting her straight has been the way to go, but actually she's a little bit quicker now and has dragged her length back a bit. And that just makes it a little bit harder to hit through the line and hit her straight. She's kind of getting hit square a bit more, but seems to be keeping a lid on things at the moment.
End of the over then, 9 gone. 74 for 2 the Blaze, so more than halfway there. That run rate required 6.18. So I would say that was quite a relaxed bench, but I don't think you can be relaxed at this stage in a cup final, can you?
I definitely wouldn't be. I'm an absolutely terrible watcher. So
would you watch or would you pace?
I'm a pacer. Yeah, I can't sit still. Remember we played Blaze at Trent Bridge this year, and we were absolutely flying, and then lost 7 wickets for about 20 runs or something, and I was just walking round and round and round the changing room. Me and Katie Matt got a few laps in that day.
Phoebe Franklin into the attack. Didn't bowl in the semi-final, Phoebe Franklin.
No, she's come from batting quite low in the semi and not bowling to batting 3 and bowling, so she's had a bit of a promotion today.
They like to mix it up. They're unpredictable, the Stars. It's a lottery. Might push for 2 here. No, they won't. Ignore me. No need to take any risks at this stage. Run a ball is all they need, really.
Yeah, I think they need a wicket here, Stars. Need something to happen from somewhere. Be tempted to bring Tash Farrant on just to make something happen a little bit. Probably one of their better bowlers.
She's got 2 left. Courtine Coleman's got 1.
It's always difficult though, you know, you want to save your death bowlers to last and save some of your best bowlers to last, but at the same time you really need to take a wicket. So it's a big decision for Bryony Smith here. Does she take a bit of a gamble, or does she save her till the last few overs?
I think she's got to, hasn't she? She might not get there. Oh, that's a little tickle. Maybe even an under edge. She was trying to dab it down there. Not sure it was meant to be quite that fine. And it's a boundary. Catherine Bryce, having a wonderful summer, is continuing it right to the last of this tournament.
I want some of whatever Catherine Bryce is having for breakfast, because she's can't sort of score runs at the moment. A little bit wide there from Phoebe Franklin. I think, you know, a little bit unlucky with the under edge, but just far too wide. She's got to be straightening up a little bit there, especially to Catherine.
Same again. Well, this time it's the outside edge. It was fuller, but it was width. And Catherine Bryce moves on to 48. That is a shot of a batter in real form, because when your outside edges and inside edges are going for boundaries, you know you're having a nice time with the bat.
Yeah, I think again that's far too wide there from Phoebe Franklin. I think you'd be hard pressed to find anyone in the women's game or anyone in the game at all that doesn't like width.
That's better.
Much better.
Straighter. End of the 10th then, halfway. Stars need 58 runs from 60 balls. 8 wickets in hand. That equation sounds like it's very much in their favour. The Blaze need that. In fact, the Stars desperately need wickets. But T20 is a funny old game. Anything can happen. I'm going to take a break. That much I know.
We're not sure who's coming in here. It's a lottery. Yeah, it's amazing what a bit of pressure can do in a final, but it feels like the Blaze are very on top at the moment. Just looking at that worm there, they're a few runs ahead at this stage and plenty of wickets in hand as well.
Worked away. They'll think of 2. They'll take 2. It's a good tumbling stop to make sure it's not 4. We sort of decided we're going to do our commentary box order for the final a little bit like the South East Stars batting lineup. Except there is a bit more nuance in how they do it, as opposed to us sort of pointing at each other like the Spider-Man meme to work out who's next. Here's Gregory hunting a wicket. Those skiddy leg breaks. She doesn't tend to get a lot of traditional spin in the way that you think of it, moving from right to left across your screen as you look at it for a leggy. Tends to more bowl the ball into the pitch and get top spin and dip.
I think they've got to, again, I was saying this in the first game, but I think they need to find a mid-wicket here from somewhere. It's just too easy to knock it into that gap and run. Yeah, potentially take backward point out and put it in at mid-wicket.
Ball by Gregory, just pushed into the offside, no run. Yeah, right now they're getting Bryced, and these two have added 50 for the 3rd wicket. They've added it in good time with relatively low risk, high percentage shots. Short, long hop, hit hard, out to deep mid-wicket for 1. She does bowl the ball skiddy and into the pitch, Gregory, and it means that when she just loses her length, it can sit up to be hit as it did there. But she's always got cover. She always has a deep backward square leg and a deep mid-wicket for that bad ball. Rarely actually ends up costing her more than 1, and it only cost her 1 there. That goes away for another single. But as you can see, it's less than a run of ball needed. Well, they've scampered back for 2 there, in fact. That's very good running.
I think Catherine Bryce here is showing the benefit of being able to reverse sweep.
And it is a 31 ball 50 for Catherine Bryce. Her 5th 50 in this competition this season. She is having an outrageous campaign, even by her high standards. Nobody else has more than 3, and she's passed the half century on a 5th occasion in 12 innings. It is remarkable consistency. She'll get 1 here into the onside. She also got 44, of course, in the first semi-final, falling just short of that milestone. So 8 off the over from Gregory, 92 for 2 off 11.
Yeah, I think Catherine's got a fantastic reverse sweep, and I think she's really shown the benefit of that here. You know, you obviously get the 4 or a couple of runs from actually reverse sweeping, but then they have to take mid-wicket out and plug that gap, and then you can just milk it all day long. And I think as an off spinner, someone that can reverse is really, really irritating to bowl at. And I think Catherine's one of them that plays it so well that you have to plug that gap, and she's shown the value of that here today.
Very good at manipulating the field, and that is the quickest of the 550s that she's hit as well. So she's saved her very best for when it matters most. Plays looking to keep up this great record. 10 successful chases from 10 in T20 cricket across last season and this. Bryony Smith trying to break the partnership. It's almost played straight to short fine leg where Courtine Coleman-Fields on the bounce. 1 more.
She's done well there. It's a horrible place to field at 45. It was always a bit of spin on the ball, so she's done well to watch it.
I'd imagine Sarah Bryce will be inclined to primarily just keep ticking here. That's exactly what she'll do. That goes back to what we were saying. At what point do Stars have to deviate from plan A here? 48 to win off 52. Deep set onside field. Steps across, sweeps fine, straight to short fine leg. Sarah Bryce is flying down to the striker's end, gets through for 1.
Yeah, I think you look at the equation and it seems pretty simple, but I don't think they should just knock it around here. I think Catherine Bryce has still got to keep playing how she has been.
Sarah Bryce this time will get 1. Yeah, they won't want this to go too deep. They'll look to really from here try and finish it off if they can with 2 or 3 overs to spare.
Absolutely, and I think Catherine's seeing it like a beach ball, so she may as well just keep going as she has been doing.
Comes down the track this time out to deep mid-wicket for 1 more. She's up to in and around, make it 468 runs now in this competition this season. She's averaging mid-40s. She's striking at 125. It's quite the campaign, and I think that's not even talking about her bowling. 1 for 20 off 3 for Bryony Smith, 97 for 2 off 12. If Stars do go on to win this, I don't think there's much doubt about player of the tournament.
No, I think even if Stars do go on to win it, I think it's, you know, she's obviously batted brilliantly and scored a lot of runs, but it's the way that she's gone about it. She looks completely unflustered, and it doesn't even seem like it's that risky cricket. And I think she's just showing that you don't need to go all guns blazing to score quickly. She's just been really smart and timed the ball beautifully.
Yeah, what an impressive campaign she's had, and seeing Blaze to victory after losing in both finals last season be the perfect way to finish it off, potentially with her sister at the other end. There's still a bit of work to do to get to that point though. 45 to win off A. Gregory starting her latest over. That's away for 1 more.
Yeah, she's had a pretty good year, hasn't she, Catherine Bryce, getting a country to a World Cup and then scoring a few runs in this competition. It'd be a bit of an icing on the cake to win this one today.
Yeah, the timing of those qualifiers was almost the best pre-season you could ever want coming into a UK summer. Obviously a very tough pre-season, it must be said. Just dropping deep in her crease this time, Sarah, and nudging it away through square leg for 1.
She's just quietly gone on to 28 from 24 here, Sarah Bryce. I haven't really noticed her scoring any runs, but all of a sudden she's on 28 from 24. They're just going about it really calmly.
Just jammed down into a pad that time from Catherine. She'll get nothing for that. That is the type of player Sarah Bryce is. She's very good at keeping her dot ball percentage down, very good accumulator. You blink, you look up at the board, and suddenly she's on 20 odd. Let's cut away straight to point. Decent over this from Gregory. A couple of dots back to back, 2 off 4. But what Stars desperately need is not just a wicket, probably a couple quickly. And ideally, a woman on your screen with bat in hand. Scott is flying along on 55, Catherine Bryce. And you can add a few more to that total here. You can add 4 more. She's bisected the sweepers perfectly between mid-wicket and long on out to cow corner. Catherine Bryce flying along.
Yeah, I think what both Bryce sisters do really well, yeah, they're potentially both more accumulators than power hitters, but actually they are more powerful than you think they would be and can both hit a pretty long ball. So sometimes you can think you're on top of them and then all of a sudden they absolutely whack you.
Tossing that one up a bit more, Gregory. Dot ball to finish the over. It concedes 6, 103 for 2 off 13. It's relatively rare she gets the ball up above the eye line, Danny Gregory. Did so there.
Yeah, she's definitely increased her pace a little bit this year. I would have said last year maybe bowled with a little bit more loop. I don't know if she just might need to toss a couple up here. You know, they need a wicket so badly, and I think if you keep just bowling it flat, it just comes onto the bat a little bit nicer and you can kind of knock it round. Why not take a bit of a risk and throw one up? You know, it might come back to bite her, but it also might take a wicket, and I think at this stage they've got to take a bit of a risk.
Well, we have been speculating at what point they might go back to Tash Farron, who so impressively defended 10 to win in the second semi-final against the Vipers. Are going to need her to come in clutch again here. She's gone for just 12 of her 2 earlier on. She's going to come back on and try and break this partnership, which is currently worth 66, made off 52 balls. Deep set onside field. Comes wide of the crease, Farron. This will be 1 to long on.
This feels like the type of pitch that a bowler like Tash could defend 10 off the last over again, but I'm not sure at this stage it's going to get down to that. So yeah, I think potentially a couple of really tight overs here and it could be interesting, but at the moment it just feels quite easy for the Blaze to knock it round.
Yeah, they need some wickets to instigate a bit of a collapse, a bit of panic in the Blaze dressing room. But this is a Blaze side that have been so consistently impressive. It would be it'd be hard to begrudge them being deserving of the trophy if they won it. It would be an 18th win from their last 20 games of T20 cricket across this season and last season. Of course, lost to the Vipers in last season's showpiece at Worcester. Good Yorker from Farron, dug out by Catherine Bryce for 1.
I think what the Blaze do really well is they're scrappers. They're not necessarily a team that you'd look down the batting lineup and it kind of strikes fear into you, but actually they're a really, really scrappy lineup. And you know, you look at the Stars team and you've got a Bryony Smith that strikes it so nicely and someone like a Sophia Dunkley, but I think they've scrapped really well here, the Blaze.
Short and helped away round the corner out to deep backwards square. Fielded by Dunkley at the expense of 1. I can tell you who the proudest people in the United Kingdom will be right now. It'll be Susan and James, the parents of Catherine and Sarah. They go everywhere to watch them, and I mean everywhere. All the Scotland trips, the whole lot. They empty their pockets, travel thousands and thousands of miles. They'll be here somewhere, watching their 2 daughters potentially take Blaze home. They'll be getting 1 more here out into the covers.
Yeah, I remember meeting them at, in Manchester last year. Obviously, Catherine playing for Manchester Originals, and they're proper characters.
Yeah, they're great. They're lovely people, and they're just completely immersed in the cricket life and the journey of Catherine and Sarah. They're telling me all about how sometimes they've got to split up. They always want to make sure there's at least one of them at every game that the 2 of them play. It's very, very sweet. That's down the ground for 1 more.
Yeah, they're both quite quiet characters, actually, the Bryces. But I think their mum's a bit of a character. I think she brings up quite a lot of energy, and they're both quite kind of cool, calm, collected.
Bit of a yin-yang sort of thing going on there.
Yeah, I'm totally here for it. I think it's great.
But yeah, I don't think in terms of supportive parents, they've got to be right up there with any I've seen across 10 years of commentary on sport. Bumper, and wasn't cleanly stopped by Redmayne. It's a no ball as well, and that is never needed, but really now more than ever when you've got under a run of ball to play with and you desperately need a wicket, you can't really blame Farrant for trying something different at this stage. It just didn't work.
Yeah, she's got a good bouncer as Tash Farrant, generally quite a skiddy bowler, so when she does bowl that bouncer it tends to skid into you a little bit.
This is worked away for just another single to finish the over. Thanks very much to Fee Morris for her company, and alongside me now with the score 111 for 2 off 14 once again is Sophie Luff. 31 to win off 6. The Blaze hold all of the cards.
Yeah, they do. They're looking pretty comfortable out there. The Bryces are going to be determined to see their side home, make up for last year's misery.
They are a Brycing. They have added a very impressive partnership here worth 74 off 58 deliveries. And that low full toss will help them add more to it. Quickly scampered 2. And a direct hit could have been close. All's well that ends well.
Yeah, I think Catherine was more interested in the 2 there than Sarah, but comfortably back in the end.
That's down the leg side, dribbles away. Courtine Coleman on the chase. Would expect she'll be throwing the ball soon. That's a gamble. She's got 1 over left, as does Farrant. Smith has got 1 over left.
Yeah, I think as skipper in this situation, you've just got to always go back to your gun bowlers, your wicket takers. That's what's going to win them the game if Stars are going to get back into the game and win it.
That's another single, direct hit, but Catherine Bryce was pretty comfortably home. Yeah, Courtine Coleman has 13 wickets. She would seem the Stars' most obvious option to turn back to.
These two have made batting look very comfortable and very easy out there, though, haven't they?
Yeah, it's been a clinic, really. Played out to deep cover point for 1 more, so 26 to win off 32.
Like the way Catherine's timed the ball from ball 1, talked about what a rich vein of form she's in, and she's showing it out there. Looks like she's going to take her side home.
Flighted up there and bowled round her legs by Danny Gregory. Finally, the Stars have something to shout about, and Catherine Bryce has to go for 62. Her 5th half century in what's been a magnificent T20 competition for the Scot. But maybe, just maybe, the Stars have pushed the door ajar a bit.
Yeah, Gregory was good in the semi-final, gets a key wicket here. Is it too little too late for the Stars? Well, we're going to find out one way or the other. Key batter, Catherine Bryce, fantastic innings, showed all her class. Can't quite see Blaze to the finish line. Can her sister and Heather Graham be the ones to take the Blaze home here?
It was a 31 ball 50 and 62 off 44 for Catherine Bryce, who has had an exceptional finals day. She scored 100 runs between the 2 innings put together.
She's just been so consistent this year. I think I said it earlier, but she's scored runs in pretty much every game that she's played in, and since she's come back from the World Cup qualifiers with Scotland, she's just been exceptional for the Blaze. They really missed her in the Rachel Hayhoe at the start of the season.
Graham facing up and getting a wide, which gives her an opportunity to effectively have a look at one off Gregory.
Gregory's got a longer follow through than a lot of seam bowlers, I've just noticed.
Yeah. Yeah, this is something I've been commentated on plenty of Stars games across the last couple of seasons we've noticed. We'll have to re-bowl that one as well. It's just lost a line of touch here.
Which is remarkable, given how many times I've played against Gregory, that I've never really noticed that batting against her.
Well, I guess that's just because as a professional, you're so laser focused on the ball coming down at you. You're not paying attention to anything else apart from that. Shorter, guided out towards extra cover, no run. So Gregory's got the breakthrough that was so badly needed. 118 for 3 off 15, 24 to win off 30. It should be the Blazes game, and a way to lift the trophy, having finished as runners-up last season. Stars, of course, winners back in 2021. But to take you home alongside Sophie Luff, it'll be Charles Dacknell.
Thanks, Michael. Talking about Bryony Smith going to her trump cards, she's going to bring Tilly Courtine-Coleman back into the attack. They've got 1 wicket in the previous over, but they'd really like to see the back of Sarah Bryce here. She goes for an attempted sweep. It's down the leg side, but gets away with one there.
Well, it's the last throw of the dice, isn't it? Courtine-Coleman, who's had a wonderful season. The only way South East Stars are going to even sniff a chance of getting back in the game is by taking a couple of wickets and removing Bryce and the dangerous Graham.
Yeah, it's always difficult in this situation, but I think they've got to take a bit of a punt. You've got to try and squeeze Heather Graham. Can you bring an extra fielder into the ring just to try and put a little bit more pressure on? I always think, you know, obviously Long On is out at the moment, but, you know, go on, be brave. Bring them up to mid-on. It's a big shot in your first couple of balls to go downtown and go down the ground.
Oh, I couldn't agree with you more. And what's going to enter your head is, I think as a captain, and I know it's easy said up here rather than on the field, but you're losing the game. So when are you going to lose it? In the 18th over or in the 15th over? It matters not. But if that brings you a breakthrough, then it's a gamble worth taking, because you're going to lose either way, so you might as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Daggers. I think a lot of people talk about taking the game deep, but another dot ball there. I think when you're the bowling side and, like you say, you're up against it and you are going to lose the game inevitably, you've got to take a punt earlier rather than not.
Just falling short. It was one of those tantalising ones with a bit of overspin. McDonald Gay at short third. Always difficult diving forward as well. End of the 16th over. The Blaze making serene progress. 121 for 3. Just need another 21 runs to win from 4 overs. And I don't think we see it enough. I think in T20 cricket, both in the men's and the women's game, that when it is blindingly obvious that you're going to lose, then you might as well try and gamble hard, because a wicket can change any course of any game.
Yeah, and I think when you've got the opportunity to do that, when you've just got to set batter out, and Graham's only faced a handful of balls, I think you definitely are in with the chance of getting a wicket in that scenario.
Only takes a couple of deliveries to be smashed to fielders. Good shots that are smashed to fielders, and then that pressure, you can't help it in T20 cricket. You're going to feel the pressure, even with 21 runs to win. If you don't hit a boundary, if you don't manage to find the gap in the field, it starts to feel it as a batter.
Good fielding there by Schofield. And you're trying to get in the batter's head as well. What are they thinking? What do they want? You know, do they want to come in and see 4 fielders on the boundary and go, happy days, I can nudge one, get my partner who's 37 not out back onto strike? Or actually, do they feel under pressure because all they see in front of them is a ring field of tight fielders?
Heaved away and into space. Beautiful connection from Bryce into the 40s. She goes. And now just 17 more required.
Yeah, Sarah Rice loves width and hitting it through the offside, but that's also a danger zone for her. Through mid-wicket, hits the ball so powerfully, and another boundary to add to her total.
Grace Ballinger's 22 off 1 over. Seems a long time ago now, doesn't it? Just think that Paige Schofield's struggling a little bit. She's in extra cover. And the trainer has come on, and she just fielded that one a couple of balls ago, and it might have disrupted a digit. Sends the trainer away. I think they've been guilty, and again, this is a mindset you can get yourself in, Sophie, isn't it? That just don't think South East Stars have floated the ball up enough. Although, having said that, you do that, and down the track comes Bryce and launches it over extra cover. In fairness to me, that was width.
Yeah, super classy shot there from Sarah Bryce. Saw her aggression and power through the leg side a couple balls ago, but all elegance there from the Blaze middle order batter. And Blaze 4 runs closer now.
Just content to keep hold of the strike. Here's Sarah Bryce. She knows what she's on. 46 not out, and the end of the over. 130 for 3. Just 12 more runs to win. A good opportunity after a long day to say thank you to all within the commentary team. Sam Darling, Michael McCann, Fee Morris, Joe Gardner, and yourself, Sophie. It's been great to spend the day with you again. And our thanks to you for watching on throughout the course of the morning and afternoon, the long old days, finals days, but the great fun, really great fun. And the 2 semi-finals that we witnessed, some fantastic cricket, really competitive, and the high degree of quality as well. And hopefully you've enjoyed the live stream on the England and Wales Cricket Board YouTube site. Look forward to your company throughout the rest of the season. The Rachel Hayhoe Flint will continue in earnest in a week's time. England have got New Zealand coming up as well. Tash Farrant returning to the attack.
Yes, Stars are going to have to finish with seam here. Spinners all bowled out, all did a reasonable job. Only taken a couple of wickets though. That's probably where Stars have let the game drift away. They just haven't been able to make those crucial breakthroughs when they've needed them.
I should also mention Colin and Kate, who are behind the scenes, and the team who have put together today's live stream. Been fantastic viewing. All of the team who have put it together, thanks to you. Been a fabulous day. I'm sure those who have been watching on YouTube have enjoyed it. Now's the time. I mean, it was a couple of overs ago, but especially with Tash Farrant bowling these little cutters, just say, go on, hit me through extra cover. Bring the boundary fielder up. They brought mid-off up. You can almost bring deep mid-wicket up into the circle and say, hit me across the line if I'm bowling these little cutters. Or bowled.
Yeah, it's a good option there by Tash. Redmayne tidies it up eventually. Can't imagine that's easy as a keeper standing up. Short ball. We obviously see Amy Jones do it particularly well when she's got the gloves for England.
Floodlights beaming down. That's the one thing about Derby. And I love you, Derby, I do. Used to like playing here as a player. Always got wonderful warm welcome. Floodlights are looking a little bit like they need a nudge of improvement. A few more dotted around. They're not the brightest. Comfortable single taken by Graham.
Yeah, now you mention it, Daggers. I hadn't really inspected them too closely, but yeah, there's not that many lights on the big mast, are there?
No. I remember playing in some of the first floodlit games, domestic games, and they used to come in on a lorry. Just a little bit of a bobble. It'll allow the Blaze to come through for the second run. End of the Farrant over. Her analysis. She's bowled nicely in this final. 0 for 23 from her 4 overs. So 2 overs remain. Just 8 more runs to win. But yeah, there used to be just... If you look at the floodlights around the ground, we might be able to show you a picture of them. But now we see around the ground all these huge stanchions with multiple... Well, we only had 4 of those, and they came in on the back of a lorry, and they used to extend them. And there were, you go to a place like Edgbaston where we used to play, and there were genuinely pockets of the field where you were in darkness. You could not see a thing. The centre of the pitch was fine, but around the outfield, you used to have to get your teammate to tell you whether the ball was coming towards you or not.
I always find the floodlights at Leicester a little bit odd, actually, because they're actually like within the playing arena.
Don't want to have to be harrying after a ball and clang into one. Took them a while to get them there, actually. I think it's only New Road now that is the only one without permanent floodlights.
Yeah, I remember when they were putting them up in Taunton. That must be a fair few years ago now, actually, but they obviously didn't have them for a while down there.
They've got those special ones down in Taunton, don't they? The LED that you can just turn off and on. They flicker and do all sorts of dancing and that sort of stuff. The Taunton Light Show. Just dragging this out the Blaze a little bit. 6 to win. 11 balls remaining. That's not going to help. Not seen the best of Rihanna McDonald-Gate today.
No, she's been a little bit inconsistent. Having played against her at the start of the year in the Rachel Hayhoe, she was in a really good purple patch, taking wickets for fun. I think she was off the back of a fifer. She just looks like she searched for it a little bit too hard today, and it just hasn't gone her way, which sometimes can happen.
Easy to forget, she is a young player. That is a very, very well made 50. Played second fiddle to her sister. Did Sarah Bryce for the majority of her innings, but the reaction from the team says it all. Catherine with a half century, her sister follows suit, and it is the Bryce sisters who are guiding the Blaze towards glory.
Yeah, being consistent all year, the two of them, they've really found their feet in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, and they've been a key cog to Blaze's success, and you can see why. They've shown their class once again today.
Just 3 to win. Sliced away, just be the single. Oh, it looks as though we are going to have a new name on the trophy, and goodness, after the group stage they've had, in fact the 2 years they've had, it was Michael that said, what was the stat? It was 18 wins from 20 over the last couple of years. They were beaten in last year's final by the Vipers, going one better this year. Heaved away, and the moment is Heather Graham's and the Blazers. Top of the table after the group stages with 9 wins from their 10 games. They have comfortably outplayed the South East Stars in this final. The margin of victory is 7 wickets, and the champions of the Charlotte Edwards Cup in 2024 are the Blaze.
Yeah, what a way to finish it as well. Great strike from Graham. Bittersweet that Sarah Bryce wasn't hitting the winning runs, I guess, but she's done a fantastic job finishing 52 not out. And as you can see, Blaze girls absolutely elated to get over the line. Fell short last year on a couple of occasions. and they've come out trumps today.
Well, huge delight for those in the East Midlands, where the Blazes franchise is situated. They will go to Trent Bridge next year, but Catherine and Sarah Bryce, Catherine with 62, Sarah with 52 not out, the lion's share of the runs required. You've got to look at what Catherine has done over the course of the season. Over 400 runs in this competition for the Blaze. And not that it's been done single-handedly by her. She's had a lot of help from a very talented team. But that is a major part of why the Blaze have had the success that they have had.
Yeah, I think credit to South East Stars as well. Put up a good fight. Played really well in that semi-final to get across the line against a star-studded Vipers. And they've really shown what they're about today, but unfortunately on the wrong side of it. A Bryce masterclass, the two of them out there, you know, brilliant to watch, great players. They've really come of age in the last couple of years.
Well, handshakes all round. Frustration for the South East Stars. They've played their part as well. I thought they were excellent in that semi-final, but maybe the two games in quick succession was a little bit too much for them. But huge delight. Wide Cheshire Cat grins on all of the Blaze players and coaching staff's face. A lot of work and energy has gone into getting to this moment. And boy, will they celebrate this evening. They'll paint the town orange here in the East Midlands. We'll have all of the presentation to come and the trophy lift, etc. But these little moments, Tammy Beaumont as well, didn't have a huge part to play. That fabulous run out at the non-striker's end by Tash Farrant, but so important that England players that do come back and play feel really involved in the team. It's hugely important for the players, the domestic players, to see the internationals come back and help out. And Sarah Bryce, she can feel mighty pleased with the work that she put in. She got to sort of 30 without anyone realising, such was the pace that Catherine Bryce was going. But once a sister departed, she took up the mantle and guided her side to victory. And what may have been for the team in yellow. Going over to celebrate with family and friends. Lovely moments for all, especially for the first time that they've celebrated or tasted success. Fabulous moments. Give her a hug. Give her a hug. She's waiting for one. There we go. And Kirsty Gordon, her wickets this year, another major part of the Blazers' success. Lucy Hyam there. All celebrating. These are fabulous moments, Sophie Luff.
Yeah, great to see, isn't it? It's really special when you do put in all that hard work, and it's not just the hard work for yourself, it's for the people that you're closest to. And I expect those family and friends have been up and down breadth of the country following these girls, and yeah, to see the Bryces there with their mum, I think that's Kirsty Gordon's mum. I met her in Sydney a couple of years ago. Yeah, great scenes. That's why you do it. That's why it's so special, isn't it? And they've worked really hard for it as well.
A lot of Scottish talent around that, and they've got work to do of Scotland in October, as Catherine Bryce has led her side to the T20 World Cup in Bangladesh in October. They're not going to be thinking about that now, but just underlines how influential she has been for the sides that she's played for so far in this 2024. Just reading straight from the X account of Hypercourse, a mention about the South East Stars. Tilly Courtine Coleman, who I thought has bowled very, very well today. 16 years old, semi-final and final. A big day for her. She finishes her Charlotte Edwards Cup campaign with 16 wickets at an average of 13, economy rate of just over 5. And she took more wickets than she conceded boundaries this season, which is an incredible effort from the youngster. We're going to be seeing plenty more of her throughout the course of the next few years or so. Another really promising youngster that has come to the fore in this competition, and that's why this competition is so very good. The opportunity it gives to see youngsters come through the pathway and play in a slightly more pressurised situation against a high class of opposition. That reveals a little bit of character and shows what they're made of.
Yeah, it's been brilliant to see the cricket on show today. You want to be playing in finals days. There's been a few people in the crowd as well supporting and following these games. Hopefully a lot have been watching on the live stream and listening to our dulcet tones. But yeah, been a brilliant day's cricket. It's been a really good Charlotte Edwards Cup. It seems to have got better year on year, which you'd expect with everything that's happening in the women's game at the moment, and long may it continue.
Yeah, and this is the good news. Even though that the names may change, some of them will stay the same, and the team alignments will change, the competition will remain. As the Charlotte Edwards Cup, same with the Rachel Hayhoe Flint. And got to think that actually a year's time it'll be played between 9 teams, and then the year after that it'll be 10 teams, with Yorkshire getting their Tier 1 status in 2026 and 2025, sorry, and then 2026 for Glamorgan. So it's going to start expanding. Competition for places will be even higher. More matches in the domestic competition, which is going to be just fantastic. And I think we can see who may just have snaffled the Player of the Match award. An enormous crystal type of medal draped across her neck, and that is Catherine Bryce. Sure, they will announce that formally in due course. I think the hydration has started early. I'm not quite sure what's in that water bottle. I'm not sure if it's water or electrolytes. There we go. Fabulous day for Josie Groves as well, bowled gloriously, especially in the semi-final. And so let's hear from the people that matter and see what we want to see from the Blaze lofting that trophy. Thanks so much for your company throughout the course of the day. We're going to hand you pitch side for the presentation.
Well, a warm welcome to the presentation for the Charlotte Edwards Cup Final 2024. Many congratulations to the Blaze for being the champions this year, winning the final by 7 wickets. Many thanks to today's match officials. We've had match referee Helen Pack and our umpires Rose Dovey, Simon Widdup, Julia Jarvis, Gabby Brown, James Treadwell, Anna Harris and Rob White. The first presentation is for today's player of the match, who receives a bottle of Chapeldown sparkling wine. This has been selected by today's commentary team. But we can also now announce that the Charlotte Edwards Cup Player of the Year, it's a double award, because as we have seen today, we've had some breathtaking performances with young faces and experienced pros showing their class throughout the day. This award has been decided by the PCA's Most Valuable Player rankings, which is powered by Argentex. The competition was strong, but there is only one MVP, and after scoring an incredible 478 runs and taking 10 wickets in the competition, the winner of the Charlotte Edwards Cup Player of the Year is Catherine Bryce. Catherine, many, many congratulations. What a day, what a tournament you've had.
Yeah, it's been unbelievable. It's been great to be back in with the team, and yeah, it's been a fantastic campaign for us.
You saved your highest score for the final, which is good, but it caps off just an incredibly consistent run, 11 double-figure scores in a row.
Yeah, it's been amazing. A few weeks, I think you just got to take it in whilst you're enjoying it. Cricket's very up and down, so yeah, just got to enjoy this moment.
Seems all ups at the moment. I mean, contributing with the ball and also taking key catches as well. Does it feel like the sort of form of your life?
Yeah, really at the moment, so yeah, hopefully it continues for a while.
How much do you enjoy batting with your younger sister?
Yeah, a lot. We've played a lot of cricket together, so we know each other really well when we're out in the middle. So yeah, understand each other's games and everything. So yeah, it's brilliant to be batting together.
Do you have fun out there? Do you chat cricket or do you chat films and music and stuff? How do you relax?
Don't say a huge amount, just a few bits and bobs. Keep going, be better, sort yourself out.
Did you enjoy hearing Flower of Scotland in the crowd? I asked you if that was your dad, but you said it wasn't.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant to have that support. I don't know who it was up in the back, but yeah, it gave us a brilliant lift there at the end.
What about the team performance today? I mean, with the ball, you really restricted them. This is a fabulous South East Stars side.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. I think our bowling side, this whole competition's been fantastic. Everyone stood up at different times and in really key moments, and I think that's been a key part of us being so successful over the matches.
Catherine, many congratulations. 478 runs and 10 wickets is an incredible achievement. You are the Charlotte Edwards Player of the Match and also the Player of the Year.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, it's time now to hear from the South East Stars captain, Bryony Smith, who joins me now. Bryony, thanks ever so much for your time. Commiserations. How do you reflect on the final?
Look, we're obviously gutted, but I think we've had a brilliant tournament and I can't take it away from the girls how much effort they've put in. So really proud of them, and congrats to Blaze, they've had a cracker as well, so well done, girls.
6 of your players got into double figures with the bat, but no one was quite able to kick on. Did you feel you had enough at the halfway stage?
Yeah, we were pretty happy. We thought sort of 135 plus was a good score on a pretty used wicket, but obviously a few short. But yeah, look, we gave it a good crack, and I can't do anything about that.
And trying to bowl to Catherine Bryce in the form she's in, that's a tricky one as a bowler and a captain.
Yeah, definitely. I think we bowled pretty well. We kept the stumps in play, but yeah, when someone's in form like that, you can't do much about that.
You have won this competition before, they haven't, so it's a big moment for them, obviously. But how do you reflect on the whole competition? Because obviously it stretches back into May.
Yeah, I think, look, we came into the group stages sort of 7 from 10 with 1 rained off, so we're in a really good position. We also had a brilliant semi-final. I think we were a bit knackered from that first, but yeah, can't take away from the girls and the staff. We've been incredible, and we unfortunately just fell short.
And a word for the family and friends who were here to support you today?
Yeah, they've travelled up and down the country with us, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Bryony Smith, there you go, the South East Stars captain and runners-up in the 2024 final. Okay, it's time to hear from the winning captain. She's poised. It's Kirsty Gordon of the Blaze. Kirsty, many congratulations. How does it feel to be the champions, considering the heartbreak of last year?
Yeah, right now it's just like a lot of emotions, obviously. I'm pretty relieved. That was like a masterclass in how to do chase from both Bryce sisters. Obviously, as you've discussed, Catherine's been unbelievable this season, and again, just to take the chase away from them, like it's been unbelievable. So I'm just so happy for everybody involved.
Great contributions with the ball from Heather and Josie as well, really restricting them.
Yeah, Josie's had an unbelievable day out today, to be fair. She bowled beautifully in the semi-final as well, so really pleased for her. She's a demon on the boundary as well. She's had, and she hit some vital runs in the back end of our semi-final, so she's had a great day out, and I think restricting them to 140 was really vital as well.
Sounds like the voice is going a bit. Is that emotion or is that shouting at your teammates?
Shouting a lot today. It's been a long day, but I think the voice could be even worse in a few hours' time.
The Bryce sisters sum up their performance and the cool heads they showed in that run chase.
Yeah, that sums it up really. Cool heads. They've got a great temperament, and I feel at ease when they're batting out there together. They're always on the same wavelength, and yeah, they put in another fantastic performance.
And you're going to go and collect the trophy. How's that going to feel?
Yeah, it's going to be great. I'm buzzing, to be honest. I'm pleased for everybody, all the girls, the backroom staff. Guesty was telling me this morning that this is his 5th finals day without a trophy, so I'm pretty pleased that we've got one back for him as well, and for everybody in our group. And commiserations to Stars. They've had a great competition, and they've really put us under the pump today.
And you're playing in front of what is effectively a home crowd. I know you train here a lot in the winter and use the facilities here, and obviously you're taking the trophy back to Trent Bridge. Yeah,
we do, and the crowd was loud today. We could hear them, so thanks to everybody. And yeah, I'm just like, I don't know, I'm lost for words. I'm just really happy, and obviously we're taking the trophy home, and there's so many people here from Trent Bridge that have done so much for us over the last few years, so it's great for them. We can take the trophy home.
Well said. Well, Kirsty, why don't you head over and collect the 2024 Charlotte Edwards Cup. I'm delighted to say that ECB board member Jennifer Owen Adams is presenting Kirsty with the trophy now. The winners of the 2024 Charlotte Edwards Cup, the Blaze.